Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. Of course, we took a week off. We're very excited to be back here in the desk casting week 8 of the LPL as we get towards those playoffs. Zach Rusty Pie. I'm, of course, Max Atlas Anderson, and look, very excited to get into this week's games.
Starting to get to the deep end of this split. It's going to be massive. Every game starting to get incrementally more important to secure their spots into the playoffs. So definitely starting to mount now.
Yeah, all these teams really looking to pick up those 3-point victories in these best-of-2 situations. Grabbing those extra points, very, very important. We are going to have a look at the standings graphics, so we are going to be able to let you know exactly who's where. And Edward Gaming and Shago actually tying that first place position. Edward Gaming looking like they were having a little bit of a slump in the LPL, but if you managed to catch any of the games in the Demacia Cup, that was a very different experience. Edward Gaming really destroying that competition. Then we've got Masters 3 and OMG sitting there on 20 points, sort of tied for third or second. It's very confusing as to how you really work out how that one is, but Snake Esports, they're in 5th position, followed by the rest.
Yeah, I mean, OMG have started to pick up their game with Snake as well. Masters 3, the ones looking to flounder a little bit, so that could change very easily considering how close this top part of the bracket really is. LGD, one of the bigger teams down there in 7th that you will be looking at to try and make a big push, a big climb in these last 3 weeks towards the rest of it. Vici Gaming closing us out with 8th spot there. Not doing too well in terms of getting 2 zeros, but they're very good at going 1-1.
Yeah, Vici definitely the tie lords. Love to be able to win one, lose one, just experiment with how they want to take things on the Rift. Of course, the last 4 positions, unlimited potential. Royal never give up there. King and WE continuing to hold that bottom position there in the ladder. They've picked up a couple of victories here and there. Of course, the last week wasn't too hard on them, but it's been a difficult road thus far for those two teams.
Started off very shaky, of course, those two teams, but they're playing the role of gatekeeper at the moment, just trying to find wins wherever they can. They're preventing a lot of 2-0s from happening, so kudos to them. They could still climb towards the end of this. They don't want to get auto-relegated.
Yeah, of course, the team's sort of a little bit more clumped together than they were in the last split of the LPL. Of course, there are still sort of some gaps that can be overcame by some of these teams as we move forward. Of course, our first game, though, tonight is going to be UP taking on RNG, and these two teams are very, very close together. 1 point separating them as far as those standings are concerned, but they've had some very different experiences on the Rift just recently.
They definitely have. One of the sides, you have to look at unlimited potential. They're hit and miss to a T. Taking a 2-0 win against EDG and then finding very difficult games against the lesser or the weaker teams, such as the Kings and the World Elites of the game. So, I mean, there's hit and miss. They're very struggle street sometimes, but when they get going, we've seen them beat EDG 2-0.
Yeah, we have. They also just came off a victory against OMG as a 2-0 as well. They tied with Masters 3. This is a team that, look, these are up-and-comers. Of course, OMG and M3, they're tied on the ladder in that 3rd position. UP well and truly on the bottom end of the standings, but they can still take victories. Whereas on the other side, RNG, they recently lost 0-2 to LGD, and OMG there, they managed to tie up that series. But this is an OMG side that has been sort of, feeling the pressure.
Definitely, and they're a very unique side in the way they play. It's almost like watching a really highly skilled solo queue game when you watch RNG play. Their jungler has to do a lot of work, put a lot of pressure onto every single lane. Less objective focus, which is something you can now note, and more so just trying to get the team ahead. So it's a pseudo solo lane is saying, please gank, I need gank, and then they actually get one.
Yeah, it's a little bit like that. Of course, MLXG definitely likes to prioritize getting the kills as opposed to anything else, because RNG, they don't lane swap very much at all, and they have absolutely terrible dragon pressure early on in the game. And look, we'll see whether they can turn around or whether they can utilize this particular style to snowball victories. Some of the ways that MLXG's managed to sort of engineer some of these victories for RNG is by just being super aggressive and getting his lanes into a position where they can win. And when they can get there, they've got the likes of Wushin. This guy's more than happy to go very deep for a kill.
Definitely, and that's the strength of this RNG side, is though they seem to be a little bit gated by the objective control, if any of them does get going, they can carry the game through very strong. It's on the back of the jungler to make it happen, of course, but when they do, they're just freaks.
Oh, yeah. And we are having a look at the kill ranking list, ladies and gentlemen. So TNT sitting at the very top, very far out ahead as well as Shagu's 80 carry, and Godvi from LGD sitting in the 2nd position. Even though LGD may have not been going quite as well, still more than happy to rack up a whole heap of kills. And Kid
Has the least deaths.
Least deaths.
Yeah, that's impressive considering they're not the highest rated team. But
also not on the lineup anymore. That must help.
Well, that does definitely help. But Clearlove being third, of course, is massive as a jungler.
Yeah, completely ridiculous. Of course, EDG themselves don't necessarily die all that often, but they have been suffering some defeats, so some would be there. You can see assists. TCT and TNT killing and assisting all over the Rift. Of course, it does make sense that the support player for the AD carry with the most kills would get the most assists.
That is definitely sense-based. Even the fact that RNG and Unlimited Potential supports, though, they were second and third also, so a lot of work done from them.
Yeah, and this is very interesting. The fact that M3's SMLZ sitting there on Corki as far as the highest win rate for an AD carry is concerned. No surprises that Pawns Azir is up there, but that one caught me by surprise.
Yeah, that is weird to say the least. And I mean, it's not picked as often, which is perhaps why the win rate is so high if you compare it to maybe Sivir. Very high pick rate, maybe not as high a win rate for that sole purpose.
Yeah, it sort of does make a little bit of sense. And of course, when we did see SMLZ pick up that champion in the Corki, things were a lot better for M3, and they looked like they were able to sort of work around sort of that mid-game power spike and managing to utilize the Trinity Force there, which is something we associate with some different players other than SMLZ. Yeah,
definitely. The Corki in particular now, where are in patch 5.12, is becoming a very powerhouse style of pick next to the Sivir, perhaps. The Kalista probably always going to still be banned, but you can see the win rate will probably continue to increase for most of the Corkis in the LPL, not just SMLZ, and it is nice to see them working around their mid-game strengths and finding victories against other teams when usually they like to take the game down to about 50 minutes.
Yeah, they definitely like to play it out late, and I'm really glad that you brought up the patch here as well. We're not on 5.13 just yet. If you watched EULCS last night, of course, that was on the 5.13 patch, but here at the LPL, we're not quite there just yet. So more Ezreal's there in the mid lane. Runeglave's still definitely a thing. One thing that I'm really excited about, though, Rusty, and you might feel the same way, is the fact that we might see some interesting champions making it into the meta. Just considering the fact that Luden's Echo still procs off that all of the Qs with the on-hit effects. So the likes of Gangplank might be around. I'd be excited to see some interesting picks come out of this particular patch.
100% a possibility, and we know China like to experiment and play some new things. It's not necessarily a long-term option, but in this particular patch, all of the Runeglaive mid-champions can be very strong. The Gangplanks, I guess the Ezreal that does need to be considered. Misfortune, Nasus, they're all possible, but I don't know if we'll see them. But hey, it is China. You never know.
That's the thing. And of course, Unlimited Potential. RNG is a team that I'm pretty excited to see on when there's some curveballs to be thrown. Zhao, who's been known to play the likes of, Corki and Lucian in the mid lane, so that's an interesting one. We are going to go through the UP lineup. Lung here on your screen, as you can see right now. Been playing some tanks, but he's got some Rise games in there with some Rumble. And Amy, this is the guy that sort of erupted into the scene with amazing Sejuani play, but it's his Echo that's really been going on.
Definitely the Echo, and I like that one of his last picks is Nidalee also. She's becoming very popular in the jungle, and we see a lot of increased pressure around that pick.
Yeah, Punished as well, really stepping up with his assassin play. His Victor looking very strong as well, and we saw when they did go up against EDG, really took them to town. Using this mid lane pickup of Punish. Sketch there as well on your screen. We've been playing a lot of Lucian. Lucian not necessarily seeing very much Western success, but still manages to pick up some victories here in the LPL. Hart, as you can see, more than happy to hop on the Janna, but I like when he's on engaged champions.
Yeah, definitely. Seems more potent for the rest of his team when on those engaged champions, but you have to note that Janna was only ever really picked with the Lucian as well.
Yeah.
And both champions only seeing 4 games played from Unlimited Potential, 3 of them together with each respective bot lane partner.
Yeah.
Very interesting that seems to be their combo, the passivity with aggression from the Lucian.
Yeah, and there's the fact also that it synergizes quite nicely. Of course, the Eye of the Storm Shield does want you... to get your damage off in a short period of time, and Lucian, if there's any champion that can do that, certainly him. Just make sure that you're weaving that passive throughout everything. So look, we'll see whether they opt for something like that one more time, or whether RNG is going to try and mix things up and create a problem for them, because Janna's sort of seen a little bit more play, just considering the fact that there's so much engage in the bottom lane at the moment.
Well, one thing Unlimited Potential do want to do is get through that laning phase. Royal Never Give Up will put the pressure down onto them to make things happen. So the Janna's a nice pick in that regard to accelerate their time in the game, bridge them to the team fighting stage that they do excel at.
Yeah, it's a very good point. And one thing that I'd also like to talk about now that we go over to the Royal Never Give Up lineup is the fact that Xiaohu's already picked up the Jace. He's been playing a heck of a lot of it. We've been seeing it rise to even more popularity as we move forward. Looks like RNG have decided to go with Let Me in the top lane. So he could possibly be back on that Nautilus, but does like the Hecarims as well. So we'll see what he decides to do. And MLXG, this is the guy on your screen. Also another Echo player. Picked up a lot of success on that champion. Of course, their only victory that is in their last 4 games was with that Echo jungle on the back of MLXG. And you can see Xiaohu already picking up the Jace. We'll see whether he's able to carry that over to 5.13.
Fitting into the new meta quite nicely. Does love the control mages, but has the pocket Jace now and has been doing a very, very strong performance on that champion, making things work.
Yeah, Whoosh now as well, sticking to the mid-range AD carries. Does like to be able to pick up a Trinity Force, of course. Does like to also play Vayne in very interesting situations. I use interesting pretty, calculatedly right there. Is it Lamb on your screen right now? Just likes to take care of Whoosh.
Yeah, the Thresh main has the Lantern to save the over-aggressive Whoosh, who no doubt, especially when he plays Vayne, will be over-aggressive and in their face. And that's exactly, again, the playstyle of this RNG team. You can see it reflected from their picks. The Hecarim, very aggressive top laner, can make plays, can take people down, solo kills, or teleport and impact everywhere else. Plays to their playstyle of snowballing one person. If Whoosh gets going in particular, he's like the gun of this team.
He is. He's sort of like MLXG holding up the gun that is Whooshin and sort of shooting him into the enemy team. Of course, not literally. Doesn't like to play frontline all that often. We do have a few of these sort of melee-style AD carries running around. Not necessarily Whoosh, but has been known to at times now that I think about it.
He's quite melee range, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Aggressive.
Well, we'll see how this one does work out. You can see MLXG on your screen just getting into this game. There's some smiles on the faces of the RNG lineup. Still happy to move forward. Let me on your screen now, just considering what he wants to do with a smirk there on his face.
Definitely has all of the options available to him in the world. Definitely think, though, when we come into this pick and ban phase, Echo, as we have seen in the jungle, probably going to be a big pick. Both champions, or both teams, finding actual wins in their last games on that champion must be considered. Yeah,
Echo is going to be a big deal right now. You can see the graph. It's just UP being basically superior in every way. They managed to tie up their last series here to RNG, but the moment UP, they've managed to find a whole lot more success when RNG really couldn't. Of course, the red side does seem to be both of their weakness, but sort of the only way that you could really cast any similarities here.
Hard to find a weakness when their win rates on both sides are quite low to find an actual trend. But in saying that, you can say the gank success rate has been much more in favor of unlimited potential recently. You can coin that to the fact that their jungler is just making more calculated plays when he does gank. Whereas you have a look at the side of RNG, MLXG just needs to gank. He's trying to make things happen, so it's not often as successful.
Yeah, MLXG is, it's like they're both in racing cars, but the fuel efficiency of Amy is just far higher. So MLXG's foot on the pedal the whole time, but then he just runs out of gas. And Amy, at that point, is just really finding his feet and managing to make things happen around the map. Like you said, calculated play against just an onslaught.
You reminded me of like Toad from Mario Kart as an example. It just races around.
That analogy sort of may have fallen short just a little bit, but I tried.
It got there in the end, I would say.
It's all about just throwing out as many as
I know what you're trying to say, though. The gank efficiency that comes out of unlimited potential is a lot higher than that of RNG, who just try and gank all the time and keep pressure, whether the gank is successful or not. The pressure is there to alleviate the lane so that they are free to roam with him if they choose, or just push out the lane recall. It's not necessarily always about getting the gank off, whereas you have a look at unlimited potential. When Amy ganks, he's trying to get a kill 100% of the time, and he only ganks when he can find a kill.
Yeah, and he's also ganking at the appropriate times for objectives as well. MLXG just wants to kill people, so he'll just go in whenever he feels like it, but Amy wants to create those pressure points when they're required on the map, and that is the very big difference here. But we are into Champion Select, ladies and gentlemen. Thresh and Civ are going to be taken away by UP, and Victor and Rise now both removed from the RNG lineup. Punish not going to see sort of his most played champion, but Xiaohu's picked up a whole lot of that Victor as well.
Yeah, Victor, one of the most played champions from Punished, and a very strong control mage of this guy that does love the assassin, so it kind of limits his options in what he wants to pick, or his play style more so, because he does tend to default to those assassins. LeBlanc, not very strong at the moment, so he almost wants to go to the Kassadin or the Azirs perhaps. Use that as an assassin style.
But UP, the Ezreal has been left up. They are cycling through a whole lot of different picks here.
Just go with the Ezreal, honestly.
Yeah, well, it does make a whole lot of sense. Echo and Kalista were banned away while we're having that conversation. But Ezreal, of course, going to be locked in here by Long. And I'm surprised that RNG didn't ban that one away.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to ban it away. We are on 512. Ezreal is in his prime right now. The Luden's Echo does work still with the Qs from Ezreal once he has that item available. So it's a very smart first pick, but that was a quick response.
Yeah, Alistair, of course, massive high tier support champion at the moment, and Shen been seeing a whole lot more play. Of course, actually moving on to the 5.13 patch, we've been seeing Shen pick up a whole lot in popularity, but still more than happy to play him here on 5.12. And Amy, considering a bit of early pressure here from the jungle.
Most likely want that early pressure, potentially to match what MLXG can put out. Might be a forethought to what the RNG strategy is going to be. Maybe taking Gragas away as well could be a very smart decision. Gragas ganks, you have to flash body slam. It's almost impossible to avoid.
Yep.
So very smart decision if they take that, or they could match it with the same early pressure.
Yeah, grab the Rek'Sai. It's similar thing here, and I actually quite like it paired up with this Ezreal. Of course, going to need a little bit of time to scale it to the point where he does have that Runeglaive in order to get the damage down, because having Smite in the mid lane means that you're sort of a bit useless as far as getting anything down as far as pressure onto the enemy laner is concerned for that, until you manage to pick up that enchantment.
Very much inhibited in terms of your strength in laning phase because you have the Smite. You don't have an offensive or defensive summoner, and that allows RNG Xiaohu in this case to pick something super aggressive and just bring it to you for the first 15 minutes of the game and really pressure you and delay your items perhaps, which is a big power spike gone awry.
Wow, MLXG actually going for the Evelynn pickup. The Runeglaive hasn't actually been buffed just yet. Did get buffed in 5.13. So Evelynn pickup, of course, Runeglaive still existing. We'll see whether he is going to choose that one there or whether he goes back to the Warrior Enchant. But Skatch is going to grab Vayne, and that's a cannon.
That's interesting. I was about to talk about the fact that they just picked an Evelynn into a Rek'Sai, but let's move over to Unlimited Potential. Vayne Cannon. That's aggressive. That is a lot of in-your-face damage. Vayne most likely Skatch will play it in an aggressive manner because he has the cannon to back it up. We're not looking at a Kalista cannon combo. That has to be damage put down through auto attacks, and it's into an Alistar and a Corki. So that says to me, if they want 2v2 lanes, they're going to have a really bad time. I would wager a lane swap.
Or Cannon could potentially go into the top lane as well if they want to switch that one.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, Nautilus more than happy
Sorry,
to
there
support.
is a Nautilus there.
But does look like you're absolutely correct. The most that we've seen Cannon has been in that support role, and by the looks of things, the Jace going to be picked up by Xiaohu. Last pick there, more than happy to grab that comfort champion as it sort of began to be known here for the mid laner of RNG.
Yeah, definitely. And from the looks of it, the Ezreal also going for Smite mid. So it could...
Wait, no, Ignite mid.
Oh, sorry, Ignite mid. Yeah. I didn't mean to say Smite. That's what I'm expecting.
No, he switched over now. He switched over now. So it was Ignite for a moment,
he has
but
rused
don't
us.
worry, guys. Yeah, it was just a cunning ruse.
That was a ruse.
One could say. Coach is going to shake hands here, and we are going to be getting onto the Rift very, very soon. I'm excited to get into this game because I want to see whether the Jace pick can actually weather the storm of the Ezreal. And do you think that RNG have brought enough to the table to try and sort of counteract what is an incredibly strong Ezreal at the moment?
So in the 1v1, the Jace is actually quite happy. He's actually very strong because he has an all-in function behind the fact that Ezreal does a fair bit of damage with scaling. Jace matches that and almost does it better.
Well, we'll see whether they can actually utilize it. Of course, Let Me there in the top lane does have that Shen available, can get around the map with the Stand United. Amy wanting to keep track of this Evelynn as best he can, as MLXG going to take that into the matchup.
Yeah.
And as you mentioned, Rusty, it's an interesting idea. Of course, Tremor Sense, pretty useful against Evelynn.
Definitely useful. It's difficult for an Evelynn to do anything when you can have a Rek'Sai sitting on the sides.
Yeah, precisely. But Skatch has decided to grab the Vayne into Corki. We've seen it picked up more and more because he can tumble out of the way of the Phosphorus Bomb. Players do like to pick up that champion, but apart from that, I have a feeling that Corki does okay.
Corki definitely does okay. The thing with the Vayne-Corki matchup is Corki wins burst, Vayne would almost win like a 3 auto burst, so it's about the length of the trade as to who actually comes out ahead. If a Phosphorus Bomb auto connects and Corki can leave that situation and not be stuck with a cannon stun, then Corki's winning that. But in other words, it's going to be Vayne if it keeps going.
Yeah, so basically, if Woosh wants to be able to win a trade, he just needs to be fighting very short amounts of time.
Yeah.
But we are going to hop onto the Rift, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very excited to get into this game. I had no clue. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for UP versus RNG. Game 1, first game of Week 8. Very excited to get this one underway. And UP already stacking together, waiting
here we go.
for RNG. Lei's going to face check it. MLXG, he's been discovered. Lei manages to get a nice pulverize, splashes out. First blood goes to Zhao, who as Amy's going to have to get over the wall. MLXG following with the hate spikes, but only at 200 health. UP going to follow it up, picks up a kill for the Vayne of all characters. as Sketch forced to tumble back under the turret.
That was a nightmare.
That was. It's 1-for-1. RNG with a 100 gold lead as the dust settles.
You have to keep in mind who actually got the first blood in this situation. Sketch in the bot lane on Vayne. That's going to be nice, but then mid lane Jace, who can potentially start with anything extra, has decided to just walk to the lane to speed up that tier buy. That is going to be an accelerated Jace if I've ever seen one.
Oh, yeah. And I'm not going to go for the Shock Blast acceleration gate pun because that'd just be awful. He's heading back to the top side. Does have Taunt first, so not going to have very much lane pressure here against the Nautilus, but Nautilus not necessarily known for having that power as far as getting a kill against anyone is concerned. MLXG just wanting to wait, use his smite at the very last second. Does look like he's going to die, but he'll be okay there as long as he's getting some staggering blows onto here on the top side.
Yeah, he's going to destroy that top lane because the taunt came out at level 1, and the Ezreal actually leveled up W at level 1 also, so his wave clear is quite weak if Jace wanted to push him in, or just gank him with an Evelyn.
Yeah, it does look like the level 2 gank could be a possibility as punished.
Whoa!
Xiaohu taking 2 turret shots.
That's not necessary.
No, it certainly wasn't.
It's just proving a point, showing his dominance in the lane. He has the flash available to outplay Punished, who only has smite because there is no flash. So kind of limited to 0 summoner spells in effective trading. MLXG's aggressive.
Yeah, MLXG looking to try and create some pressure here on the bottom side of the map as well. His way down here at the same time as he's just going to be shoved out. Wasn't able to do that very, very effectively with that E, and MLXG hasn't been spotted yet.
There it is.
Yeah, Headbutt Pulse is available.
That was very risky by MLXG, to be honest. He waited for about 30 seconds for Alistar's level 2 to then not gank. So his jungle is really behind now. You have a look at Amy, already level 3, able to gank bottom with a level advantage. Going to be quite happy and not waste as much time.
Punished now, sitting at about half health, has to drink all of these potions. Of course, biscuits, if you want to get it correct. And UP have shoved this bottom wave in. So MLXG will see whether he does decide to come back, but UP at the moment with so much control over this lane.
Definitely. They've got that first blood kill for the Vayne as well, so that's always going to be massive in terms of their strength. The experience advantage was the big issue with that. They had level 2 so early that it was difficult for RNG to have any kind of trades. And this is where the slight advantage did favor unlimited potential, but the lane itself now, level 3, it's going to reset back to standard quite easily. Vayne hasn't bought anything to have an actual advantage.
Yeah, sort of more consumables gained here by Sketch. Of course, not sort of stuck to the one potion, but that is going to be helpful here. Of course, Vayne struggles as far as any sustain is concerned until probably that Bilgewater Cutlass is picked up.
Definitely has a lot of sustain with that item, and I mean, response from Whoosh is not going to be any problem. That's minions.
Yeah, Lei was looking for the headbutt pole onto a minion in order to get both Sketch and Heart, but they just wandered out of the way. It'll be fine. Nice phosphorus bomb there onto Heart. Fair bit of damage down as RNG, they've successfully pushed this wave back in.
Yeah, they're actually quite happy, and I mean, top lane, this is actually as expected right now. Not able to start with any damage or trade capabilities. Has put himself in a awkward position to try and get kills early, and this is where Long, having very early base damages that are just super high, that Nautilus does possess, the Riptide able to hit multiple times, he's actually in a very strong position in this lane to just bully him around, and it's actually working out quite well. Shen being stuck under a turret is exactly where you want him no matter the stage of the game.
Yeah, is even in farm, so he's going to be fine. That key strike, of course, quite good.
Heart.
Oh, yeah, Lei able to find the pulverize very easily. Headbutted back in. Heart's going to die. MLXG picks up the kill there. Sketch gets a condemn on to Lei into the wall, but it looks like he was just mad about his support falling down. So 1-2 now in favor of RNG.
Of all places to recall, that could not have been any worse of luck right there. Three members coming around, spotting him out in a horrendous position. Honestly, just unlucky, but also a very smart play from this RNG side to try and find the cannon, who they assumed was roaming to place down vision or something. Instead, he was just recalling.
Sort of thought he'd be smart there, Heart. Out of vision range.
Yeah.
Decides to back. Just gets killed. Very, very sad stuff. But as you can see, Amy just rocketing through this jungle. 12 monster camps ahead of MLXG, who's now decided to pick a fight with Punish.
Probably going to regret that.
Level 4, you take about 400 damage from that particular ultimate out of punished. MLXG going to definitely regret his decision.
Not ideal, to say the least. But Ezreal, being level 6, was looking to recall for that Sheen as well to increase his relevance in the laning phase. Xiaohu has the tier and the pickaxe completed, so this guy is a monster at the moment. Very difficult to lane against as an Ezreal with a smite. But in saying that, you have to look at MLXG again. 11 CS to the 27 of Amy, a sidestone in favor of this Rek'Sai in the jungle. It's not necessarily useful against an Eve, unless you put it directly on the camps, but if one person from Unlimited Potential can put them onto camp, it's going to be Amy.
Yeah, and Amy, of course, loves being able to get around the map, put himself in the right positions. Nice little Wolf Spirit is going to spot out the Rek'Sai heading towards the bottom side, so UP's jungler notified about as far as RNG are concerned, and he's going to be MLXG on the other side of the map. Just looking to try and pick up some farm, heading back to his red buff to grab that for the second time.
Yeah, he's trying to catch up now, essentially. The advantage well and truly in Unlimited Potential's favor, besides this mid lane, which is just an overbearing force that Punish needs to respect. He's going to be able to farm quite alright that he's an Ezreal after all, in saying that one mistake, one misstep, and Xiaohu will punish you indefinitely.
He's doing the very best that he can. Let me here on the top side of the map. Army Cinder has been built up by this Shen. Bit of extra health there from the Ruby Crystal at the same time, and Let Me pretty comfortable right now in this lane.
Definitely comfortable. There's no real threat of dying, especially because you have the Cinder. Can match the pushing that a Nautilus can put out with that Riptide. So actually quite happy in the laning phase, especially when you're not under your tower, because as we mentioned earlier, Lung wants to keep him under the turret to stop the potential ultimates. He has a lot of ways to stop that. But if Let Me's pushing, then he can disappear for a second.
Yeah,
and then be gone.
Getting shadow dashed just momentarily. Can't actually win these trades against Let Me. The Vorpal Blade, so much sustain over a long laning period.
Yeah, and especially if the taunt connects because of the damage reduction that you can put down onto what is high base damages but not high damage output. So if the taunt does connect, Shen generally wins every trade ever.
Yeah, sort of just the thing about Shen. Doesn't do a whole lot of damage for a very long period of time though, so no one going to be dying. I think the wet noodle fight does seem to be pretty accurate as far as this top lane is concerned. You can see RNG back in control of this bottom lane, as Whoosh has managed to pick up the Sheen. Makings of a Phage as well, getting towards that Trinity Force as quickly as he can. In response, it is going to be the Vampiric Scepter and the Recurve Bow. So Sketch sort of mixing things up with some components, but still going towards that Blade of the Ruined King.
Of course, the Recurve Bow now giving a base amount of damage on top of the attack speed. A nice factor into why you may want to go for that. Gives you a lot of outplay, probably matching the Silver Bolt's version.
And RNG, a team that lacked Dragon pressure early on. Amy actually going to get headbutted out of the way. Nice True Shot Barrage. MLXG going to lock down the Dragon. Lei forced to use the Flash, but UP, they're looking like they might want to pick something up. Hart only level 5 at the moment. Lei as well, he's going to fall down as Sketch pops the final hour. MLXG looking to try and just get out of here as Xiaohu getting hunted down by this Vayne. Silverbolt's not going to find any kills, but they are going to be able to grab themselves a blue buff.
They lost the Dragon, but they did find a kill onto the Alistar, who headbutted Amy away from the Dragon pit. So basically sacrificing himself to stop a smite steal from Amy. He pays for it with his life, flashing back into the Dragon pit, but the flank was there to catch him out. They did make a trade for it, so it's well played from Unlimited Potential to ensure they get something for it. They don't just outright lose a Dragon. They still did lose the Dragon, though.
MLXG and Whoosh actually might find Hart here. Whoosh does use the Valkyrie. There's the Stand United as well. Condemn on MLXG, but he does close the distance again. Teleport coming in from the top side of the map as MLXG forced to use the Flash. Long going to get knocked up, but this Eve definitely needs to run away. Let Me finding his way back in, wants to get the top, but look at the knock up from Long. Whoosh getting taken down so low, forced to use the Flash. Amy turns his attention to Lei now, who's still only level 5. True Shot Barrage is going to nail Whoosh, and Lei, no Flash available, going to get flashed on by Amy, and Hart picks himself up another one, and now UP scream ahead as far as these kills are concerned.
At first I thought that was going to be horrendous for Unlimited Potential. The Shen ultimate came in, negated everything. Amy just being cute right now, but the teleport from Lung, even Amy hesitated to continue to follow that one until the hook connected onto Corki. They followed it up, 3-man knockups, and then everyone, the cavalry, re-arrived essentially and followed that up. It was all on the back of Lung right there though.
And Punish, without leaving the mid lane as well, was able to pick up a kill with his True Shot Barrage.
Well,
so even helping out the mid laner here, which was sort of where RNG managed to find some success.
You know, one of the things about AP Ezreal and what makes him so strong is without leaving mid lane, he can win other lanes.
Yeah.
So the fact that he could find a kill there is going to help in his laning in particular, because he is down by a fair amount of CS, just lost his turret in a 1v1 situation, but he can still use the ultimate to impact everywhere else. And that is a big factor into how this game could continue to pan out.
Well, we'll see how it does go. Of course, 12 minutes into the game, 1,000 gold lead approximately for UP. RNG just looking to clear things up. Late now with the level 6. Going to have that Unbreakable Will to try and get more things done, as Let Me doesn't want to get stunned here as Hart doesn't quite have enough time on that Lightning Rush, and Sketch blew the ultimate. They're pretty keen to try and kill Shen.
Super keen right there. They've swapped lanes to pressure the top side from the looks of the teleport.
Yeah, Let Me. Teleport advantage is available. There's the Pulverize onto Lung. Shadow Dash there as well as RNG. They're sending everyone towards the bottom side. And they do manage to pick up the kill. True Shot Barrage onto Whoosh one more time. Seems to have some sort of corky magnet on it. Whoosh is going to head back to base, but no joy for UP. They lose the turret and the top lane.
If you want a magnet on anything, definitely that. But they have sent their their AD carry support duo to the top lane. They're making a trade. It's a slow process, but will most likely come to fruition very soon. In saying that, 5 members sent bottom, and this is a patient Amy looking to make something happen. Let Me's only got 1 minion left. Yeah, Amy's just soaking experience apparently.
Yeah, he's just chilling out. He may have gone to get a drink or something like that, but instead just going to hold this wave. Make sure that Lung gets all of the farm that he needs. Possibly even freeze it if he wanted to there on the bottom side of the map, but Amy just going to let him do what he wants and pick himself up a red buff.
Yeah, just going to go do his buffs, and you're right, the bot lane is potentially frozen, but it's a Nautilus after all, so I would be surprised if it actually is. And something worth noting is that Ezreal damage does nothing right now against the Jace, who's just got levels, and Jace is doing damage.
Yeah, this is the power spike as well for Xiaohu. He's got the Brutalizer and the Manamune. Not one of these champions that does necessarily need the Muramana transform as hard. He's going to get headbutt pulverized over the wall. MLXG looking for the hate spike kills, but there's the Stand United on top of the Evelynn. Heart's going to fall down. Let Me gets the flash. Shadow Dash, and Sketch is super dead. No Mystic shots to find this RNG lineup, and they're grouping so early this game, but it's paying off.
Definitely paying off. They're getting trades everywhere, though, unlimited potential. This is the saving grace of them right now. Nautilus bot lane. The only difference is RNG are finding kills when they do this. The aggression, the rotation, and the number game well and truly in their favor. The minion control has been working out for them in that respect. They're still going.
Yeah, Xiaohu actually tanking up this turret one more time. Seems to love tower bolts, but the inner turret's going to fall down. Accelerated Shock Blast onto Heart halves his health as UP looking to try and close the distance. But with acceleration gates, all sorts of movement speed abilities, is going to mean RNG managed to escape unhindered.
Yeah, so Xiaohu's actually the big factor in this right now. Evelynn, the catalyst to make things happen, finding a lot of ganks. Her positioning and timing has been spot on. But Xiaohu now 3-0. Has all of his items except that last Whisper completed, and it is well and truly on the way. Unlimited potential, they could try and respond with the group of their own right now, but if the Jace is there, it is infinitely harder for them to do a single thing. Whereas if RNG group, they're the ones in the driver's seat to make things happen on the back of this Jace's strength. But Ezreal cannot be compared.
Yeah, the thing that could be a problem here, though, is if Xiaohu doesn't manage to pick up this blue buff, which he certainly wants. It is going to get stolen away. UP grabbed that one. True Shot Barrage wanted to be able to grab one for Punish, but not going to find it.
Guys, I wanted that.
Yeah.
It's unlucky.
This time. But RNG, Dragon has respawned, so looking to try and pick up their second, deny the first to UP, and they have started it up already. There's the Scrying Orb.
The teleport.
They know exactly what's going on here. Are going to be able to pick up the Dragon. UP, can they engage in time, though? Look at the Mystic Shot damage, doing some work. Hart getting the ultimate over everyone. Xiaohu's going to get stunned up and destroyed. Punish picks up that kill. The members of RNG so incredibly low. UP picks up a double for the Ezreal. One for Sketch on the Vayne at the same time. Big one. Fair bit of damage onto the UP lineup from Whoosh, but RNG, they grab the Dragon, and everyone dies.
That was so impressive from Hart. What more can you say? He was that fight right there. Amy follows up really nicely. Long does the same. Punished finds himself a double kill, putting down all of the relevant damage. But the fact that that engage from Heart hit every single member, the Righteous Glory used by Nautilus, he flashed in and ulted and stunned basically all of them and got out with his life as well. That was so well played by Heart, and that enabled them to follow it up and come out with kills.
Yeah, and they've got a lot of squishy members on the side of RNG. Only Let Me there with any tanky stats as MLXG maybe now going to be building towards sort of the tanky Evelyn. Has sort of seen a little bit more popularity with the Runeglaive into full tank as opposed to getting the Warrior Enchant to do the same thing.
I guess the thing with Runeglaive Eve is that it's not really cost efficient if you don't have much ability power to back it up, which is why a lot of Eves go Warrior into the tanky stats.
Yep.
Runeglaive still does a lot of sleeper damage though. It's just more directed onto the Q more so than the Eves. I think Xiaohu just jumped into the wall.
Yeah, Xiaohu is going to be able to take down a blue buff though. Shock Blast going to secure that one. Heart heading back to base. A little bit out of position there, but a lot of vision available for this UP lineup means that he's going to get away safely. Xiaohu continuing to farm out here in the mid lane.
You can see the pink ward placement as well from this unlimited potential side is entirely on the top half of the map. It's about to spot the Evelyn. So they know what's going on. The pings are coming down from mid.
Yeah, it looks like everyone's sort of pinging onto UP. Amy just clearing out that ward. So he's going to be discovered. Heart clearing out a ward there as well. Gives the gold over to Sketch. Shock Blast just barely misses the little ninja rat.
It feels like such a non-impactful Shock Blast in this skin unless it hits.
Oh, yeah.
It almost feels like you're blowing bubbles at their face until it actually connects and it really does hurt them. So the deceptive strength of the skin that Xiaohu has.
Yeah, I didn't know that there was sort of strategic decisions to be made by which Jace skin used. Xiaohu takes half of his health. He was going back anyway, though.
Wish wasn't, though.
No, Wish probably should now.
Yeah. Might want to reconsider his position in the laning phase, but a nice ult for Punish. The strength of the AP Ezreal has the Luden's Echo right now with his Runeglaive and Lucidity boots. So stacking the CDR. MLXG's about to stop when he's not playing.
Yeah, and Ezreal not quite as strong on the 5.13 patch. And why is that? Why did he sort of fall off? Because Runeglaive hasn't been nerfed. It's in fact been buffed.
It's the way that you actually work around blocking the Runeglaive. It changes the itemization options from the AP Ezreal to not have the Luden's Echo because it's definitely just not worth it anymore. So the strength is more spiky, it's not constant.
Oh, okay. Well, RNG 4-man strong heading towards the mid lane. They do have a lot of damage to turrets. True Shot Barrage is going to rip through these minions though. Xiaohu staying true to himself, tanking up that turret for as long as possible.
I'm seeing a trend here with Xiaohu and tanking turrets, but making it work. They don't really need to commit to anything too outrageous. They do have the Jace strength well and truly backing them now with poke. They may not want to hard engage, but you look at Unlimited Potential's side, they pretty much want a hard engage. They don't want the Jace to have any impact pre to a fight.
Oh my.
Dead.
Yep, here's all that Mystic Shot. Barely missing Lei there. Did have the ultimate.
No.
But,
oh, Lei did, yeah.
Decides he's not going to use it because how could Punish kill it from full health? That's how.
With his spells.
Yeah.
AP Ezreal starting to scale, that's for sure. Very scary at the moment. He actually hesitated a little bit. He could have very easily had the kill there if he just did the full combo immediately. But you can just see the strength of him right now. Punished is becoming a beast.
Yeah, well, there's the Agony's Embrace from MLXG, forcing the flash out of Heart over the Dragon Wall. So no flash into the Slicing Maelstrom available for Heart for the next 5 minutes. That's a big deal here for RNG because that was a massive reason why UP won the last fight.
That was almost the entirety of the reason as well. So the fact that that is down, a big win for this RNG side. They can work around their strengths. The Corki well and truly ramping up in his strengths at the moment. The Sorkshoe's Trinity Force done. They can siege very well if they aren't engaged on. So the fact that the Kennen has no flash helps with that. But keeping in mind, they've got the Righteous Glory on long. They don't necessarily need that for the Kennen, but it looks to be getting built as well. Not going for the Talisman option. So they're going to have a lot of hard engage options besides the flash, and that's what the Righteous Glory is there to facilitate. Another option.
Yeah, making sure they've got as many as possible. True Shot Barrage launches itself towards the top side of the map, and Punish just seems to be throwing it out off cooldown. You know, hit or miss. Fine, you miss every single True Shot Barrage you don't throw.
But if you hit one, it changes the game. That's the thing with AP Ezreal. You have a Luden's Echo, you have a Runeglaive, so your Q constantly lowering the cooldown of your ultimate by 1 second with every Mystic Shot that does connect, and then you just throw out your ultimate again.
Yep, things really working out. But as we have been watching this game, Whoosh pulling ahead as far as his farm is concerned. 178 to 129 in favor of this Corki player. And now that he has that Trinity Force, of course, the Last Whisper now looks to be built up as the next item here for Whoosh. Getting some advantages here for himself. Definitely. Oh, actually, MLXG is going to super die in the mid lane as Hart. Slicing Maelstrom, seems like Lightning Rush is enough to catch up to the Evelyn.
Oh, he's going.
Yeah, flash depth charge there. Xiaohu's going to flash over the red wall. Valkyrie out for Whoosh and as Punished, looking to try and pick up the kill onto Xiaohu, but not going to find it here. And
they go for Baron.
Yeah, okay. Lei's flanking.
Punish has low mana. Heart's low health, but they are committing.
Yeah, big one does find Sketch and Punish there as well, as this Baron still not too low. Stand United on top of Lei here as well. Gets a nice knock-up. It is going to be taken. The Baron there from the smite out of the mid laner is Lung trying to keep himself alive. RNG just taking so much damage in this fight. True Shot Barrage does find Let Me, but not the Jace this time around. Punish just doing so much damage at the moment. And Whoosh,
come on.
He's dead. Punish is looking for some more mana. Yeah, he's just ran out. His acceleration gate does come down. Xiaohu still with a lot of damage available. Not a lot of turrets to run back to here as well. He's running in the wrong direction, but of course inner turret was taken down earlier on. Acceleration gate, not going to dodge out of the way of the dredge line, and he's going to be dead this time around. Let Me shadow dashing over the Baron wall, but definite victory there for UP.
Definitely, of course. Punished, having that smite, securing the Baron as well, actually getting mana back to use spells with everything he was putting down. Having the Trailblazer helps with that.
Oh yeah.
So being able to actually have relevance in the fight afterwards, where he was quite low in mana, turns around, gives them a big advantage. The gold lead has completely stretched. And as we mentioned just before the fact, the Corki Whoosh has a lot of farm. It's not really saving the rest of his team right now as the 3k gold lead is formed, and the Ezreal is forming a big spike in power.
Oh yeah, now ahead in farm as well. Was down just a little bit, but they pick up their first dragon, as you mentioned.
Yeah, okay, so I was going to say he has a lot of gold. He just bought almost a full death cap.
Yeah. This Ezreal is going to be a complete menace. 4-0 and 4. 8 out of the 10 kills as well, like 80% kill participation for this mid lane Ezreal. Just shows you exactly how effective the True Shot Barrage is at affecting all of the lanes at once, because he wasn't moving from that mid lane in the early stages of the game.
He couldn't move from the lane. Xiaohu kept him down as much as he could, had the first blood, but I guess Jace, in that respect, is only good at pressuring, not completely all-inning. It is super difficult to get onto an Ezreal. Ezreal's pretty good at getting onto Xiaohu, apparently.
Yeah, seems to just use an ultimate. He takes a third of his health, almost like it's global. Pretty ridiculous. Well, Hart looking to try and get some pressure down onto this bottom inner turret. UP with the Baroned up minions, a massive stack of them as well. Skatch just free hitting onto this. There's the pulverize, but Lei doesn't hit anyone with it. Final hour's being popped as the true damage from Skatch doing a whole bunch of work. There's the Stand United. Skatch actually did a whole lot of damage to that shield and tanked up the turret there as well. But RNG, they have lost a member. And a turret now as well. Shadow Dash from Let Me. Going to get stunned up there by the staggering blows, but RNG looks like they're going to be able to disengage from this, but they still lose the turret.
Punish just wants to keep pushing his luck right now. The rest of his side pinging to back off. They get a very easy turret for their troubles. The numbers advantage was not even in their favor. You could see RNG trying to make an engage. They knew they had the advantage. There was one top, Ezreal was mid. That was the signal to go, but they couldn't go. They could not make it happen as the Pink Ward trolls that Raptor sense. He's wondering where the ward is. Cannot get it.
Yep, a little bit frustrating there as Xiaohu and Let Me going to be running
There's a ward
through.
for you.
Yeah, Punish going to be able to pick up at least one ward. There we are, nailed it. Let Me going to head back to base, grab himself some health back. MLXG with his sweeper here towards the top side, just trying to reconsolidate some vision, but RNG, they're falling dangerously behind. Oh, he's found Punish there, but Amy, he's looking for it as well. True Shot Barrage is going to mean that this Evelyn is very close to dead. It is going to be taken down there, is punished by Lei, and somehow MLXG survives.
So a nice ward placed a lot earlier from this RNG side. Makes a pick onto Punished. That's big, but Punished also just completed a death cap, so as big as that pick was, he's had enough time to now buy, get some more items, and then you have to look at the rest of his side. They're ramping up massively. The Vayne is huge. Hart has been making things happen irrespective of the fact that he's 1-4. His impact has been noticed in this game. The top lane, Long, has been facilitating this all to happen, and Amy's just been putting in work.
Oh yeah, Amy has been all around this map. 2-0 and 5. Does have the Randuins completed as well. Decided to go with the Cinderhulk. Just wanted to grab some more tankiness on this lineup because they've got a lot of damage.
They do.
Well, Jacko actually going to get knocked up here by Amy. Of course, decides to take no damage. Mostly owing to his build there as well. As Long looking to take down some Raptors. Tunnel's going to get destroyed.
I guess
RNG.
The thing that really was a big factor in this early game rotation from the RNG side is MLXG putting a lot of pressure into lanes, but not finding success with those pressure points that he placed. He's been putting a lot of time into it, sinking that time, whereas we sort of saw Amy was just farming the jungle. He was just PvEing as long as possible. And now he's a beast. He's really big. MLXG's far from that, really.
Yeah, and this is the same story of RNG that we see most of the time. Is the fact that MLXG tries to make things happen, but he's trying far too hard and letting himself fall far too far behind.
Yeah, it's the risk-reward factor. MLXG puts all of it into the risk column.
Eggs are in one basket, Rusty.
All in one basket. He did not find the rewards so far in this game, but they're still scaling all right. They've got the Jace Corki, so there's a window where they do drop off in terms of their power, but you have to look at the Jace, say he's stacking magic resistance, so he's not looking to get any stronger in terms of damage output. He's looking to actually survive a fight. You look at the Corki, working towards a Blade of the Ruined King, will still continue to stack in power, but it's not comparable to that of a Vayne. So their window is starting to get smaller. The door is closing. Punish is still taking damage, though.
Yeah, nice shock blast there from Xiao, who's still doing, like you mentioned, relatively decent damage to this Ezreal. He doesn't have a whole lot of tanky stats. There's the shock blast as Punish forced to use the flash, and Shadow Dash lands onto Punish. Let me grabs the kill there as Hart, he's engaged on the other side. Whoosh going to get taken down very low. Nice three-man pulverizes. Whoosh manages to survive that little bit longer. Hart's going to fall down. Manages to take down the Vayne as well. Let me get the Shadow Dash onto Amy, who's very tanky, but not tanky enough. And RNG, they may even break the base off this.
They should be able to break the base. They've got a minion wave. They could get this inhibitor at the very least. 20 seconds remaining on every member of the Unlimited Potential side. That was just caught in rotation right there. Punish found himself completely caught out of position. MLXG stalking him for an extended period of time. They find him with his pants down, completely unaware. They turn that into an inhibitor on the back of a single pick. Now Punish is doing damage, but so is this RNG side. As I said, the window was getting smaller, their opportunities closing on them, but they found one at the ideal time.
Yeah, Looks actually found Let Me here. Shadow dashes away. Hart finds his way in as well. This could be actually the pick onto the Shen. Did use the flash in order to try and get himself to safety. Shadow Dash going to be available pretty soon. Gets over the Dragon Pit. Dragon actually comes back up. Very nice.
Well timed for Unlimited Potential to maybe go for that Dragon immediately. Everyone recalling from RNG. They just don't have vision around the area. In saying that,
Baron's up.
They may just go for the Baron knowing that they're near the Dragon.
Yeah, MLXG is hanging around here. They do have the vision available. Cleared out all of these pink wards, now dying on the side of UP. Long and Amy, not a whole lot of damage here, but they are going to be able to secure that Dragon because they're not taking any damage at all.
Yeah, they'll take the Dragon easily, and Ezreal even using that ultimate to ensure they're not doing the Baron in the meanwhile. So smart play here. They didn't get the pick onto the Shen, but they had the numbers advantage well and truly in their favor. They make it work, and they get something for it. But in saying that, they've lost their inhibitor now. The gold leader's shrunk indefinitely. It's about 1,400 gold between them at the moment. And RNG are the ones in control of the Baron area, ready to go.
Yeah, Talisman's been popped, but RNG don't like it. Not going to take this particular engage. As UP still able to get some wards over the side. Know that RNG aren't doing the Baron, but it's going to get cleared out pretty quick.
Yeah, actually using the Scrying Orb, I believe, to spot they're not in the Baron pit, and that's a sign that they're not doing the Baron. They're trying to cheese you and catch you on the way to the Baron pit. So again, Ezreal not using his ultimate for anything other than scouting the Baron at the moment to ensure they're not doing it. And that signals a lot about RNG's control in this game all of a sudden, is that it's completely and in its entirety in favor of them around the objective that is Baron. Unlimited Potential starting to push their way in now, knowing that they don't have the numbers there. But for that period of time, they had themselves a window to engage. They may have lost that window, but the gold leaders shrunk. Their power is still exponentially increased because of that inhibitor fight.
Yeah, but UP now managed to grab themselves back some Baron control, and it looks like this ward, the only one surviving here from RNG near the pit as Sketch takes half of his health. Xiao going to get caught up by that dredge line though as MLXG. He's got the ultimate from Shen on top of him. Sketch using the QSS already means that he can't get out of that Shadow Dash as he ignites down on top of him. Let Me is going to secure the kill in the end. MLXG trying to deal with this backline of UP is punished down very, very low. Lung able to net the kill onto Let Me. MLXG somehow survived as well as RNG going to clear out a pink ward on their way out, but they're very low.
Split focus from the RNG side. They couldn't commit to punish. Corki going all in whoosh, trying to find the kill onto punish, but he just gets away very slippery. And then the rest of the side of RNG focusing the tanks, the front members. Sketch the only big casualty of that fight, even using the QSS and Blade, but still going down. A very nice engage from Long, and it secures the knockup, which allows the Ezreal ultimate. That's one of the key factors of this team comp, is that it's impossible to dodge that ultimate combo. But they didn't get a direct kill from it. The Guardian Angel from Xiaohu, a very smart decision to ensure he doesn't instantly die from the burst that is going to come out of this unlimited potential side. And I say burst sparingly because Sketch is there, but if they kill Sketch first like they just did, it's their only burst.
Yeah, it's their only option here. 70. Oh my goodness, Lei again. Forced to use the flash out of the last Mystic Shock, so going to survive this time, but no flash pulverizers for this Alistair, and UP going to take this as an opportunity to do the Baron.
Deja vu right there.
Oh yeah.
The exact same thing happening again. They're going for this.
Yeah, there's the teleport out of Let Me as well. Ward in the back of the Baron pit at the same time. MLXG, he's going to get depth charge. Let Me's going to get knocked up. That's a 3-man Shadow Dash from Let Me, and a brilliant shockwave. There's the headbutt pulverized from Lei. Going to sacrifice himself in the end. Does eventually fall down. RNG, they have traded 2 for 1. RNG managed to get everything right, but it just didn't work out enough.
The Eve didn't even get to use her ultimate. That was the big issue, is she's just tried to engage, and Sketch can handily take her down before they can translate that into anything further. They get a nice fight. Punish goes down. But again, they just didn't have 5 collective members as a unit.
Yeah, there's the dredge line knock up onto Xiaohu as well. Sketch looking to try and take down the Jace, who just destroys Amy hard in there, stunning up Whoosh. And Xiaohu as well. Whoosh somehow still alive. Doesn't manage to get himself into this fight as Xiaohu gonna get the stands united. Long not doing any damage as Xiaohu's trying to look for Heart. Accelerated Shock Blast not gonna be able to catch up to that lightning rush. Yeah, depth charge onto Whoosh. Almost kills the little Corki.
He's got him.
Xiaohu might be able to turn this one around, but he maybe actually just get double killed here as Lei and MLXG. They find their way in. True Shot Barrage just destroys Xiaohu there.
Jeez.
And Lung just tries to dredge line his way out. And RNG, they're just like, we are getting baited over and over again. I don't want any more of this.
He was still running at them by the end of it. That was just very awkward to be in that position. Nautilus getting a second ultimate off by the end of that fight. Ezreal back up alive. Gets a kill with his ultimate. At unlimited potential, they find a prolonged fight. It was something we spoke about at the very beginning. And you referenced the bot lane in that respect.
Oh, don't do it, MLXG.
I was going to say, that'd be like the 4th bait in a row, trying to kill Long. That did not work. But again, to touch on the point, Corki, the rest of this RNG side are very good in their burst style of trades. It is almost the entirety of their team fight. Unlimited potential, if they can prolong the fight, poke them down, and then just all in, that's where they reign supreme.
Flash Shadow Dash is available by Let Me here if he wants to try and get his way into this fight. The Baron very, very low. MLXG looking to try and steal it. Doesn't grab it as Amy's in there. The Pulverize going to be available as Lei's going to get condemned out of here. So Sketch not going to catch that one. Xiaohu with the Shock Blast does kill the Vayne. Punish falls down as well. RNG finally finding a fight that they wanted.
They just get a better engage this time. They fight better around each other as a team, and they just kill the enemies of unlimited potential too quickly for them to do anything. Punish down again, Sketch down so quickly, and Heart is super squishy. So if he's ever in the backline, which he always is because he's a cannon, he spends most of his time running away immediately after pressing the ultimate. Unlimited potential's just not able to continue to get these repeated fights that RNG are forcing onto them and make it hurt. They're going for the finish.
Yeah, Xiaohu looking to try and win the game here as Whoosh going to get the depth charge on top of him. Amy and Longo not with a whole lot of damage, but they do have the tankiness to try and get the RNG members out of here late. Not going to get found by that dredge line as have to be careful of Amy as... Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's resigned himself to dying.
Yep. Oh, cute little true shot barrage.
Had to be, didn't it?
It did.
That's pretty scary. They tried to end the game, an overcommitment, but they are so far in control in terms of positioning on the map that they could go for that or just put some pressure down, get a turret. They do get one, so all in all, I mean, the gold lead is still actually in favor of unlimited potential by a sizable amount, back to what it originally was, about the biggest lead they've had so far. The third dragon goes down, so a bit of move speed, very handy for trying to live through this side of RNG's engage. It's just back to standard, basically, though, at this stage. You look at them both. Either one of them could win a fight. It comes down to execution right now because no one's directly in favor.
Yeah, and let me know as well. Not deciding to go with the Trinity Force build. Looks like he's going to grab another Spectre Scout, possibly that Banshee's Veil as his 5th item here. So the Shen going to be incredibly tanky.
Oh yeah, the Shen's going to be a monster. He needs to be respected. And the fact that he can save someone else as well is it's a massive point to make. He can split push. He's just going to have this really big impact in the game right now if he can work around his strengths. Long doesn't have the teleport just yet. It'll be up very soon, so they can both get to a fight. But it's the fact that one of them has an overshield that can really impact the fight. If Unlimited Potential try to engage something, it can get turned around very easily, whereas the Nautilus is delayed. It's not an instant usefulness in a fight.
Yeah, and Jahu actually going to be split pushing at the moment. Doesn't have his Guardian Angel just yet, but it's going to be up in a minute or so. So that's when they'll probably look to fight. The slow push now on for these minions. Actually pretty fast shove there on the bottom side of the map for RNG. Going to try and position these waves aggressively so that UP will have to respond.
Yeah, you can see the wave control is favoring RNG right now, and that's one of the innate strengths of having a Shen at all, is that even if he's not in that side lane that's being affected, he's generally in the other one as well. So there's multiple things to consider at all stages. The Eve is still quite tanky. It's not really worth noting. The big factor right now for RNG is going to be this Jace, what he can do in fights, and if they can keep Jace alive.
Oh, Amy. Yeah, they're looking for the engage here. Headbutt out here, so no massive Nautilus for the beginning of this one as Lay's going to get the stand united. Unbreakable Will's looking pretty breakable at the moment. MLXG just gets destroyed. So much damage when UP get the engage they're looking for. True Shot Barrage finds Woosh. He gets knocked up. Nice headbutt out for Lay, who sacrifices himself in the end. Final hour, just going to make sure that no one is escaping from this vein. And UP, they may have found it.
They have found their way in. They should be easily able to get this inhibitor now, but it is 2 against 5. Nobody going down from Unlimited Potential. RNG, they were just caught out of position. The Ezreal burst onto Lay has constantly surprised him right now. There is just no answer. You can't even press your ultimate in time. And he's so low that once a fight actually does break out, whether he's caught, whether they're trying to fight, he's spending most of his time trying to run with no health and his ultimate active.
Well, Jahu now with the Guardian Angel back up, but they've lost an inhibitor, so a couple of inhibitors down. Amy looking to try and defend the last remaining Nexus turret, but it's getting obliterated by these super creeps. Thankfully, there is a set of them coming in now as well, considering that bottom turret has fallen down. Bottom inhibitor, sorry. Jahu grabs himself a Gromp, but he's 62 CS down now, and that's a 6-item punished.
Yeah, that's massive. That is a very, very scary Ezreal to consider. He has ramped up to the point where he's even upgraded his boots for alacrity enchantments to have some more move speed. Has the Dragon 3 buff to boot as well, so in a very scary position against this Ezreal. RNG looking to make a pick potentially. They know that they're not standing on wards. MLXG doesn't need to worry about that. He's an Eve.
And Eve standing still.
Yeah.
Oh, Tremorsen's going to spot him now.
Yeah. They have pings on them.
They know exactly where MLXG is.
He's not even moving. Yeah, hang on, he was still there.
Yeah, they're still looking for him. Tremorsense is going to spot out the Evelynn. Dredgeline lands as there's the stand united on top of this Eve, but he's just not very tanky. Lemmy finds his way into the fight, gets stunned up immediately. Shadow Dash not going to find anyone of note here as Woosh. He's off on the backside, able to do some work here. Jahu finally finding his way in, but all the tanks are dead on the side of RNG. Woosh is going to get singled out. Sketch grabs that kill, a double for the Vayne thus far as Letme looking to try and get himself to safety with Jahu. MLXG back in base, but UP, they're just looking to try and grab more objectives. As actually, Jahu does try and get a kill, but not going to get anything. It's another True Shot Barrage takedown there from Punished. Very, very cute stuff.
basically trying to delay. They've all gone bottom, which indicates they're trying to finish the game and not let Jace recall. The Rek'Sai being a pain.
Oh my
Being
goodness.
a big pain. And they should even be able to do this.
Yeah, they are going to be able to take the victory here. Xiaohu unable to get back, and Sketch is going to take down the Eve. Amy pays for his annoyance.
Damn that Rek'Sai.
Yeah, that is a battle but not the war situation here as UP take down RNG for our first match of Week 8. And look, Ezreal's pretty strong in the mid lane, Rusty.
If there's one thing you can take from this game, it is almost entirely that fact. The Ezreal needs to be considered for the rest of these games on this weekend. The impact he had sitting mid lane, getting kills bottom, he just makes it all work for his team, whether he's winning lane or not.
Yeah.
They tried their best. Xiaohu did well in mid lane, but he could not translate that into anything. The Ezreal still could.
Yeah, Punished was just able to win multiple lanes as well. This is something that you mentioned sort of during the game, was the fact that an Ezreal, with that True Shot Barrage, the global availability, and its sort of large amount of utility that it offers. Of course, you think of it just as a damage spell, but you can control waves with it. You can finish off low enemy champions with it and create yourself a lead in the mid lane without actually having to leave. It's just ridiculous, the amount that you can use that ultimate for.
Definitely, and the fact that the rest of the team comp of Unlimited Potential worked around the Ezreal. They could first pick that. The rest of their draft reflected that they have the Ezreal, the all-in features of their team comp. The fact they've got stuns and knockups in particular. They changed for the Rek'Sai. They had the Nautilus ultimate. It's very hard to miss an Ezreal ult when they're knocked up and unable to move. So it's a big help for team fighting stages. So not only did they do well during laning phase for this Ezreal, they did well out of laning phase because they had a team comp around him. So it needs to be considered.
Yeah, and then Scatch just got to that late game Vayne stage where these big tanks weren't big tanks. The percent true damage, pretty silly coming out of those silver bolts. But we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, it's going to be game 2 between UP and RNG. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I am Max Alessanders, and this is Zach Rusty Pie. Very excited to get into Game 2 between RNG and UP. UP managing to come back from, down an inhibitor there in the mid lane, but RNG never really looked like they had a firm control of that game.
There were glimpses again. They were finding control. They got an inhibitor, to be perfectly honest. They found it out of nowhere on the back of Eve, the stalking style of play that they were running. Burst-oriented stalking, but it was a beautiful mess of a game, essentially.
It's such a weird phrase.
Yeah.
Burst-oriented
stalking.
I like it.
Yeah, it's out of nowhere you get bursted by a Jason and Corky, but there's the Eve to... Yeah, anyway, it was basically like a beautiful mess, that game. Yeah. It was so back and forth. You didn't really know what was going to happen until the game actually ended. Inhibitors back and forth between them, but the end result, Unlimited Potential and Ezreal, they find a pretty convincing win.
Yeah, Sketch's Vayne also able to get a lot of consistent damage off in these team fights at the same time, and it seems like the power of Shen not quite enough to deal with the power of Ezreal here on 5.12. So the patch well and truly in control, and we'll see whether Ezreal gets a ban this time around, or whether, considering the fact that RNG now on the blue side, whether they'll be able to grab that one up. But I have a feeling that UP, they're going to understand they just need to get rid of that champion if they're on red side.
It probably just shouldn't be in the game. As the players that actually used the Ezreal, I would suggest banning it when you can't first pick it.
Oh, yeah, but look, on the side of RNG, it's the jungle control rate that really stands out for me, because Amy was just all over MLXG at the beginning of that game. Double his farm in the early stages, punished with the MVP. Makes a little bit of sense considering this Ezreal 8, 4, and 12. Really doing a whole lot of work here in the mid lane, and look, he's just pretty strong at the moment.
Certainly very strong, and it makes a lot of sense again that he was the MVP in that game. He performed stellar in that. He made the kills happen everywhere across the map, not just the mid lane, which is a big factor, and then I guess translated that into further advantages for them.
Yeah. Of course, the Ezreal just able to affect everywhere at once, but was there anywhere else on the map that really stood out for you? Because Long, in the late game, which is where we don't expect Nautilus to really do all that much, he was unkillable.
Yeah, he was unkillable, but finding kills, which is the most important part. 1v2 against a Corky and a Jace, picks up one, baits the other one into eventually having a really bad time, and then almost the Evelyn comes in afterwards. So the top laner Long, he was a beast. He was a freak of nature, but Amy, again, we saw the jungle control rate, needs to be mentioned. He was what I thought was potentially an MVP, didn't stand out in terms of performance, which is why the Ezreal received it, but the jungle control at MLXG spending way too much time looking for ganks that he couldn't find. Amy would just control the jungle, calm and collect it, and when he ganked, it was effective.
Yeah, and MLXG is as well sort of, I guess, maybe just not quite giving enough, credence to the fact that there was the Tremor Sense on the board. The fact that they could just find out where that Evelyn was, and they were hunting him down. Oh, yeah. It didn't matter what happened. You just had the Righteous Glory popped immediately as soon as they knew where MLXG was, and he just did not last.
Well, that's essentially how they won the game as well. Is MLXG trying to be really cute, standing still in the middle of the lane, but the Tremor Sense saw exactly where the Evelyn was. So they just waited until they were grouped up enough, used Righteous Glory into Nautilus. Evelyn dies, MLXG goes down. That was essentially the game from that one blunder, and they picked Evelyn into Rek'Sai.
They did.
Is the weird part about this, and Rek'Sai, one of the few champions that excels against the Evelyn for the Tremor Sense. You don't need to have wards when you can see her walking through your sonar radar.
Well, we'll see what happens this time around as we hop onto the Rift, because what changes apart from the Ezreal do you think that RNG should make moving into this game? Because I felt like the Jace was very strong, but maybe into a different champion that isn't just ridiculous in the late game, like this Ezreal with the Runeglaive, could have been sort of a different story here for RNG, because they came close to a victory.
Yeah, so I think the Evelyn, probably the one thing that should change in this next draft. The Jace Corky, very strong. Shen works with it quite well. They had the Alistar as well, so I mean, it was great all in all. Their team comp was what it needed to be. I guess the Evelyn just couldn't make anything happen, so perhaps the Gragas give another engage/disengage option on the back of this side. Maybe find a victory from that instead. The Evelyn was smart. It was almost a bit of cheese in the way that it was played, though. It wasn't very standard in the way that it was working around the map. So either adjusting play style or adjusting the champion in the jungle to allow the rest of the team to bridge them into a stronger phase with vision control.
Yeah, and talking about the bottom lane as well, Hart, his engages with the Slicing Maelstrom were fantastic. His pressure, especially early on in the game, grabbing that early level 2 and really threatening this Corky Alistar lane, which is known on paper to be a really, really scary lane. Of course, they were waiting for that level 2. Of course, didn't quite get there in time, which is a lot of the reason why there was a lot of pressure. But, man, the fact that Vayne in a lane against Corki could actually have lane control, especially early on, was ridiculous.
It is unreal to consider. And then you have to look past the laning phase as well. Not only did they have control then, the engages from Hart in the mid-game around the Dragon, cementing his team an advantage and a lead in gold, is just massive for his team. He flashes in with a Righteous Glory, doesn't even die, and stuns basically every single member on his way out. It was just phenomenal, and he bridged the gap again. The Vayne got going from that. The mid lane Ezreal was starting to ramp up, but it wasn't comparable to the Jace until after that. He got a double kill. So it was just massive. It was impactful. Every single member of Unlimited Potential played a part in ensuring they got to the end result.
Yeah. And Unlimited Potential just playing very, very well as a team. As you can see, there's their logo on the screen right now.
The big old logo. And
we'll see whether they can pick up a 2-0 victory, because that's another thing that this team must be definitely looking towards, is the fact that they're stuck towards the bottom end of the standing, sitting sort of, you know, 4th last position at the moment. And if they manage to pick up 3 points, they're a whole lot closer to sort of the upper echelon of teams.
Definitely. Want to find themselves a 2-0 today. Getting closer towards the end of this split also is very important. They just try and, at the very least, avoid the auto-relegations.
Yeah.
So that they are in a safer position, can work towards the next split as well, being a new side. They've still had a very strong performance, 12-16 so far. I guess now 13-16 if we look into this next game.
Yeah.
So they're not doing by any means bad, but they just need to ramp it up, step up that performance, and bring back the team that beat EDG for the rest of this split.
Yeah, and they made it into the LPL alongside Xiaogu here as well, sort of both of these teams rocketing up through the LSPL. Xiaogu, they're sitting in first position equal with EDG, so you know that it can happen out of these LSPL teams. Of course, you know, the season before it was Snake doing a very similar job, managing to end up in, I believe it was about 3rd position heading towards those playoffs. So look, we'll see whether UP can manage to get a late surge. Victor going to be banned away one more time. RNG removing that one from Punish. Thresh going to be the next answer, and RNG going to take away the Ezreal.
Jahu, I guess, not wanting to play that or not wanting to see it because he has another idea in mind for their team comp or another priority for their first pick, perhaps looking at the jungle, maybe even looking at the...
I find it really strange.
It is.
They banned it away.
I guess it could force another ban. Keep in mind, Sivir, Kalista, both possibilities for their first pick. I guess there's a lot of reasons as to why you could ban it. More so the fact that they just don't want to play it themselves, and you never want to give it up. We saw what Punish did with it last game.
Yeah. And they might just look to try and lock down the Jace pick one more time. Of course, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And Xiaohu definitely played a great Jace that game. So UP looking for their final ban. Kalista, Thresh already banned away, and now they have one more option to go with. Ryze banned on the blue side once more. So RNG don't necessarily want to take sort of these considered incredibly strong picks at the moment.
Yeah, there's still a lot of strong picks up, though. The Echo being banned, one of the points of contention between both of these junglers, now taken off the board in its entirety, leaves open the Fizz, perhaps. There's also the Sivir, the Alistar. There's a lot of options still available. But it seems to me as though we're moving towards 5.12 into 5.13 in the patches, and this champion is becoming a big issue.
Yeah, Shen able to get around the map, really become a huge tank. Didn't work out for RNG last time around, but it wasn't on the back of Let Me as to why they lost.
No, not at all. But in saying that, you have a look at their opposition, and there was a big impact from their top laner.
Yeah, and Lung's just going to lock that one in right away. The Nautilus one more time. Of course, Hart, he's a great hook player. Of course, able to play the Nautilus if they want to put him on that one. So nice flex pick there from the top laner of Unlimited Potential. I'm LXG. Considering going back to the Evelyn one more time.
Yeah, he's definitely considering that, but you're right, the pick from this Unlimited Potential side, the Nautilus has the flex potential, top or support, depending on what Hart wants. It does leave open the Alistar on the flip side here, though, so an interesting drafting choice for them. Nautilus taking priority, but Gragas also taking priority over the Rex side this time. Evelyn could be a smarter decision, perhaps, if they do opt into that one again. There's no Tremor Sense to spot them.
Well, he's going to be locked in here, and it is going to be Wushin taking his Vayne into Sketch, so taking it away from him this time around. Sketch looking at a Graves in response. We'll see what UP decide to do, whether they're going to leave Punish pick till last, whether it's going to be something else. They've got a whole lot of different options, just considering the flexibility that they now have.
If they go for the Lucian, will they go for the Janna Lucian insta-lock it and just take on that Vayne with raw aggression in the 1v1 style of play. It's very possible.
Well, it is looking to be a Janna here, locked away here for Heart. So back into a very comfort champion here. Of course, even goes back to when he was playing for Samsung Blue. Heart more than happy to grab that one. And it is going to be Tristana by the looks of things as far as that AD carry.
That's an interesting decision. Definitely is weird. They may, I guess, because of that, be looking towards a lane swap as a possibility. The Tristana and the Janna excel at taking down turrets because you can put a shield on a Trist and the explosive shot scales with AD. Need I say more? They can take them down very quickly, but again, it's an interesting decision to put the Tristana with the Janna. Almost telegraphs the potential strategy of super aggression, but also a very weak laning phase. But then you're against the Vayne, so that laning phase is kind of strong.
Yeah, well, RNG considering some interesting options here. Of course, Xiaohu locking away the Jace is no surprise at all, but Lei is thinking about a Lulu support.
Yeah. He's not just thinking.
Yeah, that's going to be locked away. Thoughts, musings, Rusty?
I just want to double check if it is still the Lulu support or if they're going to go top lane Lulu. Yeah. I wouldn't write it off as a possibility, but the Lulu support, I guess, most likely in this team comp, it's a bit weird. Like, it's a lot weird, really. They don't have a full support, like a dedicated support option now. They've got two pseudo support, pseudo damage options. The Shen has the shield. The Lulu very shield and ultimate inclined, but direct support, non-comparable to that of a Janna.
Yep.
But has a lot of lane pressure and lane presence. And the cool thing about Lulu, if you throw back to the 4v0 meta that we did see last year, is if there's lane swaps involved, Lulu's one of the best turret takers in the world.
Yeah, that's a good point. Of course, getting some extra range there that you wouldn't normally have.
It's the wave clear at level 1 as well, so you can just hard push or control the waves very well.
Well, it does look like Lei's going to be taking that Lulu towards the bottom side. Whimsy on a Vayne, very, very strong. Of course, you do have the Night Hunter. You can sort of catch up relatively quickly as a Vayne in general, but with Whimsy, you're even faster.
Yeah, I mean, you have a look at the flip side here, the unlimited potential lineup, and it says to me that they are trying to lane swap. It almost is a completely telegraphed strategy by picking the Twisted Fate. You've got turret-taking machines, and then it unlocks the Twisted Fate ultimates to be in positions where they can't default back to a turret and hide behind it because there isn't one available.
Well, we are going to have exactly the same top lane matchup. Again, Let Me going to be taking the Shen into the Nautilus here of Lung. We'll see whether Lung can have another fantastic performance here. MLXG able to skirt out of the way of the Tremor Sense as Amy's going to now pick up the Gragas. A little bit more of a similar flavor there for the jungler on the side of UP. And Xiaohu this time taking the Jace into the Twisted Fate. And Wushin is going to be Vayne into the Tristana.
Yeah, the direct 1v1, not really worth noting as we move to the supports, the Lulu and the Janna. Those are the big factors in this bottom lane right now. If the Janna can time those shields with Trist, then it's a very difficult lane for RNG. But if RNG can make it work, if the Vayne and Lulu can actually put down the damage, then it's a very volatile bot lane in a 2v2.
Yeah, well, we'll see how it works as we hop onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, RNG versus UP, Game 2 for our first matchup of the evening. UP looking to try and grab 3 points from this one, and RNG looking to try and tie it up. Grab themselves at least one on their way out today.
Nice to see a change in strategy, and they're not going to walk into each other at level 1 and have a completely barbaric fight where chaos would ensue. But in saying that, there's still groups, still looking to make things happen. I guess the big question, it's something that I've posed a couple times now during that champion select, is unlimited potential going to lane swap? Are they going to put that into effect knowing that a Vayne Lulu is actually not bad at 2v1ing themselves?
Yeah, it's a good point. Looks like both teams waiting for each other at the moment. 5 members strong, unable to get too much vision down, but you can see on the bottom side of the map, both teams pretty well aware of what's coming towards them.
Late invading the blue buff here, RNG. They're waiting in a very weird bush.
They are. And MLXG, he can scout ahead if he wants to. But he decides he doesn't really feel like it. Anyone could be waiting in that brush around the side. Long going to replace
they're going.
the ward from
the pings are
before. That's a green ward, though.
Yeah, it's not going to spot him. It's going to spot these guys, though. The late invade.
Late invade indeed. Mid laners are going to find each other here in the mid. Ward's going to go down. UP 4 members strong. Nice knock up onto MLXG. Already taken half of his health here. 3-man Shadow Dash from Let Me once again as the blue buff is trying to help out.
What is happening?
Oh, punish with the red card. That's a lot of damage onto 3 members here. There's the flash body slam. Lay's going to fall down. Tristana once again grabbing a very early kill. As MLXG, he's going to get caught. It's a 2-for-0 in favor of UP. RNG tried to start that one up. Xiaohu's just like, okay, you guys fight. I'm just going to go try and get something here in the mid lane as you guys be silly.
And it just felt completely predicted as well. Unlimited Potential stayed grouped. They stayed back behind the base neutral vision areas where people do like to put down the wards, and they waited to start the jungle up. They didn't even start it because their vision was in the right areas to spot the rest of this RNG side coming in to deal with the blue buff to push them away. They come out ahead with 2 kills, in fact, for their troubles. Tristana started rocket jump, but is going to be level 2 already. This side of Unlimited Potential have got themselves a big advantage, like beyond big.
Yeah, this is a 2v1ing Tristana as well. He's just taking no damage from these glitter lances.
Not even worried.
No, not scared at all. She's a pirate. Be fine. Explosive shots doing a bit of work. See how it explodes. Whoosh decides he wants to try and share the damage. Doesn't manage to.
Unfortunate, really. He was trying his best to get the damage down. Yeah. But Heart's now back as well, and you look at where both of the kills went for Unlimited Potential. It is this bot lane. 1 kill apiece between the support and the AD carry. And that's a very, very scary predicament to find yourself in as a Vayne and a Lulu, as Swoosh just decides he really likes explosive shots.
Yeah, wants to get on top of it. Scatch taking a little bit of damage here, but he's not worried at all. Level 3 to the level 2 of the RNG bottom lane. Heart finally making it to level 2. He's going to be able to offer some Eye of the Storms to Scatch now. This lane is just going to be horrendous.
Yeah, horrendous is definitely one way of putting it, that's for sure. But keep in mind, no summoner spells available from the Janna, so there's no Ignite there. Yep. They can still catch the Janna out because she doesn't have the flash, but then there's also no Ignite from Lei and no summoners from Whoosh. So it's going to be a very passive-aggressive style of lane. You've got Scatch pushing the advantage of raw levels, but not really a kill threat.
And Jahu actually just completely in control as MLXG is going to be able to take himself down a Rift Scuttler.
Down a level though.
Yeah, level 2. Let Me gets the Shadow Dash off though. MLXG trying to secure the kill under Amy. Red buff is still ticking down. Lung being a menace. MLXG flashes forward. Nice use of the barrel, but Amy's getting hate spiked to death. It's going to be close here, but he's drinking
Jace.
stuff, so he's going to be okay. Oh, Shock Blast. He's looking for it. Lung trying to body block. And Scatch is going to take down Lei there. There's the reset on the rocket jump as well, as Silver Bolts are available. Oh, no, not able to get off the auto attack, and Scatch, he's not going to die.
I actually think he got the auto off, but he got held back from the kill, and the minions stopped hitting him. So very well played here from Unlimited Potential's bot lane. A 2-for-0 in a 2v2 lane. This is getting very scary right now for this RNG side to deal with. The early aggression being punished, but speaking of, the Jace is in such control in this mid lane, he was able to rotate top, but because he didn't find anything, TF's back in the lane.
Yeah, only 4 CS behind now as well. It is going to be a tier picked up by the Jace, has just gone back, grab that item, so no extra damage stats, it's only going to be mana translatable from this one. Punish just throwing out wildcards, he's ahead now.
Yeah, and then you have to keep in mind the TF passive, so every time he's slightly ahead, he's slightly more ahead than you would actually think. So actually quite happy in this mid lane. It's not really a lane that a Twisted Fate should ever dream of being ahead in at all. So you have to be very happy with this result so far.
Yeah. Well, Whoosh and Lei still trying to hold this wave, but it is going to be pushing towards UP. Plays into the hands of this Tristana quite nicely. Joe's going very aggressive onto Punish now as well. There's the speed up.
That was a very aggressive combo. He is so confident in this lane right now, even with just the tier, using all of his spell rotations to make sure the trades are positive. Trying to keep Punish down. Only has mobility-based summoner spells also, so actually in a very content position is the Jace. But this bot lane is so far from happy.
Yeah, explosive shot on top of Whoosh as well, takes so much damage. There's going to be a Blade of the Ruin King Scatch as well, so this Tristana, we're going to grab some attack speed first up, not going for that Infinity Edge, which is an option oftentimes.
It's not too bad because you've got the Janna with you also, so you've got an AD, little bit of a buffer there from the Eye of the Storm, then you've got some attack speed, some on-hit damage from the Blade, and then you've got the active for utility, so it's going to work out very well with having the Janna and the support, allowing them to be as aggressive as they are as well. just puts the shield down for no reason. Just to bully them out.
Yeah, well, it is definitely going to work. Woosh is just getting zoned away from so much farm. Skatch just sitting so far ahead in this lane.
Yeah,
Looks
that's...
yeah, Amy grabbing some help here for the jungler. Xiaohu looking to try and just find his way down. So UP, a lot of their power now on the bottom side of the map, and it looks like MLXG and team have decided that this is where the focus wants to be. MLXG making his way around. There's the Stand United on top of the Evelyn as he's trying to make his way in. There goes Letme. Shadow Dash is going to be on top of Skatch. He's going to fall down as the Tristana gets shot down. Destiny in here as well as they're looking for MLXG. There's the gold card on delay. Wildcards finishes it up. And Depth Charge on top of MLXG actually knocks up Letme at the same time, but RNG safely under their turret. In the end, it is going to be a 1-for-1 though.
1-for-1, but Skatch does go down, which is going to be very handy considering it was a 3-kill spree as well. So a bit of extra gold here. Unfortunately going on to Letme, to say the least, but a Shen can definitely carry a game if he gets going. So it's nice to actually get some favor back, some control back in, because Skatch went down. Whoosh can just sit in this bot lane and get some farm, something that he was sorely missing for the past 2 minutes of this laning phase. So all in all, it's still a good end result here for RNG.
Yeah, of course, Whoosh only about 10 CS behind here as well, so able to pick up a few more creeps as Skatch makes his way back towards the lane.
Now he may actually just freeze the lane here for as long as possible. Tristana as well. Whoosh, having not recalled, will want to do so.
Well, Whoosh now looking to head back to base. We'll see exactly what happens as far as UP's reaction. They will know that this Vayne probably wants to go back and grab some items. Just grabs himself a Bilgewater Cutlass, heads on back to lane. So recurve bow behind as far as this build is concerned. And Skatch, it's very difficult for a Tristana to freeze, especially once you've taken.
Yeah, it's impossible, but you do it as long as you can. You only last hit when they're at as little health as possible to help you out a bit.
Yeah.
Just try and find a CS advantage. Never really able of freezing, ever. So still, it's a CS advantage, it's an experience advantage, and it's definitely an item advantage as they've just been handily winning this lane.
Yeah, and speaking of handily winning lanes, Xiaohu almost 20 CS in the lead over Punished. Punished now 1-0-2 though, so the Jace probably not with that much of a gold lead.
No, he wouldn't be near a gold lead at all, really. The CS advantage is going to be nice, but because he's had no kill participations, he's just sitting mid trying to scale himself up to become that big overbearing beast of a mid-game carry. In saying that, the Twisted Fate has the blue buff, he can wave clear, does not have a sheen yet, so his ganks still aren't that impactful. He'll most likely need Amy to be wherever he does go. But the ultimate is up pretty soon. Amy's working topside near red buff. They may just go for a top turret, perhaps?
Yeah, potentially just group up, try and take down Letme, who's pretty strong. He does have, of course, the Null Magic Mantle, a cheeky Ruby Crystal, and, of course, the Balmy Cinder there just to give him some effective tanky stats. And the Wave Clip from the Cinder is pretty handy as well. But UP now with 2,000 gold in their lead at 10 minutes into this game. Dragon hasn't been considered by either side just yet. We'll see who decides to draw first blood on that one. Skatch just doing so much damage to this turret. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, that turret's going to go down sooner or later. It's up to them as to when they want to take it, really. They're in such control. Xiaohu's actually pushing to leave now. To go somewhere else or to get an item. Oh, blue buff.
Yeah, trying to pick that one up. And she's starting that one up for him as well. So, well, actually has a lot of control here in this lane.
Yep.
Stretch line actually landed as well.
He has a whole lot of control in this lane right now, and again, it's the early strength of the Nautilus. Shen eventually starts to reign supreme, but that's a nice bait.
Yeah, Destiny coming down as well. They look for the depth charge. There's the explosive cast because MLXG is going to tank up a little bit as well, but Destiny wasn't used. I believe that was Xiaohu cancelling it. Punish was trying to get away. And now RNG with a lot of pressure here in the mid turret.
Xiaohu putting in work for his team right now. He doesn't need to leave the mid lane to have an impact.
Oh, MLXG, there's a Stand United on top of him. Monsoon doesn't get rid of the Evelyn, and Letme's going to easily lock down the kill onto Nautilus. So Shen, 2-0 now.
Yeah, ramping up. This Shen's becoming really big. Once that Manamune's completed for Jace, they're going to have the front line that they are definitely looking for. Okay.
Going to befriend the damage with that to the skies there from Xiaohu. Doesn't find the barrel though.
I'll take that one though.
Yeah, Shock Blast.
Level 9. Xiaohu. His opponent in lane, level 7 right now. So this Jace, has blue buff, has an experience advantage. And as Jace, that's certainly something that you look for because your damage is really high with levels and items.
Yeah, your level spike's different as well, considering now Jace sort of not going to be scaling so much. Yeah, this is the accelerated.
Yeah, you have 6 levels, so definitely accelerates your damage a little bit more. And most importantly is the fact that you can put multiple levels into your W as well as just the Q, because you don't have to level the ultimate, which is wonderful.
Yeah, so I was just wondering, does that change sort of the power spikes in terms of levels for Jace when we moved away from leveling up the ultimate?
Well, it's really good around the level 8 power spike because you have 3 levels into the W opposed to 2, which is nice. You get a lot of extra AoE in your hammer form and attack speed. The damage output by about 20% in your ranged form as well in the cannon. So it does increase your power spikes around relevant levels, and we've seen that used to great effect already because he is so far ahead in lane.
Yeah, he's definitely making things work here on the 40 CS advantage now as well, making his way towards this Dragon. Amy down to about half health here, but the Dragon going very, very low. Shen just waiting to teleport in. MLXG finds his way in there, but he's going to get taken down very, very quickly. There's the heal from Woosh, who's popped final hour. Sketch needs to be careful here as Dragon did fall down, but it was stolen away from Xiaohu of all people. There's the dredge line as Letme's going to get knocked up. Xiaohu gets caught out by that one as well as Letme's going to flash away acceleration gate. Is trying to help the Shen. Last auto attack from Sketch as he gets the reset is going to be enough. So many low health buzzes. There's the gold card. Punish locks down the kill, and UP, they just team fight so well.
They've just got a big Tristana right now. The Twisted Fate doesn't even really need to do anything but press gold cards. Nautilus is the exact same in that respect. They're working around the strength of Sketch and how far ahead he really is, as Heart's just being annoying right now. The rest of this unlimited potential side, as I said, working around the Tristana. The Gragas the same. Janna always going to be doing her job. All they need to do is make sure the rest of them can start snowballing. The Twisted Fate being 2-0 and 2 though from these fights, where the Tristana is getting kills, is a big factor. He's getting all of the gold that he could possibly want to maintain strength in this game, even though the Jace has been winning lane so hard.
Yeah, even though the matchup is just sort of awful for him to deal with. Lei hanging around this bottom side of the map, probably wants to grab some experience, but you can see Woosh now as well, getting some very needed farm.
Yeah, you have to question the Lulu support option also. What does it really provide for a laning phase, especially when you are behind, is less than nothing almost. There's very little what you can actually do for a lane. You put it with a Vayne also, so you're very single target focused and trying to keep one person alive. But when that person is losing lane because you are a Lulu Vayne matchup into a Tristana, it doesn't really work in your favor.
Well, MLXG was looking for Heart. Monsoon was used in order to get the Evelyn out of the way. Sketch just exploding in rounds.
He's massive. He's working, I think, towards a static Shiv at this stage. We'll see what the next item actually is. But if that is the case, he's going full attack speed on hit style of damage with a Janna to boot. So the shield should always be going on Tristan.
Well, Destiny's going to be used here as they were looking for Xiaohu. Punish is going to be able to Destiny his way out of this one. Gets behind him, knocked out of it though, as Xiaohu grabs it with the Shock Blast. Very interesting play, as Sketch is going to get discovered by RNG as we catch up to the game. He's not going to fall down just yet though. Of course, Rocket Jump was available. Sketch managed to get out, holding on to both of his summoners.
Yeah, jumped his way out of that one. In the bot lane, you have to question Punish's positioning, to say the least. Xiaohu just getting a Shen ultimate to ensure that he was going to die. And yes, we did just see his body lying on the floor. That is where he was out of position.
Being located, thank goodness. Xiaohu will be able to clear out some vision here as well. That W pretty handy in cannon form in order to get rid of wards.
The big issue is that he used his ultimate to try and escape, and there was no way he was going to escape. So now he can't use that to get back to any situation. The rest of Unlimited Potential sitting in a bush, not really finding an opportunity to engage, but even if they did, they were down a member. So it's difficult, to say the least, in the way that Punished is playing and Xiaohu is forcing him to play.
Yeah, it's pretty strange. See how it works out as we move forward here. This tower very, very low on the side of RNG, but Lemmy's going to be able to defend it for now as the waves equalize as well. Blue buff available for RNG. We'll see whether Xiaohu's going to pick that one up relatively soon, but he is on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, he's most likely working towards Lucidity boots or that last wisp, but I think he'd go for the boots first because he wants to accelerate his strength and make sure that he can bridge the rest of his team. MLXG has the Rune Glaive available, not having the best of times though, kind of struggling a bit. Let Me is the big factor. Between Let Me on this Shen and then Jace with Xiaohu, they can pretty much win any fight in the mid-game stage. It'll come down to execution a lot of it, though. There's a poke and a front line at the very least. If they can bridge Vayne to hit that late-game beast stage, then they're going to be very happy here, RNG. But it's going to be really difficult to do when the Tristana is 4-1 and 3 working towards a static Shiv as well.
Yeah, and I like the sort of late-game Vayne insurance that they have as well on the side of RNG. Woosh, pretty practiced Vayne player, likes to play it all the time, no matter what the matchup is. So he's more than happy to grab that one. Xiaohu actually going to find the Destinying Punish.
Deja vu almost.
Yeah, lost in the gold card. That means no Destiny's going to be available here as far as getting the TF in towards this top side. Now going to be able to clear out these minions as well. Let Me just wants to explode some of his own. See whether this turret is going to live to survive another day. They're going to trade. Outer turret falls on the bottom side of the map in the meantime.
Yeah, you
UP.
can...
A lot of pressure.
I guess the playstyle of the Jace is one way to note. You can tell they're looking to just exclusively trade and not try and fight for that top turret. It goes down, but that's because they are willing to give that up to make the trade for the outer in the bot lane. Twisted Fate feeling a little bit less comfortable than he otherwise was, considering Xiaohu is just sitting directly next to him at every possible opportunity.
Well, Jace now looking for the acceleration onto MLXG as well. Doesn't find any shot blast though, and UP just going to back away, taking the turret that they wanted to, and they're going to move on.
It's certainly really interesting that they have put the Shen into the team fights and they're not having Jace there. They're instead putting Xiaohu bot lane to deal with Punished on the split push. And that says to me that they're trying to kill the Twisted Fate, not just deal with the Twisted Fate. They don't want to unlock his potential to ult somewhere and just match it with the Shen. They want to use the Shen in the team fights, have the big front line. He's the one with 2 of their kills as well. Keep that in mind. And he can very easily deal with the Twisted Fate, but they want him there for the taunts. They want to push this Twisted Fate out of any position to get himself back in the game with split push farm. They want to keep denying him, take him down as much as possible, and just make the Jace a beast so that he can win rotation.
Well, we'll see whether RNG continue to use this one. Of course, not having Jace sort of able to maneuver around the map very quickly is definitely a hindrance. We're going to discover that Shan, being the ninja that he is, manages to escape in the brush. Not bad. Wonder where he went. He's hanging out on the ceiling. Not going to happen this time around. 4 members strong in the mid lane as Jace is going to go back to base. So Xiaohu does manage to grab the last wisp. We'll see whether he's got enough for Lucidity Boots. Doesn't just yet. He's going to return to the lane. And Jace, pretty strong at the moment.
Yeah, Jace very strong. The big factor of this side is always going to be the Jace in team fights. If he can put down damage before a fight starts, then they're going to be very happy pretty much from this RNG side. It's very reliant on him hitting the damage though, because if he doesn't connect that damage, Unlimited Potential could run away with it. They've got the engage, they've got the counter engage as well to make things work for them. It's going to be difficult to get onto RNG though, if you look at Unlimited Potential. It needs to be a Nautilus hook.
Well, Lin has been landing all the ones that he needs to. Lane making his way around as well. More warding being put down. UP grab one over the wall. Ping down there by RNG. They'll look to try and clear that as quickly as possible. But RNG, interestingly enough, sort of 2 of their farming members here in the mid lane sharing that farm. Probably not ideal for this team.
Not ideal, but it was a short period of time. So Jace just got back. The Dragon is available though, so they're both gravitating around the area that is required of them. If they put Vayne in another lane, would not have been close enough to deal with this, as Heart unluckily sleeps and just misses the ball.
A little bit sad there. Limited Dread's find his way towards the minions. Just really wants to take them down. Titan's Wrath going to wear off, so Lunga not going to have too much damage there in that lane. But he's already completed the Frozen Heart. Righteous Glory as well is in the back pocket. Spirit Visage for Let Me is going to be the response, so Vorpal Blade definitely healing for a relevant amount.
They've done well, RNG, to stop the threat of this Unlimited Potential snowball, to completely prevent it from carrying away the game. The bot lane winning 2v2s, but now they're the ones seemingly in control, able to take down that Dragon.
Yes, so much damage out of this RNG squad. That Dragon did not last very long at all. Of course, Vayne with the Blade of the Ruined King. Oh, Destiny here towards the top side of the map as Let Me tries to Shadow Dash his way out of there, but Righteous Glory is going to slow him down, and the Shen, it's going to take a while to kill him. but he may eventually fall down. There's the gold card. Let me shadow dashes his way towards Hart, who tries to steal the kill, but Punish is going to lock it down.
Tried his best, but of course the response, the attempt to make a trade is very evident from this RNG side pushing mid.
The teleport, no depth charge available here from Long, but he's still a huge beast. There's the wild growth on MLXG, looking to try and get the hate spikes in, but Whoosh, he's way up on the wrong side, uses the tumble. But he's going to fall down. Lay now taking so much damage. Punish forces the flash out of him. There are the wild cards. Not going to find anyone there as Acceleration Gate gets RNG to safety. But RNG seem to do this. They get, you know, a couple of kills or a dragon or something. Something goes well. And then UP just turn it all around and grab something even better.
Yeah, so they found a pick, but then they've just got the numbers advantage definitely in their favor. So they try and translate that pick into further objectives. Unlimited potential being very smart, but also catching RNG, attempting to make a trade. And funnily enough, it looked like Whoosh was making a horrendously aggressive play for no particular reason. He almost got a kill 1v4. He almost made that work so well for them in what was a very dire scenario.
Yeah, well, it didn't look like it was going to go well, but you got to try and take the positives where you can. 6,000 gold going to be the lead exactly here for UP. As the Baron's been pinged out by the squad. We'll see whether RNG are going to be able to get some vision there in time. Looks like Lemmy was able to get a cheeky ward on top of where the Scuttle Crab was. And we're trying to catch up in farm.
Yeah, trying to catch up in farm in the Jace's lane. So now we're hitting a period of time where they've been sitting together holding hands for an extended amount of time. They are catching up in farm and they're not necessarily behind if you put the mid and AD together, in fact. They're actually very close, so not too bad all in all. Woo's starting to ramp up, getting some strength. You cannot compare that to the Tristana though. Completed static shiv. That's a big power spike.
Yeah, and the Blade of the Ruined King there as well, so lots of extra burst damage coming out of this Tristana. See whether Sketch can continue to make an impact as this game moves forward. It's been 4-1 and 4 for quite some time. MLXG going to lock down this Scuttle Crab. Zhao heading towards the bottom side of the map. So looking to once again continue split pushing out. MLXG just taking scuttles, getting stuff where he can. Shadow Dash onto Long. But look, wet noodle fight.
Yeah, it's a big wet noodle fight. I mean, everything's slowed down a fair bit right now. They're all trying to get their eye in on an engage. It's becoming a lot more important that the engages are right. They've got the Evelyn who bides her time to find someone out of position. They've got the Jace to work around for the poke, and then Unlimited Potential's engage is not that strong as well. They need the engage from Long, and he's usually the one split pushing to deal with the Shen, but he's here now.
Yeah, Long coming through with the death charge there. There's the explosive cast, but it does mess up just a little bit. Nice knock up Shadow Dash onto Amy, but he's very tanky here as Monsoon. He is going to get RNG out. There's a brilliant knock up as RNG trying to get some damage down, but Whoosh takes half of his health from the poke out of UP. UP's engage didn't quite work out, but RNG is still taking so much damage from this squad.
One of the strengths of the Shen being able to stop a strong engage. They're going again.
Yeah, there's the dredge line onto Zhao, who just pops the W. Let me still trying to get some work done, but Blade of the Ruined King from Sketch locks down the kill with the explosive shot. They'll take the inner turret as well. And Sketch just does so much damage to these turrets.
Yeah, Sketch is doing a lot of damage. He's got Heart to back him up. You can tell by the attack speed, mid-game style of build that he's going for, that they do have a lot of faith in the hard Sketch combo as a duo bot lane. They're translating that mid-fight. They made a pick into Let Me. They're now trying to put damage onto the bottom turret. Not going to overcommit for it, though. They are smartly backing away. And you're right, Whoosh took a lot of damage in that fight. Probably should not have taken as much damage as he did, considering they zoned Sketch away and he barely had an impact in that.
Yeah.
The Shen negated a lot of the initial damage, but they're still winning these fights Unlimited Potential because they're just putting down the damage onto relevant targets.
Yeah, they're just team fighting a whole lot more coordinated by the looks of things on the side of UP, and it's really paying off as we move forward in this game. Lichbane completed for Punish now, as well as that Zhonya's Hourglass. You can see now a Giant Spelt Ruby Crystal on top of the Frozen Heart right before it falls, so he's got so much health. We're still trying to finish that static shiv after the BF Sword Pickaxe were just picked up by Sketch.
Pretty far behind, that's for sure. 5-1 and 4 is Sketch right now compared to the 0-2 and 1 of Whoosh.
Yeah.
Has hardly had an impact in this game. If it's worth anything, they scale very well here, RNG, because they've got Whoosh. But the fact that he's not getting going at all, in fact, he is definitely behind, is a big hindrance to this team's relative strength. They've got a lot of time that they have to spend bridging Whoosh to become strong again. He's in a very big trough, and that's as a Vayne who generally doesn't have those.
Yeah, looking to try and, you know, stall it out to 7 minutes. Oh, 65. 65, sorry. Probably should give him a little bit more credit. 9,000 gold, almost a lead here for UP. As there is still a lot of vision around the Baron Pit for RNG, so not too worried about what UP is doing around that area. Dragon going to be spawning in 10 seconds as UP just gather around there. And look, they've just got so much vision. They know exactly where RNG are, but they might have to trade.
They can't trade. Punish to get this turret. They'll probably continue to just go for this Baron and then... Yeah, wow.
Yeah, teleport in from Lung, though. We'll see whether he's enough in order to stop this one from happening. They do peel away from the Baron, and Punish just heads towards this turret. Lichbane doing work on it. Let's see whether he can wait for the next minion wave. Of course, not going to be enough here as Amy's going to steal away some wolves. Punished unable to get an inhibitor, but he takes half of the health from the turret. Oh, wow. Whoosh actually getting caught out there as well as... There's the nice Whimsy shield. Wild Growth available as well. Hart trying to make his way in. Nice knock up onto MLXG as Amy gets the body slam in there. There's the Stand United as Whoosh trying to get something, but Skatch just jumping way too deep. Let me getting caught up by the Dredgeline as Lung comes in, and Skatch still very, very low. There's the flash, but doesn't quite get it onto Skatch after the Shadow Dash. And now UP just trying to find their way out. All in the meanwhile, though, yeah, Punish is just able to destroy inhibitor turrets. He's going to take down the inhibitor as well. MLXG's gone back, but this turret's dead.
It's dead. The inhibitor's gone. There's no way for them to answer. They're going to go straight for the Baron, though, because they know Twisted Fate's low and everyone else is recalling from Unlimited Potential. A very smart rotation and a nice play to get a response.
Yeah, they almost had to do it here as well as Hart. Not a whole lot of mana. Amy looking to try and find his way in.
Oh my god, he's still going.
The wall. Oh, there's the accelerated shock blast. Amy's not going to be able to grab the Baron. That goes to Zhao, who picks up a double kill of all things, and now punished.
Home guards?
Yeah, just trying to get... Yeah. See what happens here. Let me and Jahu running as fast as they possibly can. Let me shadow dashing just to try and close distance here. There's the acceleration gate. Oh, shock blast dodged there narrowly by Punished. Another shadow dash. And Jahu just slam dunk picks up the kill.
And just like that, the Baron goes down. They get some kills for their trouble with the Baron. They did lose an inhibitor though. Twisted Fate just sitting in that bottom lane split pushing. And that's why we want to have the Shen dealing with that, but he has to be there in fights.
Oh, Hart may be caught out here as well. There's the Agony's Embrace as Let Me locks down that one, and Zhao who picks up the kill.
They just keep catching people out. Hart had no reason to be near that turret. He was by himself, wasn't even placing vision, just standing still essentially. Looking around the map, I guess, completely caught.
This is double siege minions as well. Lots of damage under this turret, especially with Punish still 5 seconds away. Hart, 17. They're going to take an inhibitor. And it seems like side lane inhibitors tend to be UP's thing. They tend to get one of those. And
like
mid lane inhibitor goes down when RNG are playing the game. So look, it's happened one more time.
Yeah.
And this time UP without the Ezreal.
Yeah, see, that could be a big factor. They don't have the Ezreal, but Twisted Fate, pretty good at wave clearing, has a lot of global presence, so it's essentially like deja vu of the first game. We're just seeing it all happen again, just in reverse roles this time with the team swapping to blue and purple.
That being said, RNG, 3 dragons to none now as well.
Yeah, RNG have got themselves 3 dragons. This time around, though, they are still 6,000 gold down. The Tristana is massive, has an infinity edge done compared to the Vayne's QSS, with the other items being the same. So
yeah, Skatch has got a huge sword, and then Vayne's hanging out
with a sash.
Yeah, he's
wearing a headband.
Got a cool headband.
I am impactful, he's saying, as he gets crit for 700 damage from Skatch.
Yeah, it's like a Ninja Turtle, you know, but versus like Excalibur or something.
It's going to come down to mobility and if Whoosh can outplay people with the ultimate, the invisibility. But if Skatch hits anyone and doesn't jump in like we saw him so avidly do before and almost go down, you'd have to give a lot of the favor to this Unlimited Potential AD carry.
Oh yeah, well, Jahu, now with the Guardian Angel completed. I believe he bought that outright as well after all of that went down.
He loves that Guardian Angel buy.
Yeah, he's actually been able to pick up a whole lot of these kills as well. You can see 5, 1, and 0. And 0 assists. So more than happy to help out.
The kills are on the important member of the team right now. They are still trying to bridge that vein into strength. So it does need to be on the Jace to ensure that they can continue to do so. And I mean, all 7 kills are on 2 members of this side at the moment. And we mentioned it earlier, you need the bridging. The Shen's also very important for that because he is that super tank. They need to have the front line and the taunt. If the taunt can hit in a fight, reduces the damage of the people that he connects it to, and he won't die anytime soon. So that front line is very big.
Well, Lemmy does have the Stand United. No teleport available. Long still waiting for his to come back up. Sketch takes a shock blast to the face. The super creep's difficult to push against, but no more Baron buff available for RNG.
No Baron. Unlimited potential are going to work around. Oh, they're going.
Yeah, there's the Stand United on top of the rest of RNG. Here is Amy. He's getting taken down so incredibly low. Xiaohu, there's the Monsoon. Let me ride in amongst the backline. Not exactly what UP wanted as punish. He's going to get knocked up. Let me bounced out of the fight, but he was super low. More than happy to get out here. As Xiaohu flashes forward on both of the carries. Is he going to be able to take down punish? Misses the shock blast as the rest of the team's just falling down. He's still got the Guardian Angel. Xiaohu's such a beast. As MLXG looking to try and win the game.
That's got to be game right now. All members dead except Amy in 10 seconds, Hard in 12. They've got enough time to push this in. They've got shields everywhere and the tanky members are still standing. Nobody goes down from RNG in that fight and they just completely turn the game. Guardian Angel's worth it if they can end.
Yeah, but
can they end?
Not sure whether they can here. Hart and Amy are back up again. They're still waiting for minions as Whoosh is going to get shielded up and Eye the Storm not going to be enough here just yet. Amy trying to have the valiant defense, but the last Nexus turret falls down. The Nexus, now 5 men strong of RNG, trying to get the damage down. Let me with the Shadow Dash over the Nexus, and they are going to lock it down here. And RNG tie up the series 1-1.
Exactly like their last series, another 1-1, and that was a chaotic game again. The work around the inhibitors though, the fact that this Jace went beyond massive, carrying the team through, raises questions as to what the Tristana can do to impact team fights. They just didn't have the impact. Twisted Fate not getting there in time. But this is the Shen, what I like to define as the counter to the Twisted Fate, and that you can just be there instantly with a shield opposed to having to take time to get somewhere. And they just win convincing team fights from hard engaging, not letting unlimited potential bully them out, not wasting any time, just going.
Yeah, and I really like the fact as well that Shen has a true global.
Yeah.
So the Stand United is going to be able to get you all the way across the map, whereas Destiny has got a little bit of a range on it. You can only get between sort of a couple of lanes. If you're in bottom, you're sort of only going to be able to react to mid if that one's going to be the case. And you saw the fact that Punish got an inhibitor, that was great, but RNG just grouped up and killed UP.
Yeah, so the first time they did it was an inhibitor trade. That's perfectly fine, but then they lost the Baron as well, so there was gold starting to creep back in their favor, and then they just snowballed that middle inhibitor to a victory, and they looked really unstoppable by the end of that. Xiaohu was a beast.
Yeah, he was an absolute monster. But ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it for our first match. We do have 3 more coming up. After the break, it's going to be Vici Gaming taking on Invictus, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Max Atlas Anderson. This is Jake Spawn Tiberi taking over from Zach Rusty Pie for this series. Invictus Gaming taking on Vici, and sort of these teams having very different runs recently, Spawn.
Yeah, they certainly are. You know, Invictus Gaming, with the Demacia Cup aside, have looked relatively good in the LPL coming through, but Vici, they've started to struggle. You know, things aren't really working out for them. They're playing the map very well, but it's kind of death by 1,000 cuts, we keep saying. They take small objectives, but then they just lose the overall game because the relative sledgehammer that is the rest of the LPL just seems to beat them up.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be working out, and Vici were holding on to at least tying every single game, but now they've been dropping some 0-2s. If I look back, it was OMG and sort of Xiaogu that actually managed to take them down the last couple of times. So very sort of high-tier teams as far as the LPL standings are concerned. But Vici probably looking to try and grab some victories.
And, you know, the way that Xiaogu as well as OMG beat them was in the exact same way. Vici were able to claw themselves ahead in the early game, really started controlling the map. They lane swap really well, Vici Gaming. They control Dragon really well, Vici Gaming. So they do all these things well. But what they don't do well is late game team fight. And when you look at what OMG brings to the table, what Xiaogu brings to the table, it really is being able to start those fights on their terms past the 30-minute mark and dismantle teams in a 5v5 scenario. You know, we keep talking about leveling cool. Their synergy seems to be right back on track. You look over at Xiaogu and they've got like Swift rocking out of the jungle and TNT, this superstar AD carry with Doinby, but Vici, they just don't have those heavy-hitting names in the right position anymore. Dandy up in the top laner, still trying to find his feet. Mata, a little bit more ineffective without a jungler that he's really on the same page with, and they're struggling in the mid lane as well to really get going.
Yeah, the fact that they've lost sort of the powerful voice that's roaming around the map is very, very hard for Vici to deal with by the looks of things. I mean, sort of the replacement jungler working out to a certain extent, but hasn't really found its footing just yet. As you can see, we are going to have a look back at our previous game. Of course, RNG managing to take a victory against UP to tie up that series. Jungle control rate definitely back in the favor of MLXG when he didn't have to deal with that pesky tremor sense.
Yeah, exactly right. MLXG really is a barometer for that team, and he does pick up the MVP there. You know, he started a lot of the fights off really well, and you know, when MLXG plays well, it seems that RNG are a much better performing team coming through here. I can see your look of disbelief that Xiao, who isn't on the screen, of course, had a very good Jace game again. But this is what it's all about, starting off those team fights, making sure you're in and amongst everything. And MLXG, this is the last team fight, really did that.
Yeah, MLXG was the Shen delivery system. That was basically how he worked out every single time, making Shen an actual ninja.
And when you have champion picks like the Vayne, like the... Jace in the mid lane that excel so much more at going forward than they do going backwards when you have people on the back foot just because of the speed ups that come through, really is important to be able to start the team fight up on the right foot. And that's what Eve was able to do that game, really get in there, slow everyone down, force them out of the fight, start the fights on their terms.
Well, we'll see whether, you know, MLXG can carry that towards their next series, playing a couple of times this weekend, I believe. But so RNG able to possibly pick up some more victories heading through here. But let's get on to our next matchup. Of course, we did briefly mention IG versus Vici, but we haven't gone into the IG lineup just yet, and there have been a couple of changes.
Yeah, there certainly has. So, you know, coming through here, Invictus Gaming, they're not playing with their bottom lane coming in there, so we'll have to see whether that is a solid change coming through. And they're really haven't been performing Kid and Kitties to the normal standard.
No, and of course, Kid actually left the lineup with the least deaths in the LPL, which is very interesting.
Certainly did, but you know, Kid, he also had a couple of shocking games coming through on the Vayne, so like that's something that you do have to point out there. And you know, their strength really is playing around Rookie and Cacao, but if they're not able to get the bottom half of the map right, it really does affect them.
Yeah, it's a little bit more difficult here on the side of IG, and we'll see whether they can carry over some of the successes that they got in the Demacia Cup. Of course, things working out okay for them. It wasn't exactly an EDG-like performance, and they dropped a few sets, but they were looking like a stronger team. Yeah,
they came fourth in the end, and, you know, they were really started to get going, and then it kind of fell apart against Snake, and it really did struggle. And, you know, it was an area that they're not used to struggling in. You have to point a finger at Cacao for that set at least and be like, what the heck was going on in the jungle? He seems to be underperforming on carry-oriented junglers, needs to impact lanes earlier than what he is. He likes to farm a little bit more on the current patch, it seems. And, you know, when Cacao is playing well, IG look like a world-class outfit. But when he's not, they lose a lot of that cohesion that gets them through the early game.
Yeah, and I find it very interesting the fact that we've moved sort of from RNG, who looked to MLXG to do a very similar thing, now to Cacao, who has been performing very, very well in the games that he like does manage to get his team ahead in, but does look like this sort of, I guess, liability if it doesn't happen.
Yeah, you know, maybe not as far as a liability because
Kakao can
really still impact late games, but it is a similar feel to MLXG. They need Kakao to start a lot of the team fights. Zatai, he's a good top laner now. He's really started to evolve, so we can, you know, we can brand him as a top laner. Used to be the mid lane, of course, and he starts weird fights off and really does do a good job for them, but you have to have a look at exactly how much Kakao means to the team because they play a lot of disengaged supports down there in the bottom lane, don't really like to throw their support in there, and Kakao is the person that should start a lot of it up. If he doesn't bring CC, if he defaults back to the Nidalee, it just doesn't look as good.
Yeah, and if it goes back to sort of like the fact that this jungle matchup does seem a little bit skewed. It's the fact that Dandy no longer playing jungle for Vici Gaming. The fact that World 6 now down there, he's going to be the one trying to run around this jungle. And Kakao, do you think that he'll be able to capitalize on this? Maybe not necessarily having as practiced a jungler there up against him?
Yeah, I really think that that is an area they will look to dominate in this game because you've mentioned at World 6, he kind of follows Dandy around. It's cute because they lane swap a lot and then he's like, all right, I'm just going to follow the old jungler and he's going to tell me what to do.
Teach me.
Exactly right. So, you know, that is a genuine strategy that they go towards there on the side of Vici Gaming, and you're going to have to see whether that's something that they stick with.
Well, we'll see whether it does work out here as we're waiting for the rest of IG to hop into the lineup. But as we do that, let's have a look at this Vici Gaming squad. Nautilus was the last thing that Dandy played there on the top side of the map, but his Rumble was looking okay.
Yeah, it looks okay. You know, he definitely wasn't the best Samsung Rumble player. I still prefer Acorns, but coming through, he looked a lot better. World 6, as we mentioned, he plays a heck of a lot of Gragas. Been seeing a couple of Echo bans thrown against him because he did have a relatively good performance on that. And Hetong had a Yasuo game, but a lot of Azir, a lot of Cassiopeia in the mid laner. Plays a little bit more clean up than you would like out of a mid laner.
Yeah, Hetong's really hit and miss. He has a lot of games that do look like he's playing fantastically, and then a lot that sort of beg the questions. But Endless there, still on the lineup here for Vici Gaming. Not going to have Vasily back on the squad just yet. And there's Marta on your screen, the man that really likes to control what his team's doing. It's why they look so good in the early stages of the game, and we'll see whether they can translate that into the sort of fast pace of, you know, team fight calling in the late game.
Yeah, well, what they need to do is they need to incrementally build their gold lead, but then actually pull a trigger in their favor. Yeah. What's been happening is they've been building the gold lead, doing everything that they need to, and then fighting over a neutral objective where they really don't have an advantage, and they're just getting a little bit out mechanically team fought there, Vici. So if they can push the tempo of the game, I completely agree. Do what they do currently, get themselves ahead, but then really charge through the mid game. That would put them in a much better area to be able to close out some wins.
Well, we'll see whether they can do that against sort of the IG squad that's looking quite strong, but this just in spawn, we do have actually Kid playing AD carry for IG this time around, so not going to go back to sort of that role swap that they had in the Demacia Cup, and it looks like Kid is back on the lineup. You can see Marta on your screen right now, more than happy to go up against this bottom lane of IG that they're used to facing.
Yeah, I'm really not surprised Kid's back. As bad as some of his games were, I think the Kid really is a solid AD carry. I think they need solid players in the bottom lane because they really don't focus that part of the map. And you know, they tried something else out in the Demacia Cup, didn't really work. And of course, Snake, they played Martin as well. But yeah, you know, I like the solid 5 players on the roster that they're playing, including Zatai in the top lane.
Yeah, I like Zatai, and he's able to pick up a whole lot of these champions that you wouldn't necessarily have expected out of Zatai as well, like being able to actually play these full tanks. You think of Zatai as being this guy that just wants to go in on absolutely everything. But there's Kakao on your screen, really needs to get things going, and Rookie there played a lot of Azir and Victor, but he's got a whole lot of tricks up this guy's sleeve.
Yeah, he certainly does. You know, plays a good TF, plays Yasuo as well.
Oriana's
his Azir is really good. Yeah, he's Oriana. He started the season very strong on that particular pick. You see Kid there. Corki has become a really power pick right now in the current meta, so I'm happy to see Kid, of course, great Trinity Force user, good Corki, good Ezreal player down there in the bottom lane. See if he can get it rolling.
Well, we'll see whether he can, as Kitty's there on your screen as well. More than happy to play the Jannas if needed, but his engaged supports do tend to work out. Kitty's sort of one of these players that has a lot of tricks up his sleeve.
Yeah, I actually prefer his genre. I don't... the Annie was a questionable call coming through there. You know, they picked up a win against QG. It was coupled with a Kalista, so you can understand it. But the Nautilus, he plays it very disengaged style as well, nearly the same as Janna, kiting back with his team. So I definitely think that Kitty's is one of the few Chinese supports that play disengage better than he plays engage.
Yeah, interesting. Sort of like a bit of a PYL flavor there.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe not as smart as PYL around the map. Of course, PYL, the genius behind a lot of what LGD do, like Misfortune and Ash, but
I think that was all on him.
Kid is also a very good support in his own right.
Yeah, and so Invictus actually coming off a split between Xiaogu as well, so they do have momentum moving forward. Did lose their last game, but the fact that they managed to tie at 1-1 with the #1 team, you have to say, now that they're tied with EDG there in the top spot, they're going to be feeling more than happy. Of course, taking a victory against King as well, but King haven't necessarily been a powerful team in the LPL thus far.
Yeah, but they're a couple of weeks ago now. You have to think the most recent ones for IG that are the Stingers are losing out against EDG, then losing out against Snake in the Demacia Cup, and they both really hurt. They can't get over the hurdle, the psychological hurdle that is EDG, and every single time it happens, you just feel like they crumble a little bit more inside IG because it happened to them last playoffs. They went away and really did some soul searching, and now it's happened to them again in the Demacia Cup semi-finals. Have to look to IG to come out with a huge statement game here against Vici Gaming.
Yeah, they really need to try and put their best foot forward, and we'll see how they do it. Now that we're on the 5.12 patch as well, Spawn, I want to get your opinion on what you think this sort of means for how this pick and ban phase is going to go, because a lot of these people, well, a lot of you guys at home especially, are going to be sort of playing on the 5.13 patch where there's a few changes.
Yeah, you're in the future, you know.
Yeah.
So back here in the past, Ezreal's still really good in the mid lane. Of course, coming through there, we're going to have to see whether that is banned against maybe Hutong or Rookie. Rookie's a very innovative mid laner, so will be one of the people that I'm sure has picked it up. You know, but then Shen's seen a little bit of a resurgence. Alistair's still a dominant pick. I don't really think too much has changed, of course. Next patch will show us.
Nerfed.
Yeah, Kalista. I think
she's still played.
Yeah, she's still played, so, you know. Just going to have to wait and see, I guess. I can't wait till 5.13 hits in China. We were speaking about it off air, but
yeah,
there are going to be some fun builds with Rylai's coming through, I feel.
Yeah, of course. We've already seen Ryu there over in Europe. Able to pick up the Rylai's Ari. There's a new pick there in the mid lane. Not necessarily all that new, but still able to make that item work on that champion for a lot of pick potential. We'll see how things work out, but bans coming through thick and fast. We do have Alistair and Ezreal being taken away by Vici. Ezreal blue side ban. Interesting. As Kalista Thresh. Again, pretty common red side bans.
Yeah, no, this doesn't surprise me at all. Hutong doesn't seem like that pokey mid lane player.
No, it's true.
That does a lot of the damage for his team, so I respect the fact that they're willing to ban it away. Also hit the Shen in the top lane. Zatai not going to be seeing that one. Of course, with the MR per level coming through, Shen seeing a lot more play, especially because of his presence around the map. Doesn't have to wait on that huge 5-minute cooldown that is TP. Can get around with that Stand United and buff up some of the hyper carries like the Vayne that we've been seeing lately.
Now, interestingly enough, it is going to be the Azir band away from Hutong. Leaves the Echo available if they want to pick that one up. Alistair not available, so not going to be first picked away. We'll see whether Fizz could find some, but Ryze, he's the guy that's really snuck through. We'll see whether Vici decide to go with it.
Yeah, you know, he got a slight tap in this patch, but he's still Ryze up there in the top lane, so definitely is a power pick. If anyone knows the power of it, it would be Vici. Dandy had a fantastic game on it, and they also got burnt as well, but they take that, but there's two huge picks available. Nautilus is one I'm looking at right now, as well as the Echo that can be taken away by IG.
Yeah, Echo is a huge pick at the moment, and it can go into the hands of anyone. Rookie could play it, Zatai could play it, Kakao could play it. Could go anywhere. I would expect Kakao to be playing that one in the jungle, if so, though. Graves considered at the moment. IG just still playing with what their options are at the moment. Fizz still available for Zatai there on the top side of the map. Did play that in their last game, but didn't manage to find a victory, and we'll see whether he could go back to that one potentially. But Victor is going to be locked in for a Rookie. Just such a versatile mid lane pick at the moment.
Yeah, it certainly is, and you know, he does a lot of things well, Victor. He's a great pushing mage, able to get that Deathway down, especially with the first upgrade coming through there from the Hex Core, and just shove out the wave, make it very hard for Hutong to do anything around the map, and then he turns into a legitimate burst assassin as the game progresses. They've also got the Venn diagram of CC coming through there with the Echo and Victor combo, and that's a lot of gank potential that can come out of the jungle right now for Kakao with some good follow-up damage out of Rookie.
Yeah, heap of circles available for IG. Kid going to waste no time locking in the Annie for Kiddies, and Maokai is going to be in the hands of Zatai, so going full tank one more time, being the initiator for his team. So two tanky members
wow,
potentially
insta-locks Leona out of nowhere. Haven't seen much Leona, but you know, there's not much disengage coming through right now for IG, so a Leona stun could be just what they're looking for. I like the pickup of the Maokai just because they've got so much magic damage in Corki, Gragas, and Ryze. That's what they'd seen at that stage.
Yep.
That his ultimate is going to do so much to mitigate all of that. Also has a really smooth itemization into MR, not really needing to go much there, apart from maybe a Frozen Heart. Extremely late game to get some armor in there, but wow, that's a really interesting draft out of Vici, actually.
Yeah, but one thing that I want to note, and I've been sort of sitting on my hands wanting to talk about this, is the fact that they have the Corki Leona lane, and there is no champion better to proc Sunlight coming out of Leona than a Corki's Gatling gun. It is just silly.
Yeah, it certainly is. You know, the repetitive, I guess, damage that comes through, procs it whenever it's necessary, as long as Corki's in range. One thing I will say is the fact that Annie can just flash on top of Corki, and Leona's not really going to be able to peel that if they go with a high burst carry coming through there. Point. So Corki will need to be careful and make sure the insta-stun coming out of Kitties doesn't really blow him up. But on the opposite side of the rift, you have the same potential coming through with Marta. If he's ever able to get in Kitties or Kids range, that's a lot of potential damage, both magic and physical, to come through from the Corki Leona lane.
Yeah, and Kid is going to finish off the draft here with a Sivir pickup. Last pick Sivir. Very interesting one, of course. We did see Sivir with a very high priority. Has slipped down the rankings just a little bit, but Kakao, he's on a potential carry jungler here that can get a lot of work done in the early game. We've got now Rookie sitting on the Victor. Lots of burst potential there, but Hatong able to take the Kassadin into the matchup, has the spell shield available for himself after hitting those Qs, and might be okay in the lane. Yeah,
the problem is he's just going to be repetitively shoved in. The turret's going to take a lot of damage, particularly early game, so have to see how that plays out. The reason I like the Sivir pickup, it's a lot of magic damage on the map, and Sivir is AoE AD, so you have to itemize armor at some point against her. It's not like the Corki that is going to go primarily magic damage early on in the game. Sivir is an out-and-out, even with 2 items, threat with AD.
Yeah, well, as we can see now going through these lineups, Hatong into Rookie now as well. You mentioned the magic damage. That is going to be a heck of a lot of it out of this Victor. We saw Kakao just before on the Echo. See how he's going to go, but this is the matchup that you were referring to. Endless into Kid, and the Leona out of Marta into the Annie of Kitties. And you mentioned the fact that sort of Kitties Annie hasn't been something you've been impressed with.
Yeah, you know, I think that IG in general, they do a better job when they have disengaged, but you know, he's pulled it out again. We'll have to see whether he's able to make it work.
Well, we'll see whether he can as we hop onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen. It's not RNG taking on UP. It is, in fact, going to be Vici Gaming taking on Invictus. As you can see, IG heading towards the top side of the map. Not RNG, of course, Vici Gaming going to be spreading themselves out, just doing the 5-point defense system.
Yeah, and one more thing I want to touch on is Zatai's Maokai incredibly important against Hatong. If he's able to get onto the Kassadin as soon as he rift walks, can follow him and really mess up his day. That's why a lot of people like to play Maokai into these assassin picks like the LeBlanc, like the Zed, and now the Kassadin. So we'll have to see whether he's able to be that anti-assassin threat.
Well, we'll see whether he does. Lots of deep warding coming down from both sides. Of course, Vici understanding that no one is going to be towards this opposite side of the Rift.
Well, we have 2 of the higher teams that like to lane swap. Both of them like to lane swap for different reasons. Vici to hide World 6 a little bit and get Dandy going, and IG, they like to be able to isolate mid lane because they feel that Rookie really is the person that wins lane very well. So they both go for high percentage lane swaps, but both of them control Dragon incredibly well through lane swaps, so we'll have to see whether that is an objective. Vici do it slightly better, that they can really latch on and dictate the pace of the game.
Well, looks like IG going for an interesting start here as Zatai able to get a lot of saplings onto this red buff on the opposite side of the map. Looks like IG are going to start off lane swapped. Vici going to answer it here, though, moving their bottom lane towards the top side. You can see Zatai just happy to take away the little sentinels. Hold on to this blue buff here as Kakao makes his way through as well. So IG already with an interesting start. World 6, though, is going to be able to answer this blue.
And both teams send their top Joy lane to the top side of the map, so neither getting a lane swap. It's going to be completely standard lanes with Ryze already starting down there, and that's Vici trusting Dandy to get work done on this pickup in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and Kid now pressuring Endless and Marta out of lane. Of course, they want a couple of levels. You need the Zenith Blade and the Shield of Daybreak out of Leona before you can really get work done. See whether they do wait for that. Of course, Eclipse is pretty handy as well on the Leona. But Annie starts off straight away. So level 1, you're going to have that stun available if you do manage to take that Incinerate early. So
it's more about the auto attack as well out of Annie. Of course, Marta not going to be able to auto attack harass at all here on a melee support, whereas Kitties can just do this when they're under turret. That's why they want to shove up so badly and just continue to harass. See if they can chunk Leona out to the point where the all-in engage at level 3 isn't even a possibility because just it's taken too much damage. Saying that, with 5 biscuits, Marta are going to be very hard to poke out a lane.
Yeah, it's going to be eating a whole lot here.
Might get fat.
Yeah.
Of course, cookies are a sometime food.
That is a seriously in-joke there, Spawn. I like it a lot, though. Hetong and Rookie just fighting one another here. You can see Rookie going down fairly low in the old mana, but does have some big biscuits of his own in his back pocket. They must have a large cookie jar there in the shop.
Yeah, both teams, you know. Both red and blue side shopkeepers stocking up on the cookies this week.
Yeah. Just making sure that, all of our players get as much sometimes food as they want.
And this is the problem right now. We mentioned in Vinci's comp that they're just going to get shoved in under turrets, and it really will open up the map for Kakao to maybe invade World 6 and try and dictate the pace of the game. You can see right now, every lane for Invictus Gaming is simultaneously shoving, and you might think this is a jungler's paradise, but it actually makes you very nervous if you're World 6, because you have to guess what lane Kakao cannot counter gank. Otherwise, you have to deal with all the minions, the fact that your laners have to walk a little bit further to get to you, and you can get a lot of ganks turned around on you. So if one lane's pushed in, generally easy to gank it. If all lanes are pushed in, really hard to do so.
Yeah, it looks like World 6 has decided on the top side of the map, but he may just be going over to this Grump after taking the Scuttle Crab. Looks like this Drag is just wanting to get as many farming options done as possible, as now Parallel Convergence going to be used. Hetong may need to flash out of it. He is going to. Kakao grabs himself a shield and makes his way out, and that was a pretty easy flash.
Yeah, it certainly was, and the reasoning behind it is Rookie bounced a wave off the turret, made sure that it was pushing in his direction when Kakao wanted to gank, and all of a sudden, Hetong, he gets a little bit antsy because he's like, why is Rookie no longer shoving into me? Why is he bouncing a wave at this stage of the game? Knows that Kakao's level 4 or level 3, and it comes up huge because they have no flash on Cassinu, who still hasn't reached that level 6 mark.
Yeah, level 5 now. They might need to come in and sort of follow up that gank relatively soon before that Rift Walk comes in, but even so, still going to be strong. Nice little Incinerate there as Marta's decided to go in now. Already at half health. The Eclipse is down though. Kid taking a lot of damage. Nice spell shield, saving it in fact for that Phosphorus Bomb, making sure the Kid doesn't take as much damage as possible.
Yeah, they return damage quite nicely there and make sure they even out the trade. Really good heads-up play out of Marta to understand when he needed to start backing away out of that trade. And very even lanes coming through everywhere, apart from maybe a slight CS lead that Kids grabbed just from shoving through here.
Yeah, cleared out a whole wave here as well, so that's a whole wave in the lead. Hetong's gone back to base and grabbed a blasting one, though. That's his first edition of the recipe of that Rod of Ages. Interesting decision.
No, I really like the decision. It means he didn't have enough for the Catalyst of the Protector. You can see that he grabs consumables as well as some wards. So it's an aggressive pickup, sure, but it also just means that he didn't want to sit on useless stats like HP and mana because they're really not as cost efficient as the pure AP this early in the game.
Yeah, oh, decent point. Of course, it is going to buff up your shield as well just a little bit.
I just don't like the wards, Wards are overrated.
I'm well aware of that. You worry. World 6 making his way towards the middle of the map. You can see Rookie still playing relatively far back as Hetong has now picked up that Rift Walk. Able to farm out quite nicely as Victor Death Ray on top of the Cassinan as well. So nice use of that damage.
Yeah, so World 6 actually moves in aggressively here. Might be spotted out by Rookie. Actually won't be. And this is a problem with Victor right now. If we have a look at what Victor does well, he shoves incredibly well, and then he just roams around the map. Actually is relatively quick if he uses that Q to be able to chunk out jungle creeps on the wave and just rotate around. You see Rookie, he's just in complete control of mid lane.
Yep, able to just zap everything that comes towards him. World 6 now just going to knock around this Scuttlebug. pick up some extra gold as well. He's farming up quite nicely. 26 now to the 22 that Cacao has managed to pick up. Blue buff now being considered.
And you know, we said if Cacao's not able to impact the map, if he goes into farm mode, it's actually Vinci's win, and that's exactly what's happened at this point. He got the one gank off on Tongue that blew a flash, but nothing else coming out early game, and would have liked to see maybe a little bit more counter jungling. Of course, it's hard against Gragas, who clears the jungle so healthy, but Cacao just not able to get much done early on in the game.
Alright, so we're starting up this blue buff now. You can see the hex score has been upgraded once more for Rookie. That has grabbed that death ray upgrade. Saw that one being used. The Tong misses a cannon creep. Very upsetting, but he's going to be able to grab this massive wave smashing into the turret now. And blue buff is picked up already. So now blue buff available for Rookie. And you can see IG have now answered the switchback from Vici Gaming, just now that they want to have some control around the Dragon area.
And this is such a Vici early game. They've been able to control the map, you know, and really make IG play the slow, measured game that Vici excel at right now. IG are putting themselves into a corner that other teams have quite successfully. I mean, OMG did it in game number 1 after they fell behind early, where they just allowed themselves to play Vici's pace of game. That was when, of course, Fuzi just jumped into people to give away the early lead that OMG collected, but they were able to take it to the mid game and win some team fights. But right now, that's exactly what IG have committed to, because they haven't pushed the pace at all early in the game. It's 9 minutes in, and such a close game.
It's very close, but are there sort of power points that we need to look out for as we move through this game? Are Vici going to find one of those earlier or later?
Well, Vici have got double roller, so their power point is much later in the game coming through here. They've also got Trinity Force as a real power spike coming here for their AD carry. That's a 4,000 gold pickup, of course, around about that mark. So they've got quite expensive first power points to go through. Rise takes so long to get going because of the tier and the roller having to be picked up before he really is any position to fight with that max mana. Wow.
Oh, brilliant flash out of the way of that solar flare, so Kitty's not going to get caught up by that one, and Veltic's going to head out. Oh, flash Zenith Blade not going to be found by Marta.
So both times Marta just pulling the trigger on abilities, knowing that the response was available. Of course, you would trade a flash for a death ultimate every day of the week if you're Kitties, but then Marta also looking to push the pace of the bottom lane, and it looks like Vici want to be the ones pressuring with their Corki Leona, because they feel like that is a lane that currently is very strong.
Yeah, well, it is going to be 88 to 84 as far as that
started off Dragon.
Yeah,
this is dangerous.
Tong bounced over the top of that death ray quite nicely, but yeah, you're right, the Dragon is starting to go down.
So it looks like it's about to be killed, but everyone's down there.
And Dragon didn't take very much at all, but Kitties misses the ultimate. Support sort of having a rough day at the moment as Cacao's going to make his way in. They are going to try and grab some aggro on this Dragon. Doesn't fully reset. Looks like IG is going to be able to take down the first.
Yeah, so IG grabbed the first Dragon. Optimistically started up by Vici, I have to say there, especially because Marta had none of his engaged tools, the flash or the ultimate available, so good force there. Kitties with a little bit of a whiffed ultimate, you know, we won't mention that, but in the end.
Is there at an interesting position.
Yeah, it was a zoning Tibbers.
Zoning Tibbers, beautiful. Love it. Frostgren would be proud as Tong going to try and clear up some minions as well. Doesn't quite have the Rod of Ages just yet. Would have been a very good clip if he had to grab that one, but he's only about 700 away from it. 91 to the 98 CS of Rookie, who's gone back and upgraded that Hex Core one more time. And what do you sort of like as far as builds out of Victor?
Yeah, I like a couple of Hex Core upgrades before you go into Boots and a Death Cap, honestly. I think that if you're going to go cooldown reduction, you can afford to go Boots on him. He performs well with actually an Abyssal Scepter because he's such a mid-range mage that it's probably going to be a good pickup this game because you look at how much magic damage coming through.
Yeah.
But Victor honestly just does well with scaling AP. So anything that has max AP in it, second item, Death Cap, third item, Void Staff, so after your boots, of course, so 4 major items, is going to mean that Victor is strong at that part of the game.
You have recently told me that Victor is just generally strong.
Yeah,
at most.
He's really strong.
Well, sorry, I'm actually banned away both games of the last series.
Oh, Punish Victor is so good. There's no way he's going to be sitting that game anytime soon.
Well, Vici are going to be able to take down this outer turret in the bottom lane.
That's because IG actually forced the issue there. They rotated their bottom lane back top after the Dragon was no longer an issue, and they actually pick up the first turret.
Oh yeah, they do too. So, switching back, grab the top lane outer turret. No Dragon to be had, so IG an understandable decision there. Riftwalk in there from her Tong. Gravity Field Not going to find the sneaky Kassadin, but nice answer back because Riftwalk wasn't able to get over the death ray.
Yeah, and I think that Rookie thought that the jungler was there. That's why he didn't drop the ultimate and see if he could get a little bit more damage out. Really heads-up play, actually, for Hetong to be able to get some damage. Wow!
FLICKR going so aggressive there. Timewinder does find Endless, but nothing more than that. Rookie's still putting pressure on Hetong.
Yeah, bluffs everywhere out of the lanes. You know, Kakao had no backup coming for so long. If they had to just turn around, ultimate, of course, would have been available.
Oh, parallel convergence is there. There's the explosive cast, though. Kitties is so dead as Endless takes that kill.
Yeah, so actually Dandy teleported in to really secure that one. Good use of the teleport. Clears away any follow-up fight that would have occurred from IG. Of course, that had been used earlier from Zatai to secure the Dragon objective, and that's what I was talking about. There's a lot of burst potential that I'm sure if Kakao had have been a little bit slower on the trigger, might have actually fallen into that the first time he tried to go aggressive.
No, potentially. Well, Rookie just going to continue to try and farm this wave out. Definitely doing a fine job at the moment. About 10 CS in the lead, as this wave is going to reset in the mid. Zatai hanging around the mid lane. Not entirely sure why.
Not really.
Way towards the bottom side.
Any other places for him to go. Top was pushing, so he didn't want to go towards that area of the map. Now that Kassadin's headed up there, I'm sure he'll look to pick up the scraps of the farm.
And Dandy's been quite quiet. Of course, did seem teleporting towards the bottom side, but other than that, has just been farming this one out and managed to get himself a 10 CS lead of his own here in favor of Vici. And has sort of the makings of those two mana items that Arise definitely loves to grab in the Seraphs and, of course, the Rod of Ages.
And wow, with that turret and the kill coming through for Endless, he's been able to pick up a Trinity Force at only 14 minutes into the game. Another gank coming in bottom.
Yeah, Kakao is here. It's 3v3 at the moment, but Dandy's rotating first. On the hunt was popped. IG able to get out of there, but that's a big cooldown.
Yeah, so in the end, not really able to make anything work. They've warded this brush, gave it away.
Lots of pings. Rookie can make his way through as well. Walks over a ward though. 4 members strong of IG on this bottom side. Zatai doesn't have his teleport available.
Nothing sus.
No.
They're going to actually give up mid lane turret here, Invictus Gaming. Not a fantastic trade because of how short that mid lane is. See whether they're able to rotate around in time to stop the second from being pushed.
Well, the outer turret is most certainly going to fall down here. You can see 4 members strong as Sapling's going to be thrown in by Zatai, so no inner turret going to fall down for Vici.
They're actually pinging onto the Zatai. The collapse is coming through from IG. We might see a fight.
Yeah, Vengeful Maelstrom is up here as the Ignite's actually down on top of the tree.
Ooh.
Explosive Cast going to be thrown out. World 6 not going to find the mark.
The rest of the team's here.
Flash. Yeah, Kakao looking to find his way in. Does get over the side, but Dandy so much damage. Kakao gets destroyed as Marta picks that one up, and IG, they're going to have to turn tail.
Yeah, so Kakao not able to get the ultimate through, has no tank stats really to speak of, apart from the Cinder Hulk, and gets blown up by the Rise at this stage of the game, and the siege will continue now coming out of Vici Gaming.
Oh, Zatai actually getting caught one more time here as well. World 6 completely out of mana. Dandy just locks him up. Yeah, room prison. Doesn't feel like it has much of a cooldown.
No, it really doesn't in the mid-game skirmishes coming through. And you can see Vici with the Rod of Ages finished up on their mid lane, a Trinity Force finished up on their AD carry. This is where we said they would get their first power spike coming through. Have really started to use that. They pick up a good turret in the mid lane and a couple of kills in their advantage.
Yeah, Marta looking to try and get something done here. It does have the mobility boost, so able to close distance pretty quickly. Rookie just zapping things as Kid takes a casual tower shot. Sending a message. 7 seconds on the Dragon. IG looking to grab their second of the game, but they haven't managed to find a kill just yet. 2,000 gold the lead for Vici at 16 minutes. It's the Vici story one more time, Spawn.
Yeah, it certainly is. Just playing the map a little bit smarter, understanding that they can trade the mid lane turret for the bottom, just open up that area, get an advantageous teamfight coming through off the back of really good objective control. And IG, they picked up the first Dragon, so they're not in a rush to fight for the second, but there's not really an objective they can trade for it. And in LPL, giving up a Dragon for free isn't something that teams really like to do.
No one doesn't like to do that. No vision available for IG, though, and you can see there's Echo's decided, Kakao wants to trump.
Oh, there's no way they could fight at this stage of the game. You see the double roll, you see the Trinity Force, Sork Boots finished up on mid laner and AD carry. Vici in such a power point. You compare it over the other side of the rift. Kid hasn't even picked up an Affinity Edge yet. He's really hurting for farm or any form of kills. And IG going to have to be patient and continue to look for picks.
Yeah, they just can't find them there. You can see Scrying Orb was used there on the bottom side of the map. IG, they're trying to set up moments for themselves to claw their way back into this game, but Vici, they just seem to be one step ahead.
Yeah, this is Vici's style of League of Legends. You know, they love to control the Rift itself and make sure that no one can get in an advantage to pick them off. As we said, it really has been only the team fighting phase of the game around the 35-minute mark that's let Vici down. Apart from that, they've looked as solid as ever.
Yeah, well, this time as well, they've got a whole lot of scaling options, especially from their solo lanes in this Ryze and the Kassadin as well. And you did mention the fact that they've got a lot of magic damage. That might be something that might come back to bite them, but the fact that there's, you know, this Ryze and Kassadin doing well, and the tie is relatively caught out here on the top side of the map, could be a problem. Of course, he is a pretty tanky guy.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, the fact that there's all magic damage coming through from the side of Vici means that the longer this game goes, the tankier Zatai and Kakao are going to become, and the harder they'll be to deal with. So there is still light at the end of the tunnel for IG, especially because they have an AoE AD carry coming through there, as Mata might have been caught finally.
Yeah, there's the Time Winder on top of him. Parallel Convergence going to stun him up as well as it comes down. Zenithblade gets him out of the way of it, actually, as Rookie's trying to come through, but Flash is out of the way. Mata falls down. Here's going to be Hatong locking down the Victor. A lot of damage now not available, but Chaos Storm was already there. Kid now finding his way in. Endless over the top as well as Kakao, able to chrono break his way to safety. Relative safety anyway, as now Parallel Convergence just as a zoning tool. Going to get some slows. Locks down a bit of a stun onto Dandy, but that is all, and it's a 1-for-1 in the end. Yeah, so in the end, it's mid laner for support coming through. Once again, Vici get the better of the trade, pinging back towards the top lane. They want an objective off it as well. And IG are honestly holding on for dear life. You can see that even when they look like they've got a pick, it's being turned around time and time again. Mata heads up play to try and ult Rookie, burn both summoner spells on the back end of that, meant that it was just way too dangerous to continue the fight. And look at this as well. One more time. So much vision from Vici. So much forward vision as well. You can see Mata was just wandering around that jungle, but he was feeling a whole lot safer than he otherwise should have, just because they can see everywhere. Yeah, exactly right. So coming through here, Vici, they've got all of their pink wards down there nice and deep in the jungle of Invictus Gaming. Even after an even team fight, they're the ones that take the advantage on the map by knocking down a turret in the top lane. All three outers now are out, and look for Vici to continue to push up, try and get that ward line nice and deep to control the rest of the map, because, you know, 5th Dragon, probably a little bit too far into the future, but Baron, very real objective coming through here with the Ryze on the map, and they're looking to continue the pressure game. Yeah, Morellonomicon now completed for Rookie if we have a look at the items for a moment. A gets the Legion there for Kakao as well, so with a whole lot of magic damage on the other side of the Rift. Very, very useful item at this point. Berserker's Greaves and, of course, that Infinity Edge now completed for Kid. Looks like he's going towards this Ghostblade Sivir build that we've been seeing a little bit more of as well. Yeah, so trying to get as much AD out earlier in the game. He knows that he needs to catch up to the Corki in relative strength, so going for the cheaper item build coming through there. Of course, it gives you a little bit of everything as well, that crit, the attack speed, and the armor penetration coming through. So good pickup for Kid to keep himself relevant. Won't have the same late game impact as, say, a Phantom Dancer Civil will, however, so need to make sure that he's keeping an eye on that. Well, Righteous Glory now completed for Zatai. So IG now finding themselves a few items that could help them out moving forward, namely a lot of cooldown reduction on Rookie and some engage potential out of Zatai, but they still need to get the fights in the right spots. As Parallel Convergence going to be used, Dandy going to happily stand in that one as Kakao. No way that he can get in. Yeah, and they're just looking to see where they can pressure Invictus next, clearing out all of their pink wards. Yeah, Rookie going to get a death ray. No damage. Yeah, no damage. Just no penetration coming through right now for Rookie. Went the wave clear cooldown reduction path because he feels that his team's behind and he needs to continue to farm up against the super tanky junglers coming through here, as well as potentially even the Ryze, who's gone the Mercury treads. He's just not going to be able to do enough. It's not really working. Song able to clear out this mid wave as it crashes into the turret very, very well. IG might be sandwiched here just a little bit as Mata's making his way over the top, looking for the Solar Flare. There's the Rift Walk in as Hatong not going to be turned on whatsoever, and this is the scaredest I've seen IG in a very long time. Yeah, so they just don't want to pull the trigger. They know that they're still behind in terms of relative strength. They've got good wave clear. Don't even know why they would really put themselves on this side of the map, and they're not going around. No, you've got Vici just holding onto this choke point, and This is somewhere that, oh, Zatai is just going to get caught out of position. Tries to turn it around there as Righteous Glory is going to go off. Nice Tibbers to stun up 3 members of Vici and save the tree. But environmentalism aside, it's going to be a lost trade there for IG.
Rookie was on the top side of the forest trying to protect the turret when Zatai got caught. There was no way IG could get out of that. Fantastic Tibbers, honestly, coming through from Kitties to really save what would have been a disastrous team fight.
Yeah.
But Vici just showing that right now they're in control of every part of the map.
Yeah, and IG are just bleeding. It's now up to 4,000 gold, the lead approximately for Vici, as Endless was able to clear out the top wave as well. Ina's going to be pressured, but the outer turret in the mid lane is going to fall down in favor of IG.
And they get a lot of farm over onto Zatai up there in the top lane, so he's going to get tankier. That was a heads-up play coming out of IG to be able to grab any form of an objective, but not in a position to fight still. Need to give up another dragon.
Yeah, it's going to be available right now. You've got backing members of IG everywhere, and Vici just going to casually stroll into the pit.
Yeah, dragon number 2, not really a huge deal coming across here. Of course, first one a little bit more important to stop coming through, but Vici, they continue the timer on the buff and going to be able to pick up another objective. See whether IG can sweep any of those important pink wards while this is going down. Doesn't look like they can.
No, can't quite. Members of IG not really grouping. They are moving towards the top side of the map, and there is a teleport available for Zatai as he sort of split pushes his way through on this Maokai.
It's really important to keep Zatai in this game. You know, it's easy to give farm over onto your carries because you think they might be the people to keep you in, but their tank line this game with all of the magic dealing threats coming through need to be incredibly big, especially because it's persistent magic damage. It's a Kassadin, it's a Ryze and Gragas who continually put out multiple spell rotations. Getting Zatai and Kakao into a position where they can tank up all that upfront burst is going to be important for IG.
Yeah, it's really huge the fact that Maokai is able to protect so many members of the team as well by just being alive with Ventral Maelstrom on top of his teammates. So I can understand you do want to make sure that this tree is able to take care of his team.
Same thing with Kakao. You need him up there for the Aegis to be able to impact everyone.
Yeah.
Remember, that's pretty much an Abyssal Scepter worth of resistance shred coming through that currently isn't available on Vici. You would expect maybe Dandy to pick one of those up. But the Aegis as well as the Zatai ultimate are the only 2 things that will save IG right now in a team fight.
Well, we'll see whether Zatai and Kakao can get things going on here, as Rookie has decided that he wants to grab a Void Staff by the looks of things as his next item.
Yeah, you saw he just did negative damage to World 6 the last time he got a spell rotation. And, you know, Deathcap a large way away, so if he goes Deathcap and then Void Staff, game might be too late for him to actually have a meaningful impact. You see this a lot when people go the Majia's Void Staff build. It's, I need damage right now to be able to impact this game.
Yep. We'll see whether it pays off, and if it does, yes. And if it doesn't, sort of how it works out. Vici now just creating some positions around this Baron. Parallel Convergence going to give away their tactic for a moment.
They actually use both of their vision spells at the same time, though. They use the Scrying Orb as well as Kakao's Parallel Convergence, as you just saw, so maybe could have been baited a little bit longer by Vici.
Well, as it stands, they are just going to move around towards the mid lane. They've got a lot of vision towards that top side, now wanting just to consolidate towards the bottom side of the map as well. World 6 not going to be able to clear out that pink ward around the blue buff just yet, but get some deep vision on his way through. Marta going to clear out this ward as well. Of course, Leona pretty good at getting rid of wards with that Shield of Daybreak.
Yeah, and you see Void Staff is now picked up by Rocky. Maybe need the Yomu's Ghostblade to be finished up for Kid for them to really feel like they can fight, but Zatai, he's hit a good item advantage coming through now with all of that MR, as well as the Righteous Glory. So slowly but surely, IG are finding power spikes. It's just that Vici have been sitting on theirs for so long. The double roller, of course, nearly almost at wow.
Yeah, Kitties is so close to dead. Nice gravity field, but it is going to be Hatong locking down the kill there. IG now.
Going.
Yeah, a man down. Have to be very careful. Parallel Convergence looking for Hatong. He's going to be able to lock down the red buff here, but smite it away from World 6, and in comes Marta. There's the gravity field. World 6 going to get stunned up. Explosive Cast gets Zatai out of the fight. Kakao forced to get out of there. Hatong uses his Zonya's Hourglass, and Zatai blocks down the kill. Ventral Maelstrom explodes to take him down, as Marta now looking to try and get some more work done, and IG, they do get to the right position. Kakao, that was an interesting interaction as he just launches himself towards nothing after the Valkyrie.
He was trying to get the edge of the stun off on the gravity field. What a good fight. Teleport coming through from Zatai.
Yeah, looking for it as Dandy takes the tip of the boomerang. Flash over the top from Kid, but flash out from Dandy was absolutely godlike to save his own life there. Zatai might be able to lock down Marta. Zenith Blade and Flash. We'll see whether it's going to be enough in order to get them out, but there are so many slows from Vici, and they're just kiting IG around.
Yeah, so in the end, they're not going to get anything off their teleport. Pulled their trigger on the 3, left Dandy to escape, but in the end, don't get anything. You were thinking they were looking for that team fight to turn on the Baron, but in the end, I think it was a 1-for-1 trade, and nothing really occurred.
Yeah, not a whole lot happened there at all. As just some brilliant plays there. Kid flash over that wall to try and get Dandy, and then just couldn't manage to follow up the damage, and Broom Prism was enough. Dandy just flashes away.
Yeah, so in the end, not really much coming through here. You see the Ceres has been finished up, as well as those distortion boots now for Dandy, making sure he has the flash as well as the teleport available a little bit more often. But you could see the amount of work that Zatai put in that last team fight, tanking so much for his team before he flashed over the wall. And if the team fights continue to go for that long and the super tank in the top lane is as effective as Zatai just was, it's going to mean it's a little bit harder for Vici to execute.
Yeah, Zatai now able to grab some armor for himself as well. Looks like he's going towards either a Randuin's or that Frozen Heart. Wouldn't expect a Randuin's from a Maokai. Has been the Frozen Heart in the past. As Kitty's very frightened.
And you know, you look at Zatai and you think primarily an all AP team coming through. Why would you? Wow. We'll finish that in a second.
Yep, World 6 not going to get engaged on just yet. Zatai holding on to the Twisted Advance. They want to find a priority target. Timewinder going to lock down Marta here as the Solar Flare does stop Rookie from advancing any further. Lots of damage onto this Leona and gets picked off as World 6 trying to get around here. Kitty's going to get destroyed though as Endless able to come in with a lot of consistent damage. Dandy, he's going to fall down though as Kid. He's still alive, gets destroyed by World 6. Endless still alive in the front line of this fight, but Zatai and Kakao all over him at the moment, and the consistent damage of Rookie doing a bunch of work, but now very, very low. Endless somehow still alive, not entirely sure how, as Zatai still trying to take him down. The Echo does fall, so the last man standing going to be Zatai. Still damage available from Vici though, just not quite enough, and man, that took a long time.
What a long team fight coming through there. Kitties is already respawned, so it's not an ace coming through, but a 5-for-2. 3 trade actually, because Marta had also fallen coming through for Vici Gaming. But you saw the longer this game goes, the tankier Zatai gets, the worse it's going to be for Vici, because they don't have that out-and-out super tank coming through for their team. And AP definitely doesn't deal incredibly well with it. What I was going to mention is the fact that Frozen Heart actually fixes a lot of Maokai's cooldown reduction and mana pool items. That's why you see it even against a lot of AP teams. Really good for the attack speed slow against any AED carries, but you know, 20% cooldown reduction, all that mana, not something you can easily replace. Let's take another look at the team fight though. Kitties gets exploded on the back line, and Dandy survives for much longer than they expected, and that just meant that Endless got some important auto attacks down onto Kid, and he gets blown up. After that, it's really just a tank battle, you know. Kakao and Zatai trying to do their best. Rookie just fighting around, but too much damage threat coming out of Vici for right now in the game.
Yeah, and Endless managing to use that flash at exactly the right time, and then came back into the fight right after Rookie died. They just didn't have enough to take him down in time, and it was just Vici able to run away with the fight.
Yeah, you know, they continue to go. They see if Zatai can push this one through.
The whole thing.
Yeah.
Zatai taking 15 years to die, as we do have a slight pause, ladies and gentlemen. LPL looking to try and get their players back onto the Rift as soon as possible. You can see Rookie just chilling out, wanting to preserve himself so that he can put this game on his back.
Preserve himself. How do you do that? How you do? Vegetables?
Swim around in a lot of vinegar.
Vinegar?
I think so.
Make sure you dehydrate yourself first with some salt.
Yeah, Spawn's cooking show. Thank you very much.
No worries. I like preserved eggplant. That's why I know how to do it. Yeah, it's delicious.
Capsicum, quite enjoy.
Yeah.
Well, a bit of that. Enjoyable stuff. Let's not talk about this anymore. We're talking about pickles. What the heck?
We're back on the Rift.
Thank goodness. Oh my gosh. Okay, Rookie going to be able to take down some wolves. Excellent stuff. Kakao looking towards the top side of the map, and Vici considering a ban. That's my update.
Just continuing to sweep out some wards right now.
Well, Kakao looking to... Going to stun up Marta.
A lot of good that did.
No, not a whole lot. Exactly right. Face of the Mountain was used, but it's got barely any cooldown, and Marta's just going to say, yep, what of it?
So right now, Vici, I still think they're in a very powerful position to continue to fight. You see, they're going for tanky routes on Dandy as well as World 6. So trying to turn Dandy more into a bruiser like old Rise was.
Yeah.
Well, Spirit Visage synergizes very well with Rise's ultimate. Gives him that 10% cooldown reduction that he's missing. Or he could go for a Banshee's Veil. You know, maybe a better option coming through there. Get rid of some of the important CC. We'll have to see how Vici decide to play the next stage of the game, because this is where they've started to hurt, around the 35-minute mark.
Ooh. Yeah, Kakau's going to spot out Dandy here, but World 6 and Mata are going to try and get in there. No joy with the Zenith Blade, though. Can't quite grab a pick.
Another Rev invade coming through.
There he is. World 6 actually gets caught by the Time Winder, Dandy as well, but they are going to be able to take down this Rev buff pretty quickly. It's just deciding on who it wants to hit at the moment. Kakao looking to find his way in Solar Flare, not going to find any stuns on anyone, but Rookie, he's going to get exploded in the backline. Hatong gets stunned up by the Gravity Field. Rookie was alive for a very long time, but they take down Mata. Double kill already for Hatong, though, as this Kassadin is going off. 3 kills now. Zatai, all of the focus on top of him. Kakao, the only one to survive, and it's a triple kill for the Kassadin.
Yeah, what a play coming out of Hatong. He's at the stage of the game where Kassadin excels. Level 16 picked up. That rank 3 ultimate doing work over the entirety of the IG lineup. And that was just stacked up over a buff they didn't need to fight. It's a red buff, and Vici are in such a power point still. Just give it up and walk away, but instead Invictus made to play. They'll lose the Baron by possibly the rest of the game.
Yeah, it's looking more and more difficult here for IG, and we're talking about this game waiting for Vici to sort of fumble, because this is not the stage of the game where things tend to be working out. But right now, this Kassadin doing massive things. The fact that Dandy is able to get so much damage off, 3-1 and 3 now as well on this Rise. They're just going from, you know, positive to positive here this game.
Yeah, and Rise has such a zone at the front of him that you don't want to enter, and there's 2 mid-range carries in Siva as well as the Victor on the map that they're kind of trying to avoid the... Wow, kid.
Yeah, all
sorry.
Just the tip. Not going to get stunned, but does find the slow there out of the Solar Flare. Shield of Daybreak not going to get Mata in, and without the Zenith Blade, can't follow up.
Yeah, so nothing happening there. So, sorry, what I was saying is 2 mid-range carries coming through here against a Rise means that they're playing that far back that Hatong is cleaning up the backline time and time again, and Endless just feels like he can be as aggressive as he wants because no one's ever in range of hitting the Corki. He's just free hitting the tanks.
Yep. And he's got that Blade of the Ruined King as well, now with the Last Whisper, so not going to be too worried about any armor that is going to come through, and health stacking not really going to help anyone here on the side of IG. So Endless, like you mentioned, sort of a bit of an unsung hero, able to just get rockets in amongst it when he doesn't quite have the range, and other than that, able just to auto-attack down whoever's in his face.
Yeah, so, you know, the hybrid damage of Corki in this game definitely now swinging further towards the AD as the game goes on, and Earth shows us the never-ending minigame.
Yep. We're going to be able to clear out this wave, but Inner Turret is going to fall down. Baron going to be helping Vici as IG decide to concede their inner turrets in favor of trying to hold on to their base if they can.
Yeah, so if they give away 2 inners, I'm sure they'll be incredibly happy with it. They just want to preserve the base, make sure it's not broken right now. But there's just so much seed potential coming out of a Trinity Force Corki as well as World 6's Gragas, who 2-0-9 having a fantastic game. You have to say, Vici on the verge of, I guess, breaking in and trying to take this all-important game 1.
Yeah, this is one of the best games that we've seen World 6 in. To be perfectly honest, he's really, really playing well, and able to make it look like switching Dandy to the top side of the map has worked out for this Vici Gaming squad.
Well, to World 6's credit, he generally does look very good on the Gragas. It's when he is forced to play other junglers that he has some slight performance issues.
I like how that has been stated as well, as Rookie has picked up the Abyssal Scepter, so 3 items, 4 items strong for this Victor. Doesn't quite have the perfect tech score just yet. But with a couple of upgrades, it's still
It's going to be a last item death cap coming through here for Rookie, so not getting all of that AP through at the mid stage of the game. Going for an Abyssal, don't get me wrong, I like it because he's being assassinated right now by Magic Dealers, but needs to make sure that he can get the death cap relatively soon before the game honestly will be out of reach. It's 10,000 gold right now, the lead for Vici.
Yeah, and they're just slowly gaining it as well. We saw after that Baron, it was about 7,000, now stretching it as this game goes on, grabbing the standing gold, using that Baron buff. And slow and steady has, of course, been the way for Vici, and we'll see whether they can slow and steadily make their way towards a victory instead of messing up a team fight potentially.
Yeah, and you know, this is the first time that we might be able to say that it will win the race coming through here for Vici, because they're on their 4th Dragon buff, 5th going to be available in about the 6-minute mark, because they're going to knock that Dragon off the map relatively quickly, and that's going to force IG to fight them. So unless they get Death Cap in 6 minutes, which Blasting Wand has already been picked up, I don't know whether there's a way they can fight.
Yeah, 6 minutes. Not going to quite be long enough to earn what is 2,400 gold. Yeah, difficult amount. I mean, Rookie might be able to do it if he grabs a kill on everyone. Potentially. Dandy going to be able to clear out this bottom wave though. More than happy to split foot. Does have the Banshee's Veil, so not going to be too scared of any twisted advances unless he's going to get hit by a sapling beforehand.
Just look how much more gold Endless has over Kid right now. 3 completed items, the boots as well as a QSS. And Kid went the cheap route of his build. Went for a Yomu's Ghostblade over the Phantom Dancer and hasn't been able to get anything afterwards.
Has finally managed to grab himself the red buff, so that's something he can hang his hat on at the moment.
Didn't have to give up 5 kills for it either this time.
Yeah, pretty handy. World 6 still clearing out some vision. Kiddies is going to be able to get ward over the wall there as Satong gets hit by both ticks of the boomerang.
And you know, something else to point out at this stage of the game, because people aren't level 18, is it's the level advantage they have as well. You can see World 6 2 levels over Cacao, so it's not only these huge item advantages that they've been able to pick up, but it's the relative stats you get off just being a higher level that really is continuing to snowball this game in Vici's favor.
Yeah. They do need to make some moves, though. They're sort of spreading now apart, trying just to suffocate IG out of their base.
You haven't watched Vici play much, have you, Atlas?
I'm more talking about the fact that it would be nice if they would now make
Minute 30, they'll make another play. It'll be on the Baron with lots of wards in the red side of the jungle of IG, if I know anything about Vici.
Okay. Okay, so 1 minute and 30 seconds, ladies and gentlemen, is when we're going to be getting our next fight. Nice ring of wards around the top side of the map where IG will be approaching that Baron pit. Means that they don't need to get as much vision into the pit at all, because, look, IG has to walk through a whole bunch of each vision to get anywhere near it.
You see, it was a Banshee's Veil picked up for Dandy, so
yeah,
he's trying to
old Rise.
Yeah, and he's going for what looks to be a Thornmail or a GA.
I'd like a GA.
Would you? For your birthday, Christmas?
I thought you might pick that one up. No. I like the idea of it on the Dandy here, just because I feel like they only really need to win one more fight and then they can break into the base.
Yeah, definitely agree in that regard. And you see a lot of, I guess, now the Negatron cape has been picked up by World 6. He might be looking towards something similar, or maybe even an Abyssal, something aggressive for the Gragas coming through as one of his pickups. Of course, Abyssal's actually really good on Gragas because of how much damage his W does. Being able to spread any resistances for this AP lineup is going to be good as well, because no one else has had the luxury of picking up that item. But as I said, he grabs a GA.
Yeah, grabs a Guardian Angel. Interesting item choice.
Really rich, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm looking at, he has so much more gold than Cacao.
Well, Cacao was trying to pick himself up some gold. Marta threatening him there just a little bit with the Zenith Blade, but able to phase dive his way out of it if it was going to come towards him anyway.
Cacao sells his yellow stick for a purple stick, of course worth a little bit more AP there, but wasn't able to get the death cap before the Baron is up, and he just feels like he had to sell it. Make a net loss on it, because the next fight going to be happening right now.
Yeah, and 5.12, of course, ladies and gentlemen, means that that's 80 AP on that Insular Large Rod as well. A little bit more worth it than it otherwise would be as far as selling that Blasting Wand is concerned. So understandable decision, but Marta is actually going to find out Satai here. Very tanky, though. You can see only taking about half of his health just now as Satong uses his Zhonya's relatively early. Does lock down World 6, though. IG trying to get a team fight. Double stun onto Cacao and Kitties, as they are going to be the first ones that are going to be taken down here as IG, Cacao, very, very low. Kid just gets obliterated. Rookies to follow. Vici, they found the fight that they wanted. Another triple kill for Hatong on this Cassidy. And Vici, they are going to be able to take game one in such a controlled fashion.
Yeah, and in emphatic fashion after 2 fantastic team fights. If there's something we can't, I guess, said that they weren't executing fantastically on, it was those late game team fights. But 2 in a row now means that they will close out IG for game 1. And Kid just not having a great game. 0, 3, and 4, down 60 CS. just wasn't doing what Endless was towards the end of that game.
Yeah, and Hatong 8-1-7. That Kassadin was so big, especially towards the later stages of the game. Zatai's just getting ignored as this Nexus is going to get taken down. 18 kills to 6 in favor of Vici, and that wasn't the result I was expecting from this.
And even more impressive, you know, the 16,000 gold lead. They played Vici's style, but cleaned it up around the 35-minute mark and then closed out the way that we've been expecting Vici to. They've got Dandy, they've got Mata. If anything, these guys should be able to play the map, and they've shown that they can do that, but now translate it into the team fights they're looking for.
Yeah, and the thing that was fantastic is the fact that they were playing so patient. They weren't expecting IG to come through with any crazy plays or anything like that. They knew exactly what they could take, and they took it.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, once again, you've got to look at IG. Their jungler, Kakao, wasn't able to get anything going early game. I really think that Kakao needs Gragas right now to be able to have one of those standout games where he just pressures the map, because he played World 6 this game. He left World 6 in the jungle, and World 6 outfarmed him, and then as the game got later, he just had way more gold, was so much more effective.
Yeah, and this Gragas was able to get so much work done. You saw massive kill participation as well. I wouldn't be surprised if World 6 picked up an MVP, but with Hatong on the map, couple of back-to-back triple kills, this Kassadin probably is going to be the one to pick that one up. Things were pretty good.
Yeah, it certainly was, and not respecting Dandy one more time. This guy keeps getting rise in these games, and every single time he makes the team pay.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult. But, ladies and gentlemen, this is, of course, a best of 2. Vici trying to make it a sweet 3 points against IG after this short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm, of course, Max Atlas Anderson. This is Jake Spawn Tiberian. It's Game 2 time for Vici and Invictus Gaming. But if we have a look back at Game 1, Vici just playing their Vici style, but it worked.
Yeah, convincing win coming for Vici Gaming. And, you know, you have to say that a lot of it was on the back of Hetong, who just was outputting so much damage in these team fights, able to get onto the back line. Let's take a look here. Blows up Rookie, along with the help of Mata, who they just continually use that combination of the Solar Flare and the Rift Walk to be able to get onto the back line and pick up important kills.
Yeah, there's the fact that World 6 was there throwing out explosive casts at all the right times as well. And as we go through this one, you can see Zatai, he gets caught out. He barely takes any damage. He's still able to be that huge tank, but the squishy members of IG just don't last as long as the members of Vici.
Yeah, the problem is right now is that with so many threats on the side of Vici Gaming, Endless feels like he can free hit, whereas Kid, you see, takes 2 damage spells coming out there, and he's out of the fight completely, even with all of the damage that Rookie is able to output. Hetong's just unrelenting in the chase.
Yeah, it's just far too difficult. The fact that Hetong, of course, known as a janitor, this guy cleans up fights, but the fact that he's on Kassadin, if there's any champion that's just built to do that,
he should have a janitor skin right there. But, you know, you have to give credit where credit's due, and Hetong was with Mata actually engaging a lot of those team fights. They were collapsing onto the backline and really able to get a lot of the initial burst done to make sure that people like Endless, like World 6, could get in there as well and start mixing up and play the scrappy playstyle.
Yeah, and I did like the fact that Mata picked up the Leona. Had some questionable plays, I have to admit. You know, Flash Zenith Blade not quite finding targets and things like that. But still, in the late game, especially that last team fight that he managed to land the beautiful double Solar Flare, really locked down the team fight for his team. Leona, still definitely a relevant pick.
And one of Mata's champions. You have to say that he's a legacy Leona player. You know, with a Rise in a top lane, you need another tank option there. Alistair, of course, taken off the Rift, so why not go with something like Leona that through the W just gets so many base stats to be able to boost her up to this tank status, and you don't want to be wasting cooldowns on a support player, but Mata was always in their face, always putting all that pressure through, and he played a fantastic game.
Yeah, and the fact that you get tanky stats from the Eclipse as well is so fantastic here for Leona when you're paired with a couple of sort of damage threats that want to be building into the late game, want to be building the likes of this Rod of Ages. And so once sort of this Leona fell off in relevance because you don't have as much gold, you've got these massive tanky damage dealers.
Yeah, exactly right. And you know, he also went a heavy cooldown reduction build, which meant multiple spell rotations were able to be put out there, and just the chain CC, the ability to team up with either Dandy or Hetong to get a lot of damage done. A self-sufficient AD carrying Corki. Endless had a great game on the backline, shredding through and outputting a lot of damage. So, yeah, Vici, they were able to put together a convincing start-to-finish performance. They've done so many convincing starts to the Rift, but able to get the last 10, 15 minutes down pat. You feel that is going to do this team such a world of good.
Yeah, well, now what they need to do is avoid heading back to Splitsville, because Vici Gaming just known to split series. Of course, they have outright lost their last 2, but since then, I mean, I think they've got about 10 splits throughout the LPL thus far for Split 2. So, look, we'll see whether they can actually grab 3 points this time around, because splitting games is so much more punishing at the moment.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, you know, on the other side of the Rift, Invictus Gaming, you take a look at their jungler there, Cacao on stream, not looking very impressed, but they've lost now against EDG, against Snake, and now they've got the potential to lose to Vici. And that's just not going to cut it for a team that would like to send themselves towards Worlds.
Yeah.
IG need to fix what they're doing on the Rift right now, because they're not performing the way that we're used to seeing Invictus Gaming perform.
Yeah, and you mentioned the games that they played in the Demacia Cup, and I think that that's definitely what's playing on their mind here, because they were on a bit of a tear actually heading towards this game if we look at the LPL history. But as far as, you know, their recent performances, you're right, it just didn't exactly live up to what they were expecting. So we'll see whether they can turn it around in this game here. Of course, they do have the blue side this time around, and Vici relegated to the red, and we'll see whether they are going to be able to get any sort of priority picks like a Rise for themselves potentially this game around.
And it's so funny because with IG, you're waiting for that one series where they just explode and overtake everyone and become this premier LPL team that we're expecting. They look like they were going to do it first split when they were steaming through the finals. You know, they played it against Vici and were able to come up with a huge upset there, but Then they ran into EDG. Everything fell to pieces. They had to start again. All of a sudden, IG, they get to themselves to a point where they look like they're going to go on a tear again. They run into EDG. Looks like everything's once again falling to pieces.
Yeah, it seems a little bit like that. We'll see whether they can turn around this game. Of course, it's only one game that we've seen. You know, you can't judge a team entirely on one game, but the fact that Vici played with so much control with what they were given in that last game was just pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, and that's a 9th I've seen now, so I've seen enough.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well,
IG
that's a
in trouble.
Point. Okay. 9 games, probably different to just the one. I was referring more to right now. Kalista going to be banned away, as well as Shen on the side of Vici. It is going to be Hecarim and Thresh removed as far as IG are concerned. Marta not going to get that Thresh. He's just fantastic on that champion. The fact that he has his own skin makes a fair bit of sense.
It's a good-looking skin as well.
Oh, it's so cool.
It's one of my favorite.
Let's talk about more skins of champions that have been banned away. What about Shen? Let's not do that. Maybe not a great idea.
I love the Samurai Shen skin because it's the only one that thematically makes sense.
Because he's not a ninja, he's a
samurai.
Or
a doctor.
Yeah, okay, interesting decision. Gragas going to be banned away, though, from IG. They're not going to see World 6 on that one. Very intelligent ban. You did mention the fact that World 6 looks great on Gragas. Not necessarily able to translate that into many other champions. Zatai considering Zac while we talk about the final ban for Vici, which was, of course, the Rise. So not going to get through this time around. And Kakao going to lock in the Echo.
Yeah, so once again, Echo picked up. It doesn't necessarily have to be for Kakao. Of course, Rookie plays that in the mid lane, although with the mana now on the ultimate and a little bit of, I want to say it's his base attack speed, touched a little bit. He does fit the jungle a little bit better in the mid lane.
A little bit touched in the attack speed department. Interesting. I like it. I like it a lot. World 6 considering an Evelyn now. As Vici are playing with some odd decisions here. There are a lot of picks still available that could be very strong. One of them standing out like a sore thumb is either that Kassadin or, of course,
Alistar?
the Victor or the Alistar. So a lot of decisions to be made here as Azir did escape the pick ban phase, and Endless is going to take away the Corki one more time.
And I really like Corki in the current patch. He's one of the AD carries that now that Kalista has, I guess, been figured out a little bit and is just receiving ban after ban. Corki is one of the few that has a very good mid-game spike coming through with the Trinity Force Sork Boots and then transitions really well into late game. So definitely one of the better AD carries right now. And, you know, if you're Rusty, you can also play him in the mid lane.
That is true. Well, if it's 5.13, you can play him in the mid lane. Of course, actually, you know.
What's the difference?
Yeah.
Oh, Leandri's got bumped up, I guess.
Yeah, it's the old Leandri's Duvalaki. That's the guy. Rookie is relegated to Lulu duty, though, as it looks like they're looking to...
Zatai plays it as well.
That is a good point. Good point.
Very open draft phase so far from IG is what I will say. They have some good disengage. They have potentially a hyper carry comp coming through for Kid if he does want to jump on to something like that. But right now, Invictus, they've just left it wide open. Good disengage. They don't really have to commit to anything.
Yeah, and this is another pick that you've been recently talking to me about, actually. The Braum here that Hotong is currently hovering. And I love it in conjunction with Corki, just because the sort of the all-in potential after 6 is just crazy.
Yeah, it certainly is. Flash Braum ulti is just such a good engage tool coming in there. And then you have all the follow-up, I guess, slows. You've got the big wall that Corki can stay safe behind. He's also really good in siege situations because of the Unbreakable that can come in there. And
yeah.
You know, he's also really good at repositioning himself. Braum is kind of one of the few supports that fell out of favor just because he doesn't do as well in lane swaps, but I think we'll see a little bit more prevalence as we see standard lanes becoming more popular.
Well, IG considering the Vayne here in the hands of Kid, of course, is going to have a lot of augmentation with the Lulu and the Janna, no matter which lanes they head towards, and it is going to be Fizz considered as well. So looks like Kakao going to be taking the Echo back into the jungle. It's going to be a top Fizz and potentially that mid Lulu. But of course, mid and top can switch around just a little bit.
Yeah, it certainly can. So we'll have to see exactly what they're going to want to go with. Right now, Zatai hasn't got Smite, so I'm expecting it is actually a top Lulu and a mid Fizz. But of course, he could just be very slow on his summoner spells, and I'm going to regret saying that.
Could be. Could be. Dandy, though, going to go back to the Rumble one more time. Has played a couple of them in his recent games. And World 6 going to be taking the Eve into this one. So a lot of mid-game power with Hotong's late-game Azir insurance policy. And we'll see how World 6 plays this Evelyn, whether it's going to work out sort of like half of the time that MLXG managed to make it work, Of course, there isn't going to be any Tremor Sense on this map.
And wow, actually Zatai picking up Fizz, and it doesn't look like he swapped over his Summoner spells, so it's going to be a Flash, Teleport, Fizz top lane.
Yeah, just having a look at that as well, and we are into the delay before we get into the game, so yeah, confirmed. Teleport and the Flash on the Fizz, so he might be going AP Fizz in the top lane.
Yeah, certainly could, or maybe double Dorans into a Trinity Force or some tank items coming through there.
Yeah.
I'm not completely convinced of what's going to happen there.
Yeah, interesting. Of course, those are switched around.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, so it was Fizz.
That even caught me off guard.
Yeah, that was very, very confusing. I thought that we were talking about the wrong thing the entire time through, but we did see the champion select spawn. We know what's going on.
Did we though, Atlas? I don't know.
Where am I? Oh, goodness. Okay, no, Kid into Endless is going to be the Vayne into the Cork. He can get away from the phosphorus bomb, but then probably will die in that particular exchange. Kitty's going to be trying to keep his Vayne alive as best he possibly can here, as Marta's going to take the Braum. But one of the first times that we've actually seen it here in the LPL. Haven't seen Braum really make a resurgence.
Yeah, and you know, as I said, standard lanes, Braum does good things, but we'll have to see whether he's able to translate that into the lane swap we most likely are going to see.
Well, we'll see whether we do get a lane swap as we hop onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, Invictus Gaming versus Vici in the final game of their series. IG looking to try and tie this one up, as Vici did manage to take the first game. Top of the screen will lie to you, ladies and gentlemen. Vici were the victors.
Certainly were. IG did not win game one.
They didn't. Correct. I was there. I know this.
I don't even know anymore, though, because, you know, apparently Danny's
Who's playing Rumble?
Fizz.
Okay, no, he's not. He's not. We're okay. We're absolutely okay. And look, one thing that probably threw you here was the fact that Zatai did take the teleport and the flash. So we'll see exactly what he does decide to do there on the top side of the map. I'm looking for the hover over.
To catch out what the runes he has taken, and it is AP. So AP Fizz in the bottom lane.
24 already. That's without any sort of Dorans, anything. He's got a lot of flat AP in that build.
So what you're trying to say is 24 with runes and masteries.
Look, he might have other things.
Like
who
what?
knows? No, you can't build Elixir first, can you? My bad.
Especially not with those
items that he's already got?
Yep.
Yeah.
We're both really good at speaking right now.
We should probably get a job where we speak a lot. Let's do that. Zatai, though, hanging around this bottom side of the map. You can see not too much aggressive vision being gained from either side.
Wow, Rookie straight away shoving this wave in.
To try and just assert his dominance in this lane. World 6 is going to be able to take down this Grom. Smites that one away at the very end. One doesn't want to risk Endless stealing that away like a jerk. Cow going to be able to take down the red buff very, very easily. Zatai doing some double jungling here as well. So nice lane swap to come through for Invictus Gaming.
And actually starting on a buff this time for Invictus, so...
Ooh, yeah, Dandy taking a lot of damage here. He silences himself and heads back to the turret.
So hopefully a quicker jungle path coming through for Invictus this time around, because they did start on a major camp, not on those little ones. Of course, Krugs give you a lot more survivability, but red buff going to increase your clear speed.
Yeah, you're going to grab your health back a little bit more as well when you smite that one away at the beginning, so that's helpful. I've always found it a little bit confusing myself. So Tongs is going to be able to try and clear out these
it's like
minions.
a potion. Is it? Potions are red.
Insta potion. The Insta potion buff, is that what we're
Swap back coming through. Is now there for Vici Gaming. See that they're actually recalling their bottom lane and sending them towards the top side.
Yeah, definitely don't want to be laning against these guys. As shoved out that wave. There's a lot of sort of free farm going towards the turret of Invictus. But yeah, you can see, not really wanting to take that Braum in any sort of 2v1 situation at all. And does this work out here for IG because of the waste of time that Vici put into switching back?
Yeah, well, they got a 3 buff start for it, as Kitties might be caught out by a level 2 Marta.
Yeah, and there's the Valkyrie in for Endless as well. Kitty's forced to use the flash before the stun came through. Kid moving towards the Braum. Level 3 now to the double level 2s that are available for Vici. No one else moving up here towards the top side though, so it is going to be a guaranteed 2v2 situation. Not sure whether either team knows this is the case, and it looks like we are going to have a transition towards the top side here for Cacao.
Yeah, looking to see whether they can swap back. They've sent Kid back to the bottom lane, and right now you can see Zatai has headed up there into the top. So once again, IG through superior pathing get the lane swap, and Zatai going to have a lot of farm.
Yeah, so much farm as this wave is going to be pushed towards the turret. Winter's Bike going to find Zatai, but he's like, I'm pretty happy underneath this turret.
Kakao waiting for the die.
Parallel Convergence is here for Kakao. Marta does have to flash to get his way out of here. They are going to stun up Zatai, though. Has to be pretty careful. Has hit level 3. Teleport to come in from Dandy, who's burning down Zatai. He's going to fall down here as well, as the tower now doing some work under Dandy. Kakao looking to try and get some work done, but Rookie, there's going to be the Glitter Lance. That's going to lock the first kill down for IG. Flash going to be... Oh, not quite available. Doesn't even need it as the Ignite burns down the Evelyn.
And what a great roam from Rookie, being able to head top lane off the back of, I guess, a really good intuitive play. Pick himself up a double kill. And Zatai needs to be careful.
Yeah, and he's actually managed to shove out the mid lane as well. Still has a CS advantage against Hatong. Hatong got nothing out of that. As okay, Zatai able to Urchin strike himself to relative safety, and he's going to be completely fine. It was very anticlimactic.
That was. I got all hyped for it.
You got very excited. That's normally my gig. Really weird. Don't know. Well, Kid able to tumble himself towards getting some earlier vision down there. Nice little harpoon going to land there from Dandy. Stun against the wall with the Condemn. Means Stumble has to be careful. Kid is still level 2. Oh, World 6 is going to discover Kid. Either Storm's down. Kiddy's finding his way over there. Kid does have to blow the flash though. Oh, nice. Glitter Lance.
Rookie doing well in the mid lane. As you said, continually shoving up there, making sure that he's around the map and controlling the areas that they're looking to ward from Vici. Kiddy is behind in levels, but if he's taken the talent that if you're behind, you get more experience, it's actually better to get your support behind early in the game if you're going to lane swap. It's something that I was looking into recently because of how the talent works. You're actually able to distort experience quite heavily if you let your support player fall behind and then catch up when it becomes a 2v2.
Yeah, and it actually makes a whole lot of sense as well, because you're just going to get more experience per minion.
Yep.
So you just have more experience available.
You're much better at explaining things to me.
It's weird. And I'm not generally. As Marta's going to take a few auto attacks there from Kid, able to use that Eye of the Storm quite nicely. Here's Kid. He's the pseudo 2v2 now broken out here on the bottom side of the map, but Kid more than able just to farm up these minions.
And you have to say that IG are very happy with this lane swap right now, because if anyone is, I guess, content to 1v1, it is going to be Fizz against an AD carry. As soon as he hits level 6, Corky needs to be careful that he just doesn't get 100 to 0.
And you can see as well, as Fizz, 24 CS to the 21 of Dandy, who's had to go back to base one more time. They're trying another switchback.
And it's just got Zatai level experience, because Dandy spent so much time transitioning between lanes, and he had to burn the teleport to try and respond to a gank, whereas Zatai was able to use it to get back into experience range. Dandy has been the person that I guess has struggled to be able to keep up in the early game.
Yeah, Tongo in the meantime, considering all of this swapping around has meant that this mid lane's been a bit of an island. Diazir has managed to catch himself back up. Zatai just have to be a little bit careful. Of course, only that Doran's ring. Yeah, he's going to head back, just progress sticking his way back to the shop. As you mentioned, pick himself up some more items to see whether it's going to be a Sheen, see what he's going to grab there, whether he's going towards... oh, actually going to be a Fiendish Codex, so going for the probably cooldown reduction-esque build.
Yeah, so 40% CDR coming through for top Fizz will help him out a lot as the game goes on, means that he can play full Trickster more, and the timing of the back once again means that he can rotate into the bottom lane, and Dandy going to be suffering under another lane swap.
Yep, turret is going to take a couple of these minions, but Kid going to get there relatively soon, but Zatai, once again, a lane shoved nicely right into him. He'll be absolutely fine. And it does, it's exactly what you were talking about. This Fizz does seem to be the beneficiary.
As long as he doesn't get dough.
Well, Cow's here. Parallel Convergence is going to be available. Throws it down there. Nanless and Marta just going to know. Marta's going to happily get slowed for a bit. Nothing going to really come out of it. Time force to use a playful tricks to get out of the phosphorus.
But actually gets chunked in the bottom lane there. This I can't really CS underneath the turret. And all of a sudden, because the gank didn't occur in the bottom lane, it meant that the Thai was just forced to eat a whole lot of damage.
Yeah, concede farm there as well. So eat damage without actually being able to pick up anything for it as well. So difficult for the Fizz, but does get some experience there in the lane, which will be fine. Level 6 now available. Of course, was just hit by Dandy as well as he uses the Equalizer to clear out this minion wave. Nails the camp creep as well. Definitely feels good.
Means that top lane turret will be safe and the bottom going to be the first to fall. They're sending Hatong down as well. Need to answer here, IG, with something else.
Yeah, Rookie going to take a bit of damage there from the Sand Soldier's attack. But this lane, like we mentioned earlier, just been a little bit of a farm fest, bit of a stale situation here as Endless just waiting for this to do as much damage to the minions as possible. Now going to lock that one down. Marta says, stop wasting time. We're killing this turret. And it looks like the Dragon going to be the next focus here for Vici. So pretty standard Vici stuff. Take down a turret, move on to the Dragon. Understanding that there's 2 members in the top side of the map means that they are going to be able to grab that objective very, very easily. And Vici, controlled calculated play one more time. 5 members here around the Dragon, guaranteeing that objective.
They also were able to bounce the bottom minion wave as 3 or less caster creeps survive. It eventually will start pushing back in the favor of Vici, and you can see in the top lane turret will fall, but right now Vici picked up 2 objectives for 1.
Yeah.
Kitty's stacking the wave, make sure that bounces as well.
Gold lead's still in favor of IG here for by about 500, something like that, as Rookie's going to be able to take down some extra farm. But you're exactly right. It means absolutely nothing, considering the fact that the first Dragon, 6% stats, going to be helping Vici out a whole lot as they move forward in this game as well. But if we have a look at these lineups, I have a feeling that Vici's about to hit some form of power spike moving forward.
Yeah, you know, they have the 2 core items nearly finished up for Dandy with the Sword Boots as well as the Haunting guys. Actually going with a Cinderhold on the Evelyn, something that we haven't seen a lot of.
I have never seen it.
That's another way to say that.
Yeah.
Trinity Force and Morellonomicon also going to come through for Hatong and Endless. But right now, IG are the team in power. They've got the Athenes finished up already on Rookie, who was very accelerated because of the early double kill.
Yeah.
And you have to say, Zatai, as soon as he hits any form of CDR, will be much better off than what Dandy will be, especially in a 1v1. Dragon isn't available for a fight.
Well, Kakao is going to be able to clear out some vision here that was put down by Marta. Now just looking to try and find his way in here. World 6 hanging around, but does get spotted. That is very important. They know that there is an Evelyn up there. Gets pinged out like 400 times. They are well aware. Rookie, as he was trying to roam around, will leave this lane, but still is able to make his way back. Clear out the minions. Get an eye of the Storm Shield. And everything resumes as per usual.
And this is a very different strategy out of IG. I can't stress that enough. The fact that they're getting behind Kid, who didn't have the best of game 1. Putting him on the hyper carry. Fish comes out.
Yeah, there's the Fish onto Marta as well. Uses the Unbreakable, not taking a whole lot of damage at all. Timewinder comes in. The stun comes out from Kakao, but he's going to get stunned up. Endless, able to get a lot of damage off. There's the Glacial Fissure. Stops Rookie's advance as well. As Zatai still able to get in here. Marta so incredibly close to dead. He's going to get taken down by Rookie there as well. Six going to flash out of the way. There's the Chrono Break from Kakao. There's the Wild Growth as well, but Hatong, he's finally found his way up here, and Zatai, Urchin strikes his way out. Is he going to be able to lock down the kill? Oh, the flash from Hatong is going to save the life.
Wow.
Oh, Glitter Lance. My goodness, it is going to be a 1-for-1 in the end.
I think that was 7 health coming through from Hatong.
That's not a lot of health.
That wasn't a lot of health.
Well, he's going to be alive. Kid is going to find Dandy, though. Uses the final hour. Not going to dive too far in. Either Storm Shield is down. Flash comes out at Dandy. Kid loses half of his health from the turret.
Yeah, but once again, it's a team fight that looks like Invictus are going to win. But then Vici take a structure off the back of it. Kid goes for an aggressive push into Dandy instead of taking the turret and winds up in Vici's favor.
Yeah, Kid able to steal away a blue buff there as well, as Marta was unable to steal it away with that Winter's Bite. Definitely handy. Dandy now able to take down, by himself, sorry, a Negatron Cloak. Especially when he's got that skin. I like it when he's wearing a cape. It's a little bit like a superhero. But Trinity Force now completed for Endless. Morellonomicon now in the back pocket of Hatong. You mentioned the fact that we are going to be heading towards a bit of a power mark here for Vici, and we'll see whether they can utilize it. Now, gold, completely even.
Yeah, really only Rookie that is much stronger than his counterpart of this at this stage of the game. And you have to think that that is good news for Kid right now. Moving towards that Blade of the Ruined King, must nearly have it. And Rookie just going to augment all of that damage that's going to be outputted from the Vayne.
Yeah, 1,370 gold now in the back pocket of the Vayne. You're exactly right. Very close.
With the Eye of the Storm, adding a BF worth of damage. Wow.
Yeah, Tong looking to go in, but doesn't quite get close enough, for the Emperor's Divide. So just going to take a whole lot of damage instead of everything else.
Tried to serve Rookie up to Endless, as Zatai, even with ulti available, forced to run away.
Yeah, he's just holding onto it for as long as possible. There's the fish down. Equalizer in a nice position as Marta finds his way in. Hatong's here as well. Kitty's just getting destroyed as Kakao. He's now on the run away from this Vici squad. Nice little lance from Rookie just to try and get them out of here. But Endless, he's found his way in as well. World 6 around. That's 5 members of Vici that IG will have to run away from.
Yeah, just an earlier group from Vici means that they've got control over the top half of the map, and maybe Kid can take bottom turret, but once again, this is going to be an uneven trade because Vici get the kill, they get mid lane.
And they get the outer turret in the mid lane as well, opening up a lot of the map for these guys when they trade it for the outer turret of the bottom side. And they can set up a sun turret there in the mid as well, so it just means a little bit more with an Azir.
Definitely pressures the map a lot when you have an Azir Dragon coming up, cutting off that minion wave, making sure that there is no vision for the team. They can't shove up and grant themselves all of that, as you can see right now. So just strangling IG out of any vision and trying to control the next Dragon.
Yeah, and Atong, you can see, able to pressure even Rookie out of this lane. 3-0 and 0. The Lulu very strong. Zatai still able to get work done. You can see this squad of IG. I mean, they've got a lot of late game power. I mean, Fizz is going to get very, very strong now with the Omicron actually in the back pocket. So full AP Fizz is an interesting one. First time we saw this coming through was actually from Flandre. So but he went
teleport smart.
Yeah, teleport smart. Interesting.
Red team's turret has been
Zatai showing us a different way.
Zatai also showed us teleport smart.
Yeah, but he played it sort of full tank.
I think he played Magus one game.
Okay.
Pretty sure. Maybe it wasn't Zatai. Someone else did it that wasn't Flandre. Both lost.
Yeah, it hasn't been all that successful. But we'll see whether IG can do it this time. They've managed to give themselves up a pass of 200 gold now as Rookie's going to find his way around. Does have Polymorph available. Oh, Emperor's Divide onto Kakao. As nice Howling Gale's going to come through. Equalizer only going to find a little bit of Rookie. And Kitty's, once again in a troubling position. Monsoon not going to really help him there. Forced to use the flash. Yeah, Zatai right in amongst the fight, right in amongst the back line as well. Hatong going to go down first. Kid now finding his way in as well as Marta able to get a nice Glacial Fissure to try and break up this fight. Unbreakable is there. Kakao locks down the kill. Looking to try and tank this one through. Kid still doing cleanup in the back line. Kakao probably doesn't want to tank this turret for too much longer.
Rookie's Glitter Lancers have been on point in these team fights. Kid able to get into that at the most opportune time and clean everyone up. Now they're going aggressive.
Yeah, Kid just running so fast. With the Eye of the Storm shield as well as that Whimsy, this Vayne's going to be able to run pretty quickly in these team fights.
Trying to see whether they can grab 2 objectives for the price of 1 here, Invictus. This is quite greedy.
That's a good deal, though. Oh, Kid. Does manage to lock it down, does Kakao, and World 6 is going to trade his life for it. Somehow Kakao's still alive as well as Endless is going to go down. Kid playing this one beautifully. It's night and day from the last 2 games. Triple kill for the Vayne as Marta might be giving up a Quadra. Hatong is going to be there to save his life, though Parallel Convergence not going to find too much. As Vici, they lose 3 members, a Dragon, mid-turret, and a whole lot of members of the team before that as well. My goodness, things just fell off the boat for Vici.
I really want to see that replay coming through because you mentioned how well Kid played that, but the layering of shields that came out of IG there, they were able to get one from Kitty's, then Rookie was able to supplant it with his shield, just meant that Kid face tanked all the damage and freely auto-attacked 3 members in a row with a single target AD carry and picked himself up a triple kill.
Yeah, I saw it.
I want to play AD with a that.
He wants to play AD for IG. Actually, hang on. Haven't you wanted to play IG for a long time? Well, 4-0-1 now for Kid. He has definitely been the recipient of a lot more gold now as the static shiv has been completed on top of that Blade of the Ruined King with the extra boots. Looks like Rookie's decided to pick himself up some interesting items there, Blasting Wand as well as that Aether Wisp. So we'll see whether he decides to go for what looks like, I guess, a Luden's Echo and a Void Staff. I'm not sure. Could be a Lich Bane.
Yeah, Deathcap Lich Bane is what I would think. And movement speed is just a great stat to pick up on Lulu. Helps her get around.
Yeah. With the fact that she's so utility-based, having some extra sort of power here.
Yeah, well, Lulu's not about her damage. It's about throwing the help picks onto the Vayne and positioning either yourself or the AD carry around the fight with the Whimsy to be able to pick up a lot of bonus damage. And, you know, Lich Bane just helps you chunk through structures as you get later into the game. So definitely do like the focus on AP and the Lich Bane out of Lulu, generally speaking.
World 6 now going to try and find a pick onto Rookie. Gets some cute little answers. Zatong looking for his way in. There's the flash into the Emperor's Divide. World 6 not quite there in time, and Rookie just holds on to everything.
Teleport coming through.
Yeah, cool, calm, and collected as Zatai tries to find his way in. Playful Trickster on top of Hatong. No ultimate available. Agony's Embrace down from World 6. Double knock up from the Wild Growth as Cacao is massive in the front line. Marta down very low. He's going to die from the Playful Trickster as Zatai trying to find his way in. Endless now on the backside, but he can't get into the fight. Dandy's going to fall down. Flash from Cacao. World 6 is going to die as well, and IG are running away with this game.
What a different team comp coming through from IG. Still looking for Endless. Ooh. Everyone close your eyes. Pretend that didn't happen. You're having a great game, Kid.
Yeah. Good game, Kid. Don't worry about it. Okay. Cow going to be able to take down the inner turret in the mid lane. Endless basically died.
Zatai.
Oh, he did. Okay. He's very close to dead, though. Zatai's probably just going to say that was very, very close. Still works.
He crit me. I guarantee that is what he said. I would have won that fight, but he crit me with only Infinity Edge.
Well, crit me with only
Trinity Force, sorry. Yeah.
It's even worse.
It is.
What is that, 15, 10?
15, I think.
Yeah. Don't know it off the top of my head. 3-0 and 10 now, though, as far as that score.
Oh, he did! Or was that just Sheen?
Oh, possible. Sheen, yeah. It's a lot of damage. I'm not sure what Zatai thought he could do there either. Ah, very cute. But he does have 40% cooldown reduction now, so he's going to be playfully trickstering his way around very, very easily. Don't look at me like that.
Is that the same as relentlessly pursuing?
Yes, precisely. Or martially poising.
That is not one.
Well, Kid's going to be able to take himself down some wolves. And look, IG now just considering their next option as far as the objectives to take on this map. A couple more inner turrets still available in the top and the mid lane. Might head there, but Vici now trying to just consolidate themselves. They're 7,000 gold behind, and now they need to play this one out. You can see Hatong, he does have the Luden's Echo, so he's going to be doing a lot of damage as this is here, but he's just so squishy.
Yeah, and he wasn't able to get himself in position to pick Rookie off in that last fight, and it just put him at such a disadvantage. He blew the flash, he blew the Emperor's Divide, trying to create a pick for his team, then got teleported on and completely destroyed by this AP top lane Fizz. So you have to think that he probably won't be going aggressive with his combo in the future.
Probably not. That's a Blasting Wand for Kitties as well, on top of his already Magi's Soul Stealer. Interesting. 100% kill participation for Rookie.
Who's out of Blasting Wand at the moment?
Riley's Crystal Scepter. Abyssal Scepter. Ginsu's Rage Blade.
I'm trying to think whether like Zrock Portal or Banner of Command.
Banner of Command. No, Ohm Wrecker. Not sure what that builds out of because no one builds it.
Maybe we might see the first.
Perhaps. Not sure. I have a feeling it'll just be a death cap if anything. Just wants to make sure he keeps Kid alive for as long as possible. He's going to be able to take down the inner turret here. IG, we'll see whether they take their minds towards this Baron
Death Cap is a bit of a luxury item, I feel, on Jonah.
Well, yes.
You generally... Oh, he's got Magi's, I guess. Magi's Death Cap would be an optimistic build.
Yeah. Well,
wow.
Yeah, Rookie's going to find Hatong here. That help picks did a bunch of damage.
Look how quickly Rookie runs.
Lulu on the Chinese client is actually
adorable.
Sounds more adorable. Yeah. Oh, another good lance lands onto Marta as well. Look, he's just running around really, really fast, being really annoying.
And you know what scares me that I find Lulu adorable? Because she's kind of a maniac.
Yeah, no, she is. Does also have a death cap now as well. So I decided to go for neither of the items that I considered and just skip the 8th Wisp completely and just build a death cap. I like it. Because flat AP is just so useful. Of course, Dragon's going to fall down. Kakao going to lock that down for the team. Vici unable to find any position because it's now sort of IG's turn to have sole control over this area.
Yeah, and this is where Vici just puts the brakes on game. Doesn't like to fight when they're at any disadvantage. Will just try and get vision like World 6 is doing right now and just seed any neutral objectives. If it comes to the base, they certainly will fight, try and wave clear as best as they can with the Tong, but don't look for them to take any aggressive fights. As World 6 is counter jungle. That's probably the safest jungle side to be on if you're World 6, although Kakao's down here.
Yeah, it's not all that safe now as World 6. He's going to get discovered, trying to chase him with that Time Winder as well. Kitty's finding his way around, but that's not a lot of extra damage you're going to be adding to this one. Time Winder being looked for once more, and just being perma-slowed is this Evelyn. Just can't get enough W's into himself. That's the wrong base, World 6. He's trying to give the kill over to only Kakao, and he is going to be successful. Gives a cheeky assist to Kitties, but Zatai unable to find his way there. Another Sun Turret is going to be constructed here in the mid lane as Rookie's probably going to destroy that one with relative ease. Actually, no, it's an old one. A couple of particles still left on the map. Satong, half health. Can't stay in a lane against Rookie.
I don't think anyone can right now. 3-0 and 10, the mid laner of IG having another good game in this series. You know, his Victor definitely wasn't fantastic, but it wasn't the reason they lost game 1 either as they start up the Baron bot.
Yeah, kids here, a lot of damage to this Baron with that Blade of the Ruined King. They are going to be able to take down the ward in the back of the pit. Looks like they're going to stay on it. Dandy going to be teleporting in. They've got vision. Hatong only at half health, but Zatai manages to get a fish on top of him. Kakao looking to find his way in. Emperor's Divide still available for this Azir. Nice equalizer actually out of Dandy, but look at the parallel convergence. Marta going to get stunned up. There's the Emperor's Divide. Hatong trying to do some work here. Flame Spitter from Dandy doing something, but look at Zatai's damage. IG turn it around. Dandy's going to melt. World 6, the last man standing. Zatai locks down that one as well. It's a double kill for both the top and the AD carry, and IG, they get the ace.
What a team fight as well. Kakao, just not your day. 3-2 and 14. You had a good game. That will probably be the end, although death time is still relatively short. And Zatai hit the 4-man playful trickster in that fight. Completely blew up the entirety of the Vici team. Vici tapped the mat surrender there at the end, and IG, they're able to get that dreaded split.
Yeah, IG. Yeah, the dreaded split, so 1 point apiece, but definitely proving themselves in that second game. And when you are down a game, you just want to be denying points from these lower teams so that you're not going to be watching your back as teams like Vici are going to be catching up to the likes of IG.
Yeah, and I like the fact that IG went into game 2 with a completely different strategy. No longer about isolating the mid laners. Continue to lane swap, make sure that Zatai is able to farm, and then throw everything behind Kid. Sure, he's had a rough couple of games, but on Vayne, when you're playing with the Lulu, when you're playing with the Janna, all of the added synergy that can come through onto a hyper carry, Kid was able to play himself back into relative form.
Yeah, and they had the front foot from the beginning as well. The fact that they managed to get the lane swap working out the first time, it was Vici just following them around the entire game.
Yeah, exactly right. Vici not able to play the map the way they would have liked to. And you're right, they were just fell behind, weren't able to contest Dragons, and as the game progressed, you could see Vici were going to play safe, and IG, they're anything but a safe team when they're ahead.
Yeah, but that is going to bring us to the end of this series. We still have half the night of LPL action to come, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to have a short break, but we'll be back very, very soon.
放心。士兵们，请尽快把过来就快。
Hello and welcome back everyone to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. My name is Julian Pastry Timecast. Joining me this evening is Ryan FLICKR and more. And that was quite a last series though. IG finishing out strong in game 2.
Yeah, but it's pretty classic and standard that we've come to expect from Vici Gaming as well. You know, they come through one game, they look incredibly impressive, very much in control, a methodical, clinical win, and then just can't make it connect for game 2. But it's nice to see Invictus Gaming creep back in there. And I know Kid did really well on his Bane, but I really feel it was actually on the back of Kakao on a fantastic Echo performance.
And that's not surprising, really, that Kakao is the player that, when he plays at his best, it feels like IG look almost unstoppable. Zatai, fairly consistent. Rookie, super consistent all year long. And Kid and Kiddies, that's the word we used to describe them for, I think, forever, as far as they've been a duo. So it makes sense that Kakao has been a bit on and off this split. When he does wake up, it shows in the game.
Yeah, and it really shows the power of Jungle Echo and kind of what a threat he's come to be in the LPL in hands of these Chinese teams. I believe it has close to a 75% win rate from the jungle, and you think like, well, okay, that can be boosted by, you know, the top tier teams, you know, prioritizing Echo and finding him. But one of the #1 Echo players is actually Amy and MLXG, two of the bottom tier teams junglers. So it's not just, you know, the top teams padding Echo jungle stats. It's just the power of that champion and how he's being utilized.
Yeah, and it feels like they're actually not that popular, but we are going to get into our next match now. ZFX is going to see some more play. QG, the team that's been fairly close to the top all season long, really are the snake of this split. We're going to start on the top side here with V.
I'm glad that you used the word snake. It's like an adjective now for people. But no, you're absolutely right. You know, coming into the LPL from the LSPL, they've turned a lot of heads. And I actually think it's really mostly on the back of this guy, their jungler Swift, Korean.
Yep, he's also padding the Echo stats there as well, as you can see, with 3 picks in the last 5 games. I agree, Swift, for my money, is the best jungler in the LPL. He's so good. And that's with Dandy, fortunately, in the top lane, with Kakao running around, with lots of strong junglers. Doinby as well. Started being the Morgana-only player in the first few weeks, but he's just become amazing.
And the other guy that I want to kind of pimp up is going to be TNT. Yeah, I just used the word pimp up. TNT is a fantastic low econ AD carry, and in a region that's so stacked and so much AD carry talent, he's really kind of carved out his own niche, and it's also with the help of this guy, TCT, formerly known as Moore from LMQ.
Yeah, and TCT, similar sort of playstyle, very low econ, will just sacrifice himself, sometimes really well, sometimes just for the hell of it feels like, but he is the person that's getting everyone else into good positions, making sure TNT can clean up, and then TNT, you're right, with low resources, is able to clean up. It's almost like he's the best version of San from like 2014 OMG.
Yeah, I'm really glad that you brought it up because I think that their playstyles are very similar. You know, he doesn't demand a lot of resources, but he can show up into these team fights and be a huge contributing factor. Majority of the time, it's been with Sivir and Callista, starting to mix up that AD carry pool as the LPL AD carries are starting to trend more towards Corki and Vayne now.
Yeah, got even some Graves coming back in,
Yep.
but you're right, it's been a lot of these shorter or mid-range AD carries and a lot less of the Sivir since we've had a year of Sivir, it feels like, this particular year. But QG just look amazing, and their top half of the map gets so much gold.
Oh, yeah. V. I mean, the thing is he's only shown, I don't want to call it a limited champion pool, but he's only needed to show 2 champions just because there's so many different power points and focus points on Xiaogu. Again, one of the reasons why they're a top tier team is because they can carry from virtually every position. But let's talk about King.
Yeah, King, a team that's been very up and down this season, but it really was Insect coming back into the top lane that saw them start to win. And your fun fact earlier was that the last time these two met was the first time King won a game this split.
Yeah, so King started this split losing every single set of 2 until they faced Xiaogu with their starting Koreans Zero and Insect and finally took a game. And since then, they've pretty much won every single set except for their match against Invictus game.
Yeah, they've been struggling a little bit, but certainly have better results as Heat Corn as well. Been okay. Name also been playing just fine. Going to more of the Corki this year. I've been playing a lot of the in-meta AD carries, not more of his niche picks. And Zero, when he wants to play well, he's an absolutely outstanding player.
The fact that we have to put that prerequisite on it, when he wants to play well, let's not forget his Guardian Angel QSS Thresh performance. But yeah, playmaking support, he does really well on, I'm going to call it non-committal CC champions, Thresh, Morgana, things like that, where you can throw out the Dark Binding, the Death Sentence. Amazing mechanical skill cap. Zero has been helping out King in their shot calling, and so they look a lot more cohesive as a unit with him on the roster in terms of, how they're positioning around team fights. The thing about King, though, bottom tier standings, we always talk about, like, what is the actual ceiling of this roster? Where can they actually climb? Because they had a delayed start, with a couple of their roster issues, not starting the Koreans until they did face Xiaogu the first time around. It's not connecting for them, and they still look really scattered.
Yeah, it's been, scattered and consistency, honestly. We've talked about them losing a lot to start things off. That sort of got them to the bottom half of the standings, and then finally the shining lights came back. Insect was back, Zero was back. Things were looking good, and they just split every single series except one. Like, we've talked about it all the time. The 2 zeros that you do get for the 3 points are really what keep you at the top of the ladder or get you into the middle of the top half of the ladder. And when you don't win consistently, it's hard. QG, they know this. They've barely dropped a set at all. I don't think they've still lost at all, in fact, as far as losing in straight games goes. And, when they've won, and they've just kept it even. EDG and QG are at the top of the standings because they can consistently win 2-0.
Yeah, a big thing about Xiaogu, though, as we look at these graphs, so the one thing that I want to point out is on the left top-hand side, you saw the Xiaogu's graph spike up, and then on the right top-hand side, it kind of dipped more in. That's the difference between their win rate on blue side and red side. And Xiaogu, the thing that you always have to remember is they've only lost 1 game on the blue side to LGD. Otherwise, they always win with priority pick.
And it makes sense why either as a strong team they get the 2-0 and take the 3 points, or they just split every other game. But they had such a good start to the season, exploding and smashing LGD in their first series, I believe, to take that 2-0 and really get ahead here and show up in the LPL. And then just kind of smooth sailing, kept towards the top, not number 1 just yet. EDG still beating them out, I think. But King, 1-1s are fine, but you need more than that to get yourselves up the standing. So let's see what the draft brings. It says Thresh is the first ban on QG for the blue side, and Kalista banned away by King.
Not surprising. Kalista's always been a staple ban. Again, we are on 5.12. It's not 5.13 quite yet, so the AEP item changes have not taken effect. That said, Braum got buffed. We saw Braum last game.
Galio kind of got buffed.
Kind of.
Rise
and Echo got Echo got tweaked a bit.
I'm going to say no, because they're still very strong. As you can see, a Rise ban there from King, followed by the Azir there from QG. But the big one's obviously Runeglow. We've seen it already today. AP Ezreal has been a big power pick. There's a Fizz ban, actually. I like that a lot against King. That's almost it's a good double ban there. And finally, Echo is going to be taken away from Swift.
That said, King's purple side bans, they're pretty much all staple bans from that side. Kalista, Rise, Echo. Does leave over the Victor. Xiaogu are hovering this. Doin B, like you said, he started as a Morgana player, as a Lulu kind of supportive style mid laner, has really started to define himself that he can play these carry roles if you give him a power pick like Victor.
Yeah, he's just been great. Even on Morgana, he's had some carry performances as well. The man can just play everything. I guess you felt like playing Morgana in week 1 as they do take away the Victor for Doinby, one of the best mid laners you can play right now, especially with Azir being taken out of the mix. His power has not changed at all. And King now looking for their next few picks. They lock in Janna. That's going to be Zero's champion. It's going to be Name once again on Sivir.
And the fact that Name is taking this new identity and role in the King performance, no longer going to the hyper carry of his Jinx and looking more for a utility to empower Insect, to empower Korn, to make plays and to be the carries. I really like the second rotation from King, especially taking away Janna from TCT. I feel like TCT either plays Janna or he plays Annie.
Yeah, and if you can bring almost anything to this comp now. You've got plenty of movement speed. You can get your front line in there. It's just a matter of what you want that front line to be. So we'll see what King select for themselves. They're going to have very common picks for them. I like Zero again on a disengage style support.
Stand behind
QG,
me.
yeah, could be a Brom. Going to get locked in for TCT and Shen. QG keeping it very standard in this draft.
So again, both Shen and Braum were changed recently. So the changes to Shen is that his passive is now acting very much like Maokai's passive, where he's going to get more rotations through it depending on his level. It'll ramp up. So evens out his lane phase, gives him a bit more sustain options there. But the big thing is his taunt. When you level the taunt, it requires less energy, so you can get more taunts off during these crazy, hectic fights. And that's where Shen's really been shining. If we think back to Zatai's performance, where he got 2 4-man taunts in a row to win the game.
Yeah, Shen's been very popular so far, so no surprise to see QG take it fairly early. Gragas, Vladimir is actually the response from King, and that's with Rek'Sai still sitting in the jungle pool, I believe. So Huey did not take his most played jungler. He actually opts for Gragas instead.
It's his... I don't think it's actually his most played. I think Lee Sin still is.
Probably.
But Rek'Sai is his most statistically relevant.
I feel like this split, it must have been Rek'Sai. Maybe all time it's Lee Sin, but regardless, surprised to see him take Gragas, but QG have finished their draft. Nidalee and Vayne are going to be their last few picks. Swift back on a carry jungler.
Really surprised to actually see the Nidalee come out here. We'll see if he maybe goes towards that Runeglaive build.
Yep, Runeglaive's on this patch, so wouldn't be surprised to see him take it. Can't buy Magus anymore, so unless he wants to go really crazy and build Cinderhulk or Warrior, probably going to be a Runeglaive. We do have the Vlad, remember, that's Insec or Korn's pick. And so is that, actually, given what they're flashing.
The double flex.
I mean, they can do just about whatever they want, but you already explained it, right? The Sivir just wants to enable these big frontliners that need a bit of extra movement speed, that can do massive amounts of damage. It is going to be the Yasuo taken up by King. So Yasuo Vladimir is insane late game.
It's a little bit curious that they decided to have their flex pick, as the last pick through their draft, as opposed to front-loading with it to cause confusion and maybe get more favorable matchups. So kind of curious there. We'll see where everything shakes out. If it will be Insect taking his Yasuo or his Vladimir to that top side. But you are correct. I really like Sivir and synergy with Vlad in particular, just because he needs a tool for flanking. Because if you think about how Vlad's going to engage a fight, if a Vladimir pops Ghost or flashes at you and then attempts to pull, you're just going to back away from him. He needs the on the hunt ultimate to find that flanking so he can get a nice Hemoplague.
Yeah, as long as you can stick on your targets, he's super annoying in the front line or the back line. So cool to see. Again, King seem to draft relatively well in a lot of the games that they win. This is a decent draft showing, although we have popped out of the lobby, so maybe a pick there that we are going to get changed up. But on the surface, what we saw from King there in those picks, even in just the first 4, makes a lot of sense with the comp that they built for themselves.
And it also makes sense with their respective champion pools. Again, kind of the big question mark is Insec. Moving from the jungle into the top lane. Yes, there's a lot of champions that overlap there, like Hecarim, things like that. But as the meta starts to shift, as the junglers are trending back towards, as 5.13 is coming over, more Devour-oriented carry junglers, top laners maybe not being as tanky, maybe going more towards the mage style with Ryze, Insec's champion pool has kind of been left up in the air and a big question mark. And, he's found success on Yasuo, but where does that actually fit in the scheme of meta-reliant picks?
What is the thing about Insec in general is that he just kind of plays whatever he feels like. Good old Insec. Zac back in the day was his thing. I guess he innovated there.
But why not just play Zac?
I don't know. No, Yasuo has certainly been the picks that we've seen a lot of good stuff out of Insec from. And
pulled out a good Rumble, too. That was the surprising thing. We had no idea that Insec could even play Rumble.
I had no idea Insec could even play Rumble.
And he had a great performance on it. He's only had 1 Rumble game. And when you think about... The other thing about King is that they have an incredibly low dragon control rate, probably one of the worst in the league, I think, next to Royal Never Gives Up, RNG. And they don't lane swap. And there's a correlation between teams who lane swap and their dragon control, because obviously you're going to sacrifice the first dragon to take the first tower. But this just proves that King, they're not sacrificing any objectives. They just lose flat out in the jungle.
The good games we've seen from King are, strong laning, either keeping it even or getting ahead in some cases. Huey often ganking lanes intelligently with his Rek'Sai, probably being, called around by Zero or Insec. And then as soon as they get ahead, King is so aggressive that they just power through mid-game. So we'll go through the matchups here, and it is going to be Insec on the Vlad versus the Shen. So it's Korn back on Yasuo here.
This new lineup just trips me up every single time. It's going to be Swift versus Huey, Nidalee versus Gragas in that jungle matchup.
Yeah, pretty standard stuff. Although Swift kind of bringing an old one back there with Nidalee. Doinby, though, super standard on the Victor. Korn could have some problems there with the Yasuo.
Yeah, I'm actually really curious how Korn's going to take that matchup again. It is a comfort champion for Korn. He's not a stranger to Yasuo, so see how he likes that one.
Yeah, Name back on his comfort pick there. Sivir versus the soft counter Vayne. We've seen a lot of Vayne in the last few weeks, despite the break last week there. And TCT kind of on the new hotness here. It's Braum, who's found his way back into the meta, but Zero back on a classic pick for himself in Janna.
Now the thing about Braum is he has a really potent level 1 with his Q. Obviously, if you're able to lock someone down there, the CC and the extra magic damage can be absurd and grant a very easy first blood. Problem is Braum tends to teeter out during the lane phase.
He doesn't. You know what? We're going to see if that can happen, as we are going to get ourselves onto the Rift. And welcome back. So we do have our first game between these two teams. QG taking on King here in our third set of the day. Nice to be back for the LPL FLICKR.
I know. We took a week off while the teams went to Demacia Cup, and that's kind of the other overarching storyline for Xiaogu is they had a bit of a disappointing showing in the Demacia Cup.
Yeah, it's actually surprising to see as far as results go, which teams actually placed well in that tournament. And QG, unfortunately for them, did not have the best run, like you've said, despite all the regular season success.
And it's funny because we always use the adjective, like you did earlier, you know, Xiaogu are the new snake of the LPL, this split around, just to kind of insinuate that they're the new kids on the block, but they're showing some impressive starts, impressive runs. But the thing is Snake kind of fizzled out in the playoffs when they were figured out. So now the question is, will Xiaogu fall to a similar fate?
And I guess, you know, still got plenty of the regular season left to play, but teams are starting to think about playoffs now. And kind of like you said with the Demacia Cup, that's almost a playoffs preview in some senses, just because the teams have to play, finally, those best of series, those best of fives, rather than just the best of twos they play in the regular season. That's a big change.
Mm-hmm. That said, we have a pretty standard start so far. You do see that Insect's hiding in the mid lane, so he's just making sure that he doesn't end up in an unfavorable lane swap situation. So by standing in the mid lane, he's standing in the shortest distance between either the bottom side or the top side of the map, so he can correct wherever he wants to match up.
We'll see where he goes. As Swift is going to run himself into the jungle. Korn hanging out in mid lane there as well. And as we can see from QG's side of the map, we've got the dual lane in the bottom half, and King are doing the same. So if this is what King wanted, you have to think it is. They are going to get the standard lanes they're looking for. Although Insect doing a bit of jungling as well, taking the Raptors away.
Actually really curious that TNT and TCT decided to look for the 2v2 on the Braum Vayne matchup. So we talked about how Braum is incredibly potent level 1 with his Q. As soon as everyone is, you know, level 2, level 3, Braum loses a lot of his effectiveness. And Sivir and Janna are just going to free push in because Sivir has so much wave control. Janna is able to use her shield pretty much guaranteed offensively as opposed to defensively to absorb damage. It's just going to be really tough trading for TNT here.
You have to think it benefits Insect as well, who does want the standard lane. So he took the Raptors, got level 2. Now he's teleported top lane to his tower, so going to have a slightly reduced cooldown there. And King going to get the standard lanes along with Korn hitting early level 2, able to bully Doinby a bit here.
Keep him shoved in. Now, Doinby will get a lot of this power back into his lane phase when he itemizes and upgrades his Hex Core, not only taking the evolution point, but also really just a cost-efficient way to clear out the creep wave with his upgraded laser.
Yeah, Korn actually on Doran's shield here in the lane, so respecting some of the auto-attack power they're coming through from the Victor, and things are going to get tough for Yasuo, so he wants to take every advantage he can early.
There you go. You can already see Name and Zero starting to abuse the control that Sivir has by pushing the way forward. That means that there's less autos in front of her to, what's what I'm looking for, creep score? CS, there we go.
Yep.
Allowing Janna to just tap that E and burn the ricochet.
Yeah, as you can see, Name pushing it down. Swift actually going to show some attention to the bottom side as a result, but a nice ward placed there by King. Can actually just waste a bit of the jungler's time here. Swift's hanging out. I don't know if he's going to get anything done here.
The problem is that there's so many creeps in front of his bot lane that they can't effectively help out with this gank. Likewise, if they tried to walk past that and it didn't pay off, they'd lose that much CS as well as the minion damage just trying to walk into threat range to help with that gank.
Yeah, and Swift realizes has to leave the bottom side, goes to do the Scuttle Crab instead, and Huey now is the one setting up a gank here in the mid lane, looking to try and force something onto Doinby.
And Huey hasn't found a ton of success on Gragas. We talked about, you know, in Champ Select how Rek'Sai has really been his go-to champion, so see if maybe the week off has given him a revitalized spirit.
Extra Gragas practice. I mean, it's certainly been a champion that he's played, but you're right, it's just not been the same effectiveness as Doinby. Good Duke there of the Tornado. Committing hard to this gank, though, is the old Gragas, as Korn's going to force the wave back, and Doinby will get lulled very far into this. TNT, they're getting low on the bottom side as TCT puts up the shield to shake off some of the damage. Now they'll go back in. Doinby, oh my god, that spear from Swift was good, and Huey's going to be forced away. A good knock-up, though. keeps it nice and neutral.
Nice knock up on the hop to make sure that Swift can't find the execution right there. Curious that Doinby was playing so far to the middle of his lane. Tells me that, you know, they were suspecting that the gank was going to be there, trying to bait something out. Otherwise, Doinby would have just immediately played so much farther to Swift's side if he was focused on farming. So good communication from Xiaogu trying to set up the counter gank.
No first blood just yet. TNT, though. Good terrain usage there by Nami, makes him eat the double bounces of the Boomerang Blade. And like you said, that Sivir matchup here with the Janna Shield helping out, just plugging minions into the turret, actually doing damage to the turret now as well. Ooh, top lane, Insec. Gonna get red buff there by Swift. That's not good news, although the damage is pretty good.
Oh.
Great flash by Insec, jukes the spear as well.
So the cool thing about that was obviously Insec, you could say, oh, he used his pool to Willy, why didn't he use his pool to dodge the initial spear? What he was trying to do is he was just trying to gap close over into the creeps to use the creeps as a body block against the spear, so Nidalee couldn't find the targetable damage.
Yeah.
Nice flash on the Shen taunt flash.
Almost got the kill there as well. You have to remember Nidalee fairly squishy from the jungle. Since Swift has gone back, he's got his Trailblazer, has an Anthem there as well, so we'll be moving into Runeglaive there, understandably on his Nidalee build. There's Huey, got a bit of counter juggling with actually some help from Zero. Might be a dive now in mid lane.
Yeah, a little bit curious. I don't actually think that this is safe at all.
Well,
no, they're just deep warding together because they saw that Swift had committed to the top side of the map, and so either he's going to be onto the top side or he's going to back and then be just getting to his jungle. So King using that information to place deep vision.
Makes sense. Name back as well, so no reason for Zero to be in the bottom lane. Pickaxe picked up for Sivir. Vamp Scepter up there for TNT. They're moving into their Infinity Edge and Blade of the Ruined King starts respectively.
Not surprising to see Vayne look for her Blade of the Ruined King. Now she's going to itemize attack speed because her final hour, when she is at level 6, gives her bonus AD, which effectively can equate to a free BF sword. So the nice thing about Vayne in her final hour is that even if she has the attack speed, she's going to hit harder in flat AD across her lane opponent, at least for the 8 seconds that she's in ult.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the early stage for Braum being good and then sort of teetering off in the middle of the lane while they're getting levels. Does it get better for TNT and TCT as far as maybe hitting level 6, looking for an all-in?
Yeah, well, because obviously Braum's ultimate's going to be a little bit more, versatile in terms of disengage, hard engage. Likewise, the bonus damage that he can apply through his passive, those concussive blows stacks. Whereas Janna's just going to be a reset machine unless she wants to, you know, get flashy and flash forward Monsoon back.
Certainly seen plenty of Janna plays from Zero in the past, so wouldn't be too surprised as we do see still Farmfest there in the mid lane. Doinby and Korn having fun there with their minions. Very even on creep score though. There's some good harass there from Zero. Going to actually convert into a lot more TNT. Forced to tumble away from that Boomerang Blade.
And you notice how Name, you know, immediately Sivir could have just walked up. He had his W, but he saved it for the auto reset. So he's trying to pull his wave in to force and to freeze and deny TNT as much CS as possible and save that W for the little trades that we saw there.
It's working as well as 20 CS ahead in that bottom lane. So a really strong lead. Good Boomerang as well as TCT going to jump his way in for a bit of a block. Doinby though moving over, going to look to take blue buff here, but Huey should take that one for himself. So one of the nice little benefits of having Yasuo in the mid lane.
Unfortunately for TNT, he's really just not posturing very well in this lane. Anytime you're lined up against a wall, it's automatically going to mean a skill shot from your enemy AD carry because it's pretty much a guaranteed hit as you saw TNT catch the front part of that Boomerang right there.
Yeah, Deft was the first person I really noticed constantly doing that to people, and you're right, he just wedged them between the tower and the wall. It's one of the nice reasons that Boomerang Blade in the whole I want to push all the waves automatically works so nicely with Sivir.
Especially because you get him next to that tower and it's just like a little narrow funnel.
Yeah, and then as you can see, TNT struggling in the lane early on as topside. Insect looking a bit better. Hextech Revolver's being completed, but V has his shield, got a non-magic mantle and the Cinder, so he'll be alright as well as Korn looks in there, pops the windmill down a bit early. Again, Huey in level 6, they can go for an all-in here.
The nice thing about Yasuo when he's against low mobility skill shot based mages, well, until Doinby, of course, you know, has his gravitational field, he's pretty much relied to, if Yasuo comes onto him, setting his gravitational field down just so he can't continue the siege, but otherwise it's very difficult to start poking and chipping away at Yasuo with your lasers just because of how he's going to free flow in between the creeps.
Yeah, especially with the Doran shield start there from Korn. So smart stuff all around there as First Blood has not yet been found here in the game. 9 minutes in as Nami, nice spell shield, going to eat a chair there and say thanks TCT for a bit of extra mana, but been a fairly slow farm-oriented laning phase, and you know there's a lead in bottom lane for King, there's a lead in mid lane slightly there for QG, and it's fairly even in the top and jungle. I'm not sure exactly who it favors, but I feel like King, if they wanted the standard lanes, are more than happy to commit to farming the first 10 to 15 minutes.
And it's also kind of the difference about where these two teams are weighted in terms of, elongating the lane phase. So what does it mean for Xiaogu? Well, you look at the hyper carry on their team. It's going to be that Vayne. Obviously, down in CS, not too surprising, especially against the Sivir, but it's not an awful place to be, especially as he takes a lot of poke. But on the other side for King, it's about this Vladimir, the late game Vladimir, and how the Sivir is going to augment Vlad to do his job better, to allow him that flanking ability.
Oh, TNT almost goes down there. Thinking about an all-in, but summoners are up, so probably a little foolish to dive under the tower. But if QG don't react soon, they're going to lose that tower. And Swift, he's in the top lane trying to help V now.
He needs to, because he can't play to the bottom side since TNT is so weak at this point, and likewise King just have so much control over this lane, especially with the pickaxe versus the Vampire Acceptor. This should be the free dragon for King. They need to strike now.
Yeah, might be tower as well here as Name's going to push the wave in. No, pulls off, goes straight to the dragon, so Huey going to start that one up. Nice read there for Oscurin, and Doiby sort of sat in his lane. Corn's going to make sure he doesn't join in, and V nowhere good to ultimate to, so King's going to get themselves the first objective.
And the reason why you're prioritizing Dragon versus the tower here, because you're absolutely right, they could have just collapsed and taken the bottom 2 tower, because you don't want to create that free farm wave for Vayne just to hold the wave and, again, prolong her farming lane phase. And likewise, the Dragon is on a timer. You got to get that going as early as possible so you can look towards that 5th Dragon win condition.
Yeah, you can get the tower pretty much whenever you like at this stage, given how well the lane's going. TNT,
standing gold.
It is standing gold as TNT joins his way in. Boots, dagger, and that Bilgewater Cutlass. So getting there as far as his build goes, but Nami goes back, buys himself a BF sword, and TNT is going to continue to struggle in this lane.
So now the question is, with the Dragon objective off the map, where are Xiaogu? Are they going to continue to try to elongate this lane phase and provide as much support for TNT as possible? And if so, can King ramp this game up fast enough, start sieging these towers, grouping up? Now the thing about Janna and Sivir is very early on in their draft phase, King already showed their hand. We want to siege towers. We're here to push and ramp the mid game through the global gold of taking these structures. They need to start rotating and doing that now.
Yeah, they've got a nice timing window here. If Name goes down, takes that tower, and Konu now finally getting his first recall in, goes back and picks up most of his static shiv, you have to think is TCT just gets wrecked there. Name going to pop his ulti. They want first blood that don't quite go in for it. A little premature maybe on the ultimate, but King, you can tell, showing strength is Huey caught out. Going to get taunted there by V. Doiby's going to join in. Ultimates him away. Body slam through the Baron pit. Insec able to save him. Barrel there for the slow. And it's just enough maybe to keep him alive as B.
Here comes the
going to line up another taunt. Insec has to try and do the damage. Huey gets tagged by a spear. Eats the laser there as well. And first blood does go to Nidalee.
He sacrifices himself, gives the first blood over to the jungle. We'll see how Swift impacts the rest of the map with that bonus gold. Does have his rune glaive complete. Don't know. I don't think he was for sure dead right there. I think he was just trying to split up because he didn't want to cost Insec his life if a double taunt could go through, but kind of surprising for Huey to throw in the Tau so early.
Yeah, a little bit, but he will go down. King instead, though, will arrest control of the bottom lane tower, collect that gold that they've set up for themselves, and like I was trying to mention earlier before Huey got himself caught in the jungle, there is a nice little move now where Cornu does have his static shiv, and Insec has got his revolver and his cloak.
They're just going to switch.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Move the dual lane to the mid, try to push down a tower, and give split pushing presence to your late game carries.
And you'll notice this is kind of the style or the identity that King have set up for themselves. They'll constantly play, I'm going to call it split pushing compositions, where they pick up a Yasuo or they pick up a Twisted Fate, and it's just about playing different pressure points on the map, moving their mid lane or their top laner. It tends to work better when they give the split pushing pressure to Insec versus Korn, but I think they've given it equally to both members. You know, Korn will play a TF game, and then Insec will take the Yasuo game.
And then it makes sense that, you know, Nami and Zero are the ones that usually have pretty consistent early games, play the carries like Sivir that are fairly low econ that can get stuff done early, and just move them around. We've got an Avarice Blade completed now for Sivir as well, so going to get a bit of extra gold as she moves around to these waves.
And again, just the importance, that Avarice Blade could have been connected towards the Infinity Edge to get that up and online faster, but you're picking up crit anyway with the Avarice Blade, and likewise you don't need the battle stats of the Infinity Edge. They know that there's no team fight coming up because they've already secured the dragon, so itemizing just to push down towers and to, again, I'm going to be soaking up farm and elongating that lane phase. So that's why we're seeing this itemization come out as opposed to rushing towards that high edge.
Yep, probably exactly waves coming out as well. This is, I feel like something that Name started, honestly, was this particular build. Is down the bottom side, TNT trying to get free farm, but you're in the wrong place for it. Does tumble out. Stand United going to come in now as well, but he's gotten slowed down. Vizia gets knocked back. Nice flash to keep Vayne safe though, but Swift is going to join in. Yasuo and Victor running down the lane as B wants to line up a taunt, but he's actually not going to get caught out of position. He's forced to flash away for himself. Insect port around the side. He gets condemned into a wall. Look at ult from TCT, keeps him out, but V is taking too much damage. Insect's going to pull on top of him to try and kill him. Chaos Storm down there from Doinby. The heal's out as well. Insect will not live through the damage, and King in a 5v5 are somehow the ones to lose their Vlad.
That was a beautiful roam from both mid laners. Doinby showing up, showing the power of Victor, especially early game, you know, with the itemization of the Hex Core and the just AoE Venn diagram potential that he had. Great job from TNT and V to prolong that team fight initially, stall long enough for Doinby to get there.
Corn now going to clean out some more. Let's go back to farming there in the mid lane, but King, that was a good opportunity for them to seize. Unfortunately, all it does is sort of reset these lanes and give Vayne a bit more breathing room.
Well, it talks about, you know, how they don't have any hard CC. Look at that team comp. You've got a slow on Vladimir's pool. You have a knock-up from Korn's Tornado. And then you effectively have the cask. That's it. There's no hard lockdown where you're competing against a Braum, a Victor, a Shen.
Yeah, and it's just, you know, that's why they picked the Sivir. They need someone to help everyone else run in and
But it just wasn't enough. Like, that fight was so elongated because they had no way to force Xiaogu to fight them.
Ooh, no dive there. TCT, good block of the Nado, actually, using Unbreakable as Name is trying to get some work done here in the mid lane. Nice spell shield out from the spear there as well.
They need to send Korn bottom.
Yeah, we talked about it. They do need to start swapping people around here. Insect going for Abyssal after his early Hextech Revolver. Going to sit here in the top wave and push out as happily as he likes. But yeah, you're right. Korn needs to move from this lane.
They're sending, the reason why he's eating up this wave right here, and he'll probably back after it, although it kind of depends on his purse. I assume that he has a lot of gold, is because Dragon's going to be spawning in 30 seconds. So that's why you saw Name, there Korn goes. So that's why you see them kind of make their rotations, reset their waves back, start setting up and prepping for Dragon.
And there's Berserker Greaves for Name, so he'll be fight ready. TNT will as well, actually, as Blade of the Ruined King has been completed, and Insect, he's also going to rush his way back after pushing out a couple more creeps. Get himself to that Dragon. V does have the teleport lead, so he'll get there first if he needs to. King, 10 seconds left to get to the Dragon area.
Korn deciding to itemize second that Hex Stream there.
Korn does this a lot with his Yasuo build, I've noticed.
A lot of respect.
Yeah, I mean, he just sort of does what he wants with his Yasuo build. You know, not going to go for that Trinity Force, not going to go for something a bit more standard like a lifesteal item, and does get that Infinity Edge quite late here. It makes sense, like the item's fine, especially against the likes of Victor in Italy, but Korn is certainly a curious Yasuo player.
Xiaogu are set up to contest this, so we'll see. Swift is level 10, Huey's level 9, has the stronger smite.
I assume Korn has wind wall, but
Got it.
Dragon will go down. Doinby actually the one to take that away on Victor. Name's going to pop the ulti, but they've got really no one to chase down. And like you said, lack of hard CC, no Huey's going to try and make it happen. TCT, the one to get ulted there by Korn, but he's just going to win all the CC from Braum. V going to pick up that kill onto Korn. Swift got Teemo playing his Insect, doing damage, takes out TNT. Now Huey's going to re-engage there. The spear blocked by Name as Doinby just going to get destroyed and get a double kill. It looked good for King, but Doinby's doing too much damage.
And we talked about the power of Xiaogu on blue side, so what's the difference? It's the priority pick. Xiaogu understand who is important as he walks into the tower,
Swift
takes the boomerang.
Still going. Name did get the kill onto Doinby, but apart from that, that was a well-fought fight.
Kind of a wonky Janna ult, in all honesty. Zero standing to the side was looking to kind of heal up his team, really just pushed all of Xiaogu together in a collective little bundle, but it didn't matter because a Victor laser just wiped through King.
Yeah, and I mean, King, like you said, can't really set that much up with this comp. You can see the damage an Insect can do, but they don't have enough lockdown unless Huey and Korn really have those ultimates in sync.
Especially if he's doing it on Braum.
Yeah.
No, like, the Yasuo ult went on one player, the tankiest member in the support.
I think there was a flash. Had something to do with that there, but
behind me.
Couldn't get a knock up there as Braum able to save the day there on that little fight. QG now leading 5-2 up in kills and now up in gold. It's only 1,000, but King, who had such a good start to this game, have not been able to get control.
And that's unfortunate because King really only have one method that they've shown of winning, and it's to snowball their early game. So the average gold lead when King win at 20 minutes is the highest in the LPL, and it's 3K. No other team, when they win, has a higher gold lead that King has been able to average. But if they don't get it, they just automatically lose. Well, it's just done.
Almost 19 minutes in, and they're a K behind, so that stat means bad news for King fans.
Bad news bears.
He's going to, with his Sunfire Cape and his Spectre's Cast, shaking off a lot of this early Insect damage. You can see V not really that worried about Insect at this point. He's got Ninja Tabi. He's like, yeah, whatever. Do Vladimir things.
It's also very important that Korn finally found his way down to that mid lane.
Ooh, Insect eats a taunt there. Huey up here as well. Zero also going to join in. That tower will go down, and you're right, Korn, he was briefly down in the bottom lane, but now returning to the mid to help challenge the Victor. You said it already, King, with this comp especially, can look to split push, but it's just not been something they've been able to start just yet.
And I think it goes back to kind of how uncoordinated they look in team fights. We saw that in the last one where Xiaogu just kind of ran through King. Yeah, it is a pick issue that Victor is just doing so much damage. And oh my god!
He flashed over the wall, takes out Name. Right on cue there for Victor.
The threat of Victor over walls, I don't even think he needed to flash. I think he did it for the length of the laser and to make sure that he could follow better with the Chaos Storm. But obviously the power of Victor as well. When he stands over walls, you'll constantly see this. They'll put wards over the corners like that, which is why it's a good place that enemy mid laners will also set their pinks to make sure that vision doesn't get placed there. And Victor will just stand in that bush, wait for you to walk by, and just drop all of his abilities over that wall.
Yeah, you get a pretty easy kill there onto Name's TNT. He's the real beneficiary of all this other action on the map because his lane started horribly. He was down 20 plus CS for pretty much at least the first 10 minutes of the game, and now keeping things fine, getting those item builds going and looking to take a tower.
I don't know why they think they're going to catch V.
Insect really wants him to die.
He's still got his taunt.
And it's Flash. And he's pretty tanky.
And he's Shen.
I don't know.
And that's Vladimir.
Well, they're going to give it a go. Insect going to keep chasing down and try and do some damage, but Huey now under siege as another taunt lands. Insect's like, yep, don't really fancy what's going on here. Bit of a wet noodle fight in the top lane, but Insect at least gaining some ground.
Slowly whittle him away. He does have really good flanking wards to make sure that when Swift decides to make his way down there to try to 2v1, that Insect will see it coming. We'll see if he decides to 2v1 or if King will make use of this information and pressure that mid lane.
They've got no pings down. Gragas actually roaming up, but Insect going to challenge Swift immediately. Pops the ultimate down on top of his face. Huey going to join in. Swift's forced to flash. The Hemo play pops. Oh, he's really good. And Insect gets the alley-oop.
The max range knockback on that Gragas barrel. That is the best ultimate I've seen Huey hit all year.
Yeah, and we talked about his Gragas play, not something that inspired us so far, but that's certainly something that looks a lot better than his last few Gragas games. That was an inspired ultimate as King. We're going to see just tower. Insect rotates in. Swift is dead. This will be an easy take for them.
But where do they go from here? Dragon will be spawning in 1 minute 30 seconds, so we should see them kind of look towards their side waves, reset the rest of the map, make their back, and start setting up for another dragon.
Seems like Korn is going for that Trinity Force as well, so has the Fade in his inventory, just had a Hex Drinker for, I guess, a bit of help in the lane. Sort of weird, given that I assume he's challenging Vayne or Shen most of the time in a side wave, but Korn is really sticking to the mid lane and not doing that much split pushing. That's Insect's job, it feels like, in this game.
Yeah, and that's kind of been the identity as well as the team. I talked about earlier how, Korn, he was kind of experimenting, with some Twisted Fate picks, but he could just never get the the split push going for him. Even when he itemized Lichbane first to be able to kind of shred through those turrets. When then they give the power and the responsibility of split pushing and playing with pressure to Insect, they find a lot more success.
Yeah, it's just a matter of King. Can they keep this up? Insect's been a nuisance in the top lane as he goes back as a needlessly large rod to join that Abyssal Scepter and the Hextech Revolver. And Nama is just trimming waves in the bottom lane trying to set up for this dragon.
In 6 seconds, the last dragon did go over to Xiaogu with a nice steal from Doinby, and this has really been the Doinby show on the side of Xiaogu. 4, 1, and 2 has a, well, he's only upgraded his hex score once.
Yeah, he's getting there.
Because more importantly, though, he has his CDR, and I like the Furor boots.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
I suspect that he has an evolution point into his Q, just to kind of empower him even further, although I'll have to see him laser.
Swift.
See where he's got it.
Swift got the Scuttle Crab with a spear.
Of course he did.
Yeah.
He better. He's got tier needless. Oh, the confidence. Nami's like, I don't care.
Yep, start the dragon.
Watch
gonna
me.
come in as well. That's why we're doing good damage here.
Huey's not
actually
even
needs to get in the smite range. Don't be looking for another steal. Won't get it this time. Huey will claim that one.
So the reason Gragas was positioned right there, because obviously you can shred through it with Yasuo and Sivir well enough, is he's just there as a zoning tool, threatening with the cast as opposed to a smiting tool, but now quickly trying to get back in position for this mid-tier tower.
You can see QG actually pinging towards the top lane. V's been doing good work, and King will get cut off from that section of the map. Insect will try and do something about it, but I don't think they have vision of the rest of QG coming in, which means that this defense is going to be pretty tricky on this turret. In fact, it's already dead.
Just great play right there from Xiaogu to trade a second-tier tower for effectively second dragon for King. More than worth.
Yes, we talk a lot about standing versus gold versus non-gold objectives and standing gold, and that was an example of QG just taking at least the gold trade there. And you can see their lead starting to spring up a bit more now, 3,000 to 4,000 gold ahead for them.
And the big difference, of course, is going to be the towers providing global gold. Now, the Dragons do give what I like to call invisible gold, just because they do guarantee stats, and every stat value does have a gold value associated with it in the game. But second Dragon is in what bonus damage to towers?
Yeah.
Versus the control, especially of the top side of the map.
Can help Insect sweet split pushing. He needs it. Actually has Merc Treads there as well, so.
The mad Vladimir chip.
Yeah, Insect, he's not left the top lane, it felt like. Actually left for the Dragon fight.
That much farther. It effectively slows down his split push because he goes that much farther to push it.
You can see the 2 wards there in that lane for QG. They'll spot Insect in pretty much every section of that lane, even if they don't have minions pushed up there. So Insect being kept very well controlled by QG as Nidalee's gone back and got herself a Zhonya's. Doinby got himself a Death Cap and a static shift now for TNT. Things are looking good for the QG carries.
Xiaogu need to start putting themselves in a position to siege because that's where their composition is really going to thrive. Now, Vayne isn't known as a sieging AD carry. Of course, she's going to be empowered with the steroid attack speed that Primal Surge from Nidalee is going to come through. But more importantly, the poke between Victor Laser and Nidalee Spear is absolutely absurd with these items.
Yeah, it's part of the reason I like the Yasuo pick here from King. It's just like, nope, no siege for you.
Windwall.
Yeah, Windwall's a pretty good tool.
Next time on Dragon Ball Z.
Next time Windwall?
Yeah.
Oh, Huey, found TCT. Barrel slowed down. Ulti, not good that time. Huey, I trusted you. Oh, actually, he's in trouble now. TNT, that was a fail flash.
Where is he going?
Don't know what's happening. Nama's popped his ulti. Huey dead, though. Poor Huey. His team ran away from him.
It was pretty cute, though. Doinby, they saw the mistake that Huey made positionally just because he completely ran away from his team. Nama even popped the On the Hunt to try to help him reposition. And Doinby just set down the gravitational field like, you're not going anywhere.
Well, now they're going to lose the Baron as a result by the looks of things because they don't have a smite. Doinby actually going to get ulted there by Korn, but he eats an exhaust. Insect charging into the back. It's a 4-man Hemo play. Korn kiting V away there as he's dove in, but the ultimate from Brom is nice. TCT going to get low, but no deaths as 0. Just slays TCT with his Ignite.
It was a beautiful 4-man Hemoplague onto the backline, but the problem was that Name was zoned out of the fight. We talked about how Sivir empowers Vladimir to help make those flanking plays, but Vladimir also empowers Sivir because of the AoE ricochet damage that can be applied on the Hemoplague, but if that never happens, you lose a major damage source. So great job from Xiaogu to kind of minimize the impact of that fight.
And I feel like something you pointed out already in this game, just the lack of hard CC from King there. Maybe a Sejuani away from really locking down these team fights, but instead, we just sort of have to see what they can stitch together. And King certainly have unique champion pools across the board. Insec is wild and crazy, and Korn certainly has his own personal champion pool as well, and might be hurting him in this draft here because they have not been able to crack QG.
I feel like anytime we use the word unique, it's never in a positive light.
See, I like Insec and Korn's champion pools. I think they're cool, but
You're a Yasuo player.
Also true, as he does have his Trinity Force, just to keep check there. QG, they're up 4,000 gold. Everyone else getting stronger. Doinby absolutely absurdly powerful at this point in the game. And like you keep saying, King in a 5v5 seems like struggle street as far as their actual team fighting goes. They have to really make sure they combine everything nicely together. They're like a Rylai's away from maybe doing something. And Insect not interested in that item at all.
It's pretty cute how Doinby decided to upgrade his Oracle's trinket. A lot of mid laners, especially control mages, will upgrade their yellow trinket so they can have 3 wards. It's almost like a pseudo sight zone. But the fact that, again, Victor has so much presence and danger ulting over walls to make sure that he's standing in a place that isn't warded so he can set up traps like that is kind of the thinking there. And it's a cute little
kind of tells you a lot about Doinby
personality.
As a player as well, yeah. Just wants to snipe people over walls as Victor.
I just want to murder people.
That is Doinby.
I could ward for my team,
too,
but I really just want to murder them.
I've never heard Doinby speak. I'm assuming his voice is a very similar pitch and tone to yours.
You think my hair is crazy?
Yeah,
Seen Doinby's hair?
Doinby's hair is absolutely tremendous.
But the thing is, speaking of Doinby, you know, like at the start of the split, he was a Morgana player, a Lulu player. We called him the supportive style mid laner. He effectively had one of the highest kill participations of any mid laner because he would just pseudo support Swift, follow him around, you know, make these crazy roams on immobile champions like Morgana, and now showing up, playing the Victor. Now the control mage era has done wonders for him. We'll see if he continues to have his presence, you know, as things start to trend more towards assassin play, but Doinby stepping up and, you know, showing why Xiaogu are a top tier team. They can carry from the jungle position, from the mid position, from the AD carry, and even from the top.
Yep, from the top as well as V. On Shen this time, a bit more of a tank. He's got a Thornmail actually, and he's just been hammering minions in the bottom half of the map as Nami eats a spear there from Swift. In fact, he's weaving in for another one. Will miss the second, but Dragon up in 5 seconds means that QG are the first to the area.
And look at all of those traps already set up.
Well, King instead going to try and respond over to the left side of the map and pressure onto Baron, but QG like, we can see you, and King's going to start Baron.
This is a little bit risky, especially in a small confined area against Victor.
Well, they'll pull away.
Yep.
Looks for a fight, but Insect's already chunked out there.
Yep.
Sands United there coming in. TCT does get Nami actually now. TCT going to dive his way in, going to take a bit of poke there, gets ulted out as Insect. 1v5 kind of in the backline. Doinby will get ulted by Korn. They'll try and chase him away. Zero somehow still living as Doinby getting low, but he will go down finally to Huey, and Korn cutting wonderfully around his own win wall. King have split them up and they've managed to win a fight. 3 for 1 so far. V maybe going to be the next as TNT condemns Korn away. That was chaotic, but King somehow wins.
I'm going to give that to Zero. That was incredible. So Insect walks into the backline, is able to distract half a Xiaogu long enough through the Janna shield, the Monsoon, as well as the Hourglass. But hold on, he's in the pit.
Come on, Baron, very powerful, takes him away. And they have to leave. They actually don't have a smite regardless. Huey was the only one to die before Korn in that last fight. And we'll reset once again.
Well, when you run a, how many threats do they have? A quadruple threat composition with a Vladimir, Yasuo, Sivir, Gragas. And if you're just playing skirmishes as opposed to a full 5v5, chances are that you're going to skirmish pretty well. Yeah. Here we go. We've got the replay. Now, what I find curious here is when Insect just kind of wanders up into the backline. And again, we talked about how typically when you see a Vladimir coming, you can just walk away from him. Well, TNT decides to kind of flash on top of him. Insect stalls this out long enough with the pool. He's then going to go straight to his Zanya's Hourglass. And then Zero sets up for the ultimate and the, the tornado there. But what you're seeing is the fact that Xiaogu just split. Didn't concentrate any of their damage, didn't peel for their Vayne, and it becomes, instead of a 5v5, kind of a 3v2 Insect with the 1v4 for 10 seconds.
Yeah, he even used his ultimate at the start of the fight there as well, so he was all in with only normal spells, but made it work. King, unfortunately, couldn't convert that into enough pressure for Baron. Didn't have lanes to push either, with Sidewaves not really being there for them, and instead, we'll have a reset around the pit as King sitting on top of a pink ward. 2 pink wards, actually. Oh, never mind. There's a ward. Good ward from QG. He's going to see King starting this Baron.
They've swapped it. There they go.
There we go.
Swift's really chunked.
Getting low. Ultimate to pop there by Nami. Insect wants it.
Flash.
Going to get him. Run straight on top of him. Nami actually going to get that kill. Now TCT has to run away. King's damage starting to really ramp up here, it feels like.
V, meanwhile, though, didn't commit to that team fight. Or he did have the Stand United, available to him as well as teleport. So Xiaogu. Oh, he's actually coming in.
Yeah, porting now. Insect trying to zone them away. Not on Baron for damage. Zero actually ulting to reset. Does quite a bit of healing as they'll pull off and go back in. Huey gets the ultimate. A massive 3-man last breath. Pops Korn into the side of them. Now TCT going to get shredded as V trying to do work there. Does take out Name and Zero as Insect gets himself a double. And V going to get chased away. Just gets tagged by the barrel as Insect gets him with a Q. Not a whole lot of CC left, but V doesn't have very many places to run to. We'll get over the top. They'll flash over just to ensure the kill. And they'll lock down the ace.
So again, King finding the better of these situations, but I feel like Xiaogu effectively aren't playing their composition very well. That said, a massive ultimate from Huey. We talked about how Rek'Sai was really his only statistically relevant champion of when they find success, but so far this game, maybe the week off did him some good to his Gragas play. He's hit 3 really impressive ults.
Yeah, and that is one of the things they can do in a team fight. You talked about the lack of CC there for King. Korn Huey is one of the few combos they actually have in this comp, and they used it very well there to secure the team fight victory after picking off Swift. Swift, though, has respawned. He's back alive, able to make sure King don't get themselves onto the Baron, and we'll reset once again as QG, despite the 2 team fight losses, are actually still ahead 2,000 gold.
The big priority for Xiaogu right now is clearing out all of this vision on the Baron side as we watch Korn impressively clear those creeps.
Swift impressively clears the crab there as well, gets his team a bit of unsweepable vision for a short while. But King, I think they've kind of given up on the Baron dance to realize, you know what, we weren't getting very much out of this. Baron killed Korn. They're a little hurt about all that. So in second instead, going to go back to split.
But it's surprisingly working out for them, and it shouldn't. Like, yeah, we've got a lot of AoE from both these compositions, mainly in the form of kind of Doinby for Xiaogu as well as the Shen presence versus, the Hemo Plague, Sivir Ricochet bounce from King. But I would still be terrified to try to attempt a Baron against a Victor just because of the spread of his Chaos Storm, the control of his gravitational field, but King, it's working out.
Yeah, they've kind of used it as a bait, and Doinby has not been able to get in range to use his ultimate and his other short to mid-range tools effectively as Insec still pressuring on the bottom side. Seems like he is actually going for a Rylai's. It's not the new Rylai's either. We're on 5.12, not the current live patch with all the juicy new AP items, so just needs a bit of extra control. Realize that, you know what, my team needs some sort of CC.
And he gets, you know, a lot of usable stats off of that, the health on Vladimir's passive.
Yeah, strong item there on Vlad, so I like that Insect's going for it, particularly in this composition as King. Still lining some things up here, trying to figure out, again, how do they win the game? We talked about it a lot. King went ahead, looked great, but went behind, do stumble around a bit. And this is a game where they're trying to sort of, not fumble, but sort of carefully go through it, make sure they can get themselves back into the game and back into a winning position.
Xiaogu being very respectful, though, trying to buy time for V as Insec has committed himself to that bottom lane. Does have the teleport available. Likewise, V has the Stand United available, so both teams can play opposite the map of Baron.
As well, gonna line it up. Their actually ultimate will get popped. They're gonna try and go for a
Good
4v4.
flash.
They get TCT. He ultimate's away there for Braum, but he will go down to Name. Really good pick there from King.
We'll see if they're able to do anything with it now. It was the Braum ultimate. That's pretty big for the disengage, but King...
Huey condemned into a wall. Doinby eats a little bit of poke, but still fairly strong. Zero gonna reset them. Good win wall to block some of that poke coming in. And King, again, they've got a kill, but what can they do with it? This has been the big thing. They've been winning fights, they've been getting picks, but they have not converted into recent objectives.
I feel like even the fights that they've been winning, though, it still hasn't been a true 5v5. All 10 players have been in the area, but Xiaogu just making positional errors to their comp. But here we go.
Doinby just wants it. Baron's getting low. They're going to try and win wall them out. Korn gets knocked up. V going to dive his way into the fight. Can they get the Baron? It seems like they can. Insect's going to zone out Doinby, actually. Now TNT going to get zoned. Huey will give his team the Baron. Insect is somehow still alive after all this. Now Korn going to get the kill onto Swift and King. They get the Baron and 2 kills.
Insec is zoning out the entirety of Xiaogu, just Wing into the back line and doing massive damage to TNT, and Vayne can't get up close and personal. You have 2 mid-range threats in Vayne and Victor. And yeah, Doinby sets his Chaos Storm right outside the Baron pit, so King needs to choose. You know, either we walk through the Chaos Storm, take all of that damage, or we sit and we eat the Baron. But the problem is Xiaogu's not following up on that decision. V was the only person to enter the pit.
And got killed eventually, as King were able to just do all their damage 5v1 against him. I agree, Insect at 7-2-5 is having a spectacular game on Vladimir. King get the Baron, they get some kills. And you know what, they're going to get their 3rd dragon for their trouble as well.
As well as the tower, so great little run here from King to take advantage over their, last 3 to 4 team fight successes.
Yep, and finally actually get a gold lead as a result. 2,000 gold ahead now for King. It's just a matter of, is it enough? Name's pushing down the bottom side. King have looked, again, good one ahead and not so good one behind. Were behind slightly, but finally got themselves back ahead. So what does it look like now for them? That's my question.
Well, so far it looks like a free 2nd-tier bottom tower. We'll see if they're able to crack the inhibitor with this Baron. Doubt it.
Gonna back here. Insect, went all down. Insect actually completed his back. He's like, yeah, I'm leaving. Don't know what you guys want, but I have a Rylai's to go get. Finishes that up for himself. Swift checks into the dragon there as well, but we'll see it, that's already been taken away. QG will push these waves out, and King, they're plotting the next move. It looks like they're going to try and push down something.
And the reason why you see all those pings to the top tier tower is because it's the next easiest objective to siege. Likewise, they do need to take care of this massive wave on the top lane that Insect's going to easily clear.
God.
It's the
minions.
it's the last standing outer turret. From there, the next priority would be taking that mid lane inhibitor or the bot lane inhibitor. So again, it's now going to be a question of if Xiaogu make a massive mistake defending this tower, what will it translate into more? Or if they're able to kind of slow down the siege of King and try to reset this game.
King's Siege, sort of like QG's, oh sorry, unlike QG's, is actually not that good.
Yeah, I mean, they have Sivir.
Yeah, and Yasuo is okay, Gragas is okay. Like, they have tools for a siege, but it's not, you know, Nidalee Victor.
Yeah, but it's also how Nidalee and... Oh.
Swift getting jumped on.
Popped.
Huey goes in as Name just crits him for the kill. That's a nice pick there for King. And Insect, he's just diving in. They want Doinby. He gets shredded as Name just tears through him with a Hemo Plague on top of him. And Insect's not done. He'll keep diving in. Korn, who's very late to the party, is going to dive his way in. Insect dives another turret, pops his Zonya's. Korn going to dive in there. Doesn't get his ultimate though as he's CC'd up by Braum, but QG just flashing out from here. Ultimate comes in. Korn will take out TNT. And King brute force their way into the base.
They just dove 4 turrets. That was absurd. Remember how we talked about Xiaogu making a mistake trying to hold this tower? That's exactly what I was talking about. If they died right there, it meant an inhib.
And Baron buff drops, but King are able to get themselves an inhibitor tower. Inhib, should fall soon now as well, and does. King, we talked about it, only took about 1,000 gold ahead in one team fight, but they might just end the game on the spot.
You have Shen up.
Korn's trying to go in. V getting CC'd away. Shen will get the kill onto Name. Ultimate use there onto V. Fairly tanky though as Korn pops down the window. They will have to back off from this one. Swift eats a tornado and the rest of King will escape. Name down means they can't quite finish the game.
But that is a massive error on the side of Xiaogu. Swift getting caught out walking in front of his tower. Teleport comes through. V's looking on the hunt.
Yeah, he's got his home guard. But King should be able to disengage from this V.
Secret.
His team's not even here.
Man.
Yeah, here he comes. Korn sees him. He's like, how'd you get here?
Get in there.
Well,
You committed. Get in there.
I mean, he has to. He does get the taunt down. Swift will join in as well. Good win wall, though, from Korn. Going to try and pull off the 1v2. Gets a Zonya's out of Swift, but Insect's rejoined. Teleports his way back in. The Chaos Storm down, though. Doinby, a massive threat here as Insect pulls away from some of the damage. They'll knock him off, but Korn's not in range to ultimate. Does get the 2-man knockoff. Takes out Doinby. Doinby gets low. He needs to die. Can't quite get it despite all the shields. And QG fire back.
With a clean ace across from King. Fantastic AoE spread from Doinby. Great moves from Swift as well. Power of Shin, that chase potential.
That was 4v4 there as well. TNT could not contribute damage. He was off a respawn. I think Name does come back. He's going to push out the waves, but sees 4 members top. Going to need to respond to that. And King going to lose the same inhibitor by the looks of things.
Even out the power push. Likewise, it wasn't only because they had kind of a small wave on that side of the map, but again, by taking this inhib, it means that they don't have to worry about such a big pressure point created on their top side of the map.
And V, hero play there on the Shen. Just buying time more than anything else. Insect came back, thought he could get some work done with his own teleport, but the rest of QG caught up first. They got the kills they needed, and you can see Doinby was at 2 fights now where he couldn't get any work done. When he does get into position, boy does he carry.
Power of late game Victor. Likewise, the power of late game Shin. We talked about, Shin saw some recent changes coming into 5.12 with the taunt energy cooldown decrease. Now, obviously, level 18 has all his max points and all of his abilities, so able to get off this multiple CC chains.
And it's just looked good here for QG ever since that last little fight. They'll get the gold closer back to even. It's about 2,000 between the two teams now with King still having that lead.
It is so satisfying to watch Vladimir farm.
Yeah, every time I see Insect hit E, there's like literally 15 numbers that pop out of his body, all in yellow. He just gets so much gold.
Confirm or deny this for me, Pastry Time. The reason why Vladimir has black stuff as opposed to blood is that you can't have blood showing in games in China?
Yes, I believe that's why.
Yes.
So if you're wondering why Insect looks a little strange, popping out goop sort of blood.
I like to call it ink.
Yeah.
Likewise, Karthus had a different picture in the game for a very long time.
Karthus was close to unrecognizable.
Yeah, because it's bad luck to show skeletons or the face of the skull.
Yep.
Fun facts.
Yeah, bit of fun Chinese trivia. It feels like we've normalized some of the squash shots now.
Yeah.
They all seem a little bit more common.
Graves still has a cigar.
He does.
In China.
Hot tub. It's Korn.
How's that make you feel, eh?
Probably pretty bad. They like their Grave cigar. As we do see some vision being cleared out by King. Baron is up in 10 seconds. Dragon literally a second behind it as far as respawns go. And V, he's really annoying. I don't know how he's continually this far pushed up in the bottom lane, but he has done this so many times this game.
He's unkillable. Look at his items. That is a Trinity Force, Spirit Visage, Sunfire, Thornmail, Shin with Stand United available.
I don't know if I just want to lose my base though, which is seems like what might be happening. Korn gets knocked up. That's not a good look. Zero actually gets chunked out there as well. Baron does go over to King. Needs to look for a fight. TNT!
Oh my god.
Gets absolutely massacred as Name comes in. Ultimate out from Braum is good. Doinby though, Zonya's is through the Hemo play, but Vladimir gets a double kill. V's going to go down there as well, and King, another spectacular team fight. And they're going to win it up 4-1. Swift got owned. And Name gets a triple.
That is a 1-for-5 clean sweep from King right there. Another beautiful Huey ultimate into the final breath of Yasuo. Just an insane wombo combo. And King, I think they just won the game.
Yeah, game's over. 30 seconds left on anyone else from QG. Can't defend all this damage. And King, behind there in the mid game, honestly, after QG played it really well, managed to come from behind and win it. It wasn't a massive deficit, I'll give you that, but still impressive to see a team hold on and execute late game team fights that well.
This is the last place LPL team, tied with World Elite for the very bottom tier of the standings, beating Xiaogu.
Not anymore. A point up now, at least, here in this series. And the real question is, can they get to as Doinby looks really unimpressed after that game, and I would be too. He was doing so much damage.
We've talked about, over and over that we don't really understand the full ceiling or the ability of King because their roster has been disjointed for so long. And it almost feels like an excuse continuously for King. We don't know where they're at. We've seen so much potential from them, and it's just not consistent. And they come out with games like this. There was team fights that they should not have won.
No.
They had 0 CC, those big 5v5s on the Baron where Xiaogu had the gold lead and the advantage. Fighting on a Baron in such an enclosed space like that, especially against Doinby's Victor, should have been suicide. But King are able to make it work, and a lot of that was on the back of Insec.
It was great stuff there. Just the matter is, can they do it again here? So we'll take a quick break, and when we return, we'll see if King can take the 2-0 over QG. Welcome back, everyone, to the English coverage of the Chinese LPLs. We're about to get ourselves into game number 2 between Xiaogu and King. My name is Julian Pastry Time Card. Joining with me is Ryan Frosker and more. And that was a game 1 from King.
Yeah, it was. Now, talking upstairs with Rusty kind of in between the breaks, he pointed out that a well-placed win wall against Xiaogu's composition pretty much negated a ton of their line damage because, again, we talk about how it was so strong in poke with the Nidalee Spears as well as the Victor lasers. So big part of it was the fact that their only AoE damage really came from Doinby and not able to get engaged in those fights as a mid-range control mage kind of punished them.
Yeah, just having all that dispersion, the Gragas, the Vladimir ulti, and Insect earned his MVP that game. His damage was absolutely off the chain.
And well-deserved, and I think this is the 3rd MVP in the row for Insect for King's victories, so really showing up on kind of his various, I'm going to call it a unique champion pool.
Yeah, just carry-style champions as well. Like, Insect loves to play something that no one else is really playing that much of, and his damage, like, how he played these fights as well was just so clever, because he was just constantly running in when he needed to, absorbing damage, and timing all of the pulls and the zombies at the great times.
Yeah, he did a great job always threatening that backline, making sure that he could zone TNT out or at least chunk that Vayne out before pushing her out of the fight. So, fantastic job. But again, we see a lot of Huey's ultimates coming down in conjunction with Korn's ultimate. Just flawless every single time. The first one was a little bit questionable on the TCT Braum initially, but repeatedly back-to-back on those Baron fights did a fantastic job chaining that wombo combo.
Yeah, it was just very well fought by King, and you said it. It's sort of a weird team competition. It didn't have that much CC. Like, I almost joked about the Rylai's from Vladimir, and he actually built one just to add a bit more CC. Like, King did not have very many options to start those fights, but the few they did have, they used very well.
No, I completely agree. It was an issue that they didn't bring the CC, but it didn't matter because Xiaogu just kept funneling into that Baron bait, effectively. I think it was 3 times in a row, and King were finally able to bleed him out. But it's a little bit comforting just because King typically doesn't win that way. It's typically through split push and kind of playing with different pressure points. So the fact that they, looked for a 5v5, and I'm not going to give them the full 5v5 outplay because it was more so skirmish style, but they did do a good job, using the resources like Zero's Janna, the disengage, using the Monsoon to kind of separate the fight out, find a 2v2 here or a 3v3 here, and coming out on top against Xiaogu, who's a very impressive team-fighting team.
Yeah, and Xiaogu had strong moments there in the mid-game. Doinby's Victor looked like it was going to completely take over that game, and unfortunately, all the dispersion ultimates, he got zoned out by a Vlad. He couldn't do what he needed to do, and when Doinby couldn't succeed in that comp, like you mentioned, one win wall, and it all just came tumbling down. Yeah,
and again, just the win wall against the line damage, the Nidalee Spear, as well as the Victor laser. And
all of Vayne's damage.
If Victor, can't get off his massive AoE, if he's not able to lay down that poke, then Xiaogu's team fight was pretty much lost.
Yeah, and we saw that there. So a well-played game there for King. And we said it a lot, King, they like to split series. They tend to have one really impressive game and then one not so really impressive game. So if we're in for anything here in game number 2, you have to think it's going to be a split. So King, can they take the 2-0, get those precious 3 points, get out from the bottom of the standings, and 2-0 QG of all teams?
It's already impressive because they beat Xiaogu on the blue side. So they are now the 2nd team to do that, joining LGD, taking Xiaogu down from their priority pick, which they spent on Victor, but unable to make it connect. But looking forward, it's now about how does Xiaogu change up their strategy, and will King change anything up on their end?
I don't know. I feel like there's Doinby, by the way, who's, again, did not look very happy after the end of game 1. Given how well he played, I don't think I can blame him. But I feel like if you're going to do anything when you play King, just ban Yasuo.
I completely agree. I mean, Korn obviously showed great prowess on it. We've seen Insect already earn MVP in his series with Yasuo. Huey right now is on your screen. He had a fantastic Gragas game, which hasn't ever happened for him.
Yeah, until then. And it was, again, picked over the Rek'Sai here. Huey, again, like you said, must have had a little bit more practice on the champion in the break because he played it. He looked fine, like passable. Certainly had learned the champion.
Serviceable.
But yeah, never looked, great. And that was a very great Gragas game there for Huey. So if King's jungler is the one that's kind of getting his champion pool refined and finding his picks, that's great news for King because Huey's not necessarily the weakest member of the team, but he feels like the most limited one. So if he's branching out more, that's excellent news for King.
And it's such an important pick and champion to be able to have in your pool, especially when Yasuo is so potent as a flex pick for your team, because obviously, I mean, it's super obvious the synergy that those champions have. Obviously, the knockup being able to empower Yasuo's ultimate.
Yeah, and we saw it there from King all game 1 long. So we'll see what happens here in this draft as King On the blue side now, Kalista gets banned away from them. Makes sense by QG. I don't want to give that away to King as a first pick, but an Annie ban to start things off.
Again, TCT really only shows up on very limited champion pools. Did have a Braum, had some really nice ultimates last game, but Annie and Janna have really been his big go-tos, as well as Sivir for TNT, so we'll see if King high prioritizes that in their draft phase again as a denial against TNT.
Echo banned away as well, so King not willing to first pick it here, but want to take it away from Swift in particular.
Curious.
Gragas banned as well, actually, which opens up the potential first pick Rek'Sai pick here for King. Swift's Nidalee looked good in the early game, but he couldn't quite convert in the team fights, I felt like.
I'm actually really surprised that they banned Echo from blue side, especially because Korn has one of the most impressive mid lane echoes of any mid laner in the LPL. Tells me that they have something else, and I think it again kind of points back to Sivir, you know, that being the priority denial from TNT.
What's also not a victor is they're going to ban that away from themselves. Don't want to pick that one up either, but do want to take it away from Doinby, who looked like the best player on QG's side, playing that champion in game number 1. And a Rek'Sai ban there from QG opens up the insta-lock Rise.
Okay, so we'll see whose hands this goes into now. Again, it is a flex pick. Both Insec and Korn can play this champion. I would say it's actually more likely to go into the hands of Korn. So we'll see if Insect doesn't end back up on Vladimir, especially because, again, Hemoplague with the bounce damage from Rise can be pretty absurd.
Yeah, Rise, again, did get tweaked in this patch. He's not nearly as strong in the early game, but he still scales up just fine. Still an absolutely massive threat there as QG now looking for their next 2 picks. They're going to consider Thresh. I like that pick a lot from TCT. Might be taking that one up, but they're already looking at this as the top lane. No, they do swap it away.
Good.
Yeah, Sivir and Thresh make sense here for QG.
They had to take Sivir here. There's no way. Again, so we always talk about this in kind of rotations, that if you see a first pick Hecarim, that you have to take Sivir on second rotation because you can't let those champions be together. I want to emphasize exactly the same thing for Rise. He is a 600 range snare, and once he gets a hold of you, he just blows you up. The problem is that he doesn't have any gap closer or mobility to get on top of you. Who helps him with that? Sivir. So you have to take that away.
Yeah, it's also been Name's best looking champion, honestly, all split there as well. So no surprises there to see that taken away from QG. Smart drafting here early on. And King now considering their next few. Zero is going to revisit the Janna pick, so King, seems like Zero at least, has been taking himself quite seriously. And they consider Fizz for someone, but instead they take Lee Sin.
And again, we go back to the idea of augmenting Rise's ability to get on top of you or to catch up with you. And, you know, if you can't get Sivir for the On the Hunt, you can get Janna for the Tailwind. Now, obviously, it's not global, but back when Janna's passive was global, Janna gave Rise a huge boost in his win rate, just making him move faster. So again, just emphasizing how important it is to speed Rise up.
Yeah. Could also maybe get the Talisman, which got changed a couple patches ago. So
40-second cooldown.
Mini Sivir ulti, not too bad there. If King do want to take that for themselves. Seems like we're considering Nidalee again, though, for Xiaogu, but see exactly what they want to take for themselves here. 2 seconds left. They do swap away to Maokai. That'll be V's champion, which is a bit iffy potentially into that Rise. And Swift, once again, you have to think he's the one on Nidalee.
The 1v1 matchup, it's pretty much going to guarantee Rise a free lane if a lane swap doesn't come through. That said, Xiaogu do have a Sivir, and they're one of the teams that like to favor lane swaps. So I suspect that they'll try to put Insect down and behind in that direction. But Maokai, again, so the 1v1 gives Rise a free lane, but it's so important to have the Maelstrom. Vengeance, his ultimate.
Yep, Vengeful Maelstrom.
Vengeful Maelstrom to deny a lot of the AoE burst damage that Rise will be putting out.
Deny that away here. So smart pick there for comp there, QG. As King, what?
Is he playing Draven?
And there's the Yasuo once again for King. Again, another flex pick there, but Nautilus gets locked in as a response. That'll be the... What is this game?
That's a...
First of all, Name's playing Draven.
I've never seen Name play Draven. He's probably played it, undoubtedly, but I've never...
Like in solo queue?
I'll have to check the stats on it. I haven't seen Name play Draven. Yep, I haven't seen Name play Draven. That's a mid lane Nautilus.
Yep, by the way, Doinby hanging out with a mid lane Nautilus. Didn't swap that one with Swift. Still hasn't swapped it. Just that's what
we've seen Nautilus in the top lane. We've seen it in the jungle. They call him Titan. Clearlove debuted jungle Nautilus.
Yep.
I've yet to see him in the mid lane. Curious if he's going to go for the same build. Now in the top lane, he does double Doran's rings, and it's all about the Riptide damage.
Still about the Riptide damage here, I can promise you. Let's go through these matchups. This will be fun. Insect on Rise versus V on the Maokai. So Insect was the one to get the Rise. It wasn't Korn.
I'm trying to remember if it was Xiaogu that did AP Maokai in LSPL. Do you remember that game?
Yes, but I don't remember who it was.
I believe it was Xiaobu, but I'll have to double check.
There's Name's Draven, if we didn't have any enough surprises here in this game. Versus Sivir, that is a good matchup, so I do like that part of it. And Zero back on Janna versus TCT's Thresh. The only calm place on the Rift is the supports.
I'm super excited for this mid lane.
I don't know what's happening, but I'm excited to find out. You know what? Let's just find out. We're about to get in the Rift for game number 2. Hello there. Welcome back to the LPL. Apparently nothing has changed. We took a week off and this is what happens. Second game of QG versus King. We're into only our third set of the weekend.
Please click on Nautilus.
Yeah, this is what it took.
Okay.
Doinby with the insta-lock mid Nautilus, by the way. TCT had it ready to go. He's got himself a Doran's ring there in the mid lane. Korn back with his Doran's shield, Yasuo. And I guess Doinby fancies the counter pick.
I'm looking at his runes, so he only has 15 AP with the Doran's ring. Did take the Biscuit, so maybe some interesting masteries right there. I'm really curious to see if he decided to go 21-0-9 or if he went 0-21-9, something like that. And how this is going to align with the top lane Nautilus that we're used to seeing in the LPL versus the mid lane Nautilus. Again, you are correct. It should be about empowering that Riptide. You do ridiculous amounts of damage, especially if you get all 3 procs off. Now, normally in top lane Nautilus, it's about itemizing early into the double Doran's rings and then going for your tanky stats. We'll see if it's more AP-oriented from the mid lane position.
We'll have to see. I mean, I don't mind it as a pick to some of these mobile carries. Honestly, Nautilus ult's really good against Insect, Korn, and Name. And King, once again, are running 3 threats here with Korn back on his Yasuo.
They've brought a lot more CC this time around, though. They do have the snare as well as the insect kick, if you will, from Huey.
Yep, that's hilarious, actually, that Lee Sin is the pick there from Huey with Insect on his team, but in the top lane. As we'll see how this works out here. Doinby hasn't actually skilled anything yet, so hanging out actually takes W first.
This is actually fairly common. This is what Aluka will do in the top lane with Nautilus. He's one of the first players to debut the top lane Nautilus, and it's just so he can walk into the creep wave, press his W, gets that free shield, and obviously, again, the thing about Nautilus's kit, as you see him chase Korn away, is that he's already riddled with CC. So even with W, he technically has a CC with his auto attack applying that stagger.
Makes sense. A little iffy early on against Yasuo as well, especially melee versus melee. As this is, for me, the really surprising part about this particular matchup.
Draven.
Yeah, Draven. And we've seen Draven into Sivir. This was Crystal's famous counter pick in Split 1, and he absolutely wrecked Sivir players with it. But Name playing Draven, this is really old school Name. Not Draven as a pick, but being a lane bully and really trying to bury a lane.
You're absolutely right. So the thing about Name is he used to be known as Devil when he played for Positive Energy and won his LPL title, and he was a very aggressive AD carry player. So people always like to think of Uzi and Name as kind of polar opposite in terms of, you know, position-based AD carry versus in-your-face, flash-onto you AD carry. The thing about Name is over the course of his career, he's shown both styles, but likewise so has Uzi recently.
Yeah, it's been good to see both those players still playing and mixing it up a bit as Doinby gets an awesome trade there in the mid lane. That wind wall was not fast enough to stop the dredge line as Swift is trying to steal the blue buff, but Huey's there, going to make sure he gets that one.
Nautilus is just so oppressive in a lane phase, especially if he's able to connect that dredge line with you and hit you with 3 procs of the Riptide. This is cute.
Yeah, Huey does not feel safe. He's actually got his blue
feel
buff warded. Yeah, double buff Nidalee is pretty brutal. And Swift is going to force him off here, but he's actually looking for a gank on a Korn. Doinby going to try and line it up again. 5 seconds the dredge line's back. Huey looking for a counter gank. And on the bottom lane, Name is just working the bottom lane. Oh, Huey goes in. Tornado lands. He's forced to flash over Huey because Swift is coming down as well. Jumps onto him. That should be first blood. Windwall's really good to buy some more time. But Swift does get the kill. The teleport's down. Insect. Flash Nan takes out Doinby.
A little bit delayed right there. Swift thought that the red buff would tick down and take the first blood for him. Didn't think that he'd have to spare the other auto attack, but fantastic teleport to tie that one up 1-for-1. But again, Swift taking the gold into the jungle.
Smart as well that V didn't have his teleport, so Insect knew he could come in safely and at least force the trade. But Swift gets another first blood as Insect's fighting V. Swift's up here as well. That spear connects, and you're dead, Insect. Who's going to get the kill? It's V this time.
Swift trying to take it, though. That was pretty cheeky as opposed to letting his top laner tie that one up. Now, it's also really important. Never mind, he doesn't have the wave push in. I was going to say, not only did he tie up the kill 1-for-1, but he was going to deny all of the CS into the tower there, although he does have a sizable lane built up.
Yeah, looking good here. V31 to 18 CS as Insect returns.
Okay, there he goes.
With just a Sightstone.
Now this is incredibly punishing because, again, not only did he kill his top laner, but he misses that entire wave, and Insect just burned his teleport into the mid lane, so bad news bears.
Yeah, bad news indeed here. Throws the last sapling in, puts it into the wave, and Huey just has to go up there and collect whatever he can from it. 9-0 as well. Definitely winning down early on in the bottom side of the map, being really annoying, trying to slow stack this wave and then just force TNT away off it. He's already, as the wave hits the tower, about 20 CS behind.
That said, TNT was in a very similar situation last game on Vayne. Obviously on Sivir it's typically different because you just farm the creep waves. Oh, nice flash!
TCT double flay, but that might be the kill. The grab's on there as well. TCT's low. He wants the kill, but he can't quite force it. Name, though, still fighting TNT, and King hold their ground.
A beautiful double flay from TCT to pull them into tower aggro. Unfortunately, miscommunication from Zero and Name. They weren't able to juggle the tower aggro correctly. You saw Zero step forward looking for the auto attack, but he thought Name had aggro and immediately had to flash backwards out of it. So TCT gets that with his life, is now healing up with pots, but very, very close call.
Yeah, the only flash left in the only summoner, left in the bottom lane is TNT's flash as well. This Korn has been forced back early. He went back at 13 minutes and got a static shiv in the last game, but been forced back already and had to go into the quick Avarice Blade. Versus double cloth armor there for Doinby, who can build some AP items still if he wants. Swift in the top side once more onto Insect, and Rise is a sitting duck at this point. He does some damage, but the kill is going to go over to V once again.
Ganking a Maokai lane is super easy when you're Lee Sin or Nidalee because the Twisted Advance gives you a free skill shot. Very potent, obviously, with either of those two champions because you can follow up with your executability.
Yep, and your skill shots do all the damage. So it's pretty nice in there in the top half.
It's really easy to hit a non-mobile target.
Yep. Can't move from the Twisted Advances. Swift, that's 2 ganks in a row now. Back 3, honestly, if you include the mid lane one, who's been successful. 3-1 up here as Con and Doinby going to have a scuffle here in the mid lane, but they'll back off. For now, as Nord looks pretty tanky at this point.
Between his shield and his 2 cloth armors, this is pretty much untouchable. You can't do anything to Nautilus, he's just going to free farm. So the idea is what will Doinby bring to his team come these big 5v5s? Because last game, Doinby had a fantastic performance on his Victor, but Xiaogu just couldn't organize themselves correctly when they had a gold lead into a true 5v5 against King. This time around, he's on a champion that has so much utility to empower his team, but will it connect?
Well, I guess we'll find out soon as QG go back, do their first few shots, and they're up 1,000 gold already. Blue buff does go to Doinby.
Curious that they're actually giving it to the Nautilus.
Yeah, again, Doinby quite tanky right now, but that might just be a laning decision. Super keen to see where his build goes, but right now, at least for King as far as their success goes in this game, it's all in the bottom lane here. Name and Zero are going to try real hard to carry this game.
Stacking a lot of adoration currently. I feel like Draven's passive is supposed to empower you or incentivize you to look for kills, because obviously you want to get those stacks, as we see Korn and
Speaking of, here comes Lee Sin and Yasuo. We're not a bad ganking combo. They're going to push the wave in. Time to respond, though, actually, from QG. So King are a little late on this dive, and looks like they are going to pull out. Spot Doinby here instead.
The big thing is because they don't know that where Swift is.
He's top lane, but like you said, they don't know that. And instead, they'll look for the gank onto Doinby. Just needs the Q to land. Kick will be enough there. Depth charge out. The kick goes through. Stops it with the ulti there as Korn comes in for the last breath. And Ignite is down, but it's not enough to get the kill.
Oh!
Misses the last skill shot, but Name gets the snipe.
And that's huge because that is a Draven that's been stacking for 73 CS. And what I was just about to say is that Draven's kit is supposed to tell you to go ham and to go hard, but a lot of what will happen.
Korn's dead. Swift with a nice gank there. TCT pulls him out just in time as he barely lives against the caster creeps.
But a lot of time what will happen is Draven will just passively farm until the big dragon fight and then just clip that adoration stack in the initial 5v5 and make major bank. So nice to see Name actually getting involved with some aggressive play as opposed to just sitting this one out.
We've seen his Jinx ult be on point there as far as global pressure goes, so nice use of the Draven ult there, but just casually firing up one more wave as he's gone back TNT's got a BF sword. That's not too bad. Brawler's glove in there as well for
Looking
the
for
quick
that
Avarice
Avarice.
blade.
Yeah.
But Nami back with a 20 CS lead and 3,000 gold. There's a BF sword. There's a Vampiric Scepter.
And there will soon be a Bloodthirster.
Boots, dagger. Yep, Bloodthirster
Oh my
first.
god, he's rich.
He's really, I mean, makes sense, right? Like you said, stacking up the adoration and cashing in the gold. Nami's first check is cashed, and he is flush with items right now.
And speaking of builds, let's take a look at Doinby right now. You got the Ninja Tabby and the completed Glacial Shroud.
He has one mission. Shut down Colin's Yasuo. Apparently was not a fan of it in the last game.
This is effectively top lane Nautilus in that mid lane, save for the biscuits.
Yep. I mean, it's not the craziest thing. Nautilus is actually a reasonably good laner. And like you said, he brings a lot from support with all his CC.
He says
but
reasonably. He's an absurd laner.
Yeah.
He's got crazy control of the creep wave with his Riptide, and as well as controlling the minion wave, he then gets to punch you in the face 3 times.
Actually, blue buff, though. Getting fought over here as Insect kind of throws some CC out. Korn, Windwall's a little late. Kick out, though, actually, just to disengage Doinby. Depth charges
That's
down.
gonna
It's
get
going to land
ult
off
too.
the Korn. Swift's going to dive in for the kill. Insect supercharge takes the next one there, and Insect just going to keep rolling out damage here, but Doinby doing enough. The CC train is massive, and they're just going to dive in. Huey's going to die as well. Doinby will go in for the trade, but Zero couldn't make it in time.
Likewise, TNT and TCT rotating up to take this blue buff. We'll see if they then rotate into the mid lane to try to shove that one out.
Yep. I mean, ceding the lane to Name, but TNT had already lost this lane against the Draven, so blue buff will go to Xiaogu. Name will get himself a tower. The gold's actually going to equalize as a result. As Doinby has 3 more cloth armors. That's 4. Yeah, it's 4. 4 total. So 2 of those are going to be a Warden's Mouth because he's building Frozen Heart.
The classic
One's for fun.
4 shirt build.
Yeah, he has, if you include like all the cloth armors in his recipes, he has 5 total in his inventory. 1 for the Shroud, 1 for the Ninja Tabby, and just 3 hanging out.
And in a second,
He really doesn't like Cole.
in a second, I'm sure we're going to see how much armor he's got sitting on him with all of those shirts
A lot. 157.
at 11 minutes in the game.
It's not bad. I mean, he could have more.
Problem is that you still have to deal with this Rise, and if you look at where all the gold is allocated on King, majority of it is still in Insect's pocket. Now we do see Name with a decent lead, obviously with his CS being the highest in the game, as well as having his completed Bloodthirster, but you know, Rise will eventually be a problem.
Yeah, I mean, Insect's building up damage. You saw it just in the last little gank. Just with some base items, he was able to dish out pretty good damage with that passive proccing as Xiaogu move in to clear out a ward. Korn does have his static shift, so he's sort of good to go. It's the first phase of his build, I guess, if you want to think about it that way. But QG onto the Dragon, they're going to look to take it away.
Huey is set up behind the pit, does have a weaker smite than Swift. That said, Lee Sin does have the executability in conjunction with his smite as King move on top of this.
Fairly even, I guess. There is a teleport, does come down. Insect gets locked up. TCT's going to get ulted in. Zero will actually get the kill for that, but the CC's pretty good. Nice reset there as Insect's already into the mix doing damage. Korn trying to find some knockups, does get some in there, and Swift dives in, but it's too far, and they can't get kills. V diving in, takes out Lee Sin, but a 2-for-1 team fight win for King.
King positioned perfectly, had their front line completely zoning Xiaogu off, and Name was effectively untouched with that fight. He walked in there with that amount of mana and health.
And a Bloodthirster.
And a
was able to do
Bloodthirster.
pretty good damage there. King, unfortunately, a little low, going to have to back themselves off from the Dragon, but at least I know it off from QG. You actually take their time to rotate into the mid lane. Korn, nice wind wall, going to deny Siva as Nautilus is forced to flash out from that.
But look at how confident Doinby is.
Oh, Zero in trouble. Swift going to get chunked out, but it's not enough here. Doinby's still running in. Gets Korn there. He's going to have to win wall again, but he doesn't have it. Nami going to get chased down. The flash from TNT is going to give himself the double, and that will give QG back control of the Dragon.
Okay, so Swift was obviously the guy who made the crazy play right there, but Doinby is putting Xiaogu on his back right now with this Nautilus mid pick. Just super confident. As soon as he saw where King was, you see that TNT looks to back off. Doinby's like, no, we're fighting.
Yeah, and that's what happened. I mean, Nautilus really tanky even without items. I'm sure support players know that. Immense amount of CC with a casual 14-minute Frozen Heart. Xiaogu get the Dragon.
Ridiculous amounts of armor. Not only, obviously, will that empower him against Korn and Name, but likewise, it opens up so many dive options. And we've already seen Doinby going crazy ham. Again, this is the guy who started out as the Morgana main, the supportive mid laner style. He's on a support champion, but this is a bloodthirsty play style.
It is. And, you know, Doinby, was described to me, despite all the early Morgana Lulu picks, as having actually being a versatile player. I believe that was one of his traits in the LSBL, and Gigi was sort of coming up and qualifying for this particular split as Huey.
You're not thinking about it. Look at that. I dare you.
I want you. Please. Come on, Yasuo. Let's see what happens. Spoiler alert, nothing.
And he's already seen how dangerous it is to dive Nautilus. In the initial dive where Huey gave up first blood, the only reason why he went down there is because diving Nautilus, you eat that staggering blow from the auto attack, and you take an extra turret shot.
Yeah, or 2, or 7.
12.
There's Korn. Oh, good win wall. Gets that one just in time there to stop the Dredge line. But
that's down for 22 seconds.
Yeah, Korn is just relegated to farming this wave out. His turret's actually taking damage now as well. Can't get the last CS because Doinby.
Oh, you think the tower will save you?
How cute.
I just have a 5-lane range targetable ultimate that knocks everything up, and there's no way to escape it.
Well, King going to try and defend this tower, but like you mentioned,
I'm a big fan of Nautilus.
Tricky against the Nautilus, to say the least. Clear out the way for now, but not sure that tower's going to hold on much longer here.
The question is, Xiaogu have a ticking timer on their damage. So we've already seen Doinby, making plays in the early game, but that's fairly easy when people don't have their resistances up, they don't have their levels, and Nautilus's damage can still compare. Late game, a Frozen Heart Ninja Tabi Nautilus isn't going to be doing much for you. Likewise, you have a low damage AD carry, respectively compared to Draven and Sivir, and then a Maokai top lane. If this game goes to 30, 40, 50 minutes, Xiaogu don't have a lot of options in terms of actually killing people.
I mean, you can kill them by just CCing them and outliving them. We've seen that from EDG a couple of times, but you're right. That's a hard ask here as the tower is going to fall down. TNT gets himself the tower. 3,000 gold up now for Xiaogu. And Name and his relatively rich Draven struggling to outpace the Nautilus.
Xiaogu, though, doing a great job recognizing that they need to strike now, start building up this massive gold lead so they can stay ahead in their resistances and their damage items before King have a chance to ramp up. Because again, late game, Yasuo, Draven, and Ryze are going to be a massive problem.
And I like that you mentioned Ryze, because Doinby does not have magic resist at this point. I'm actually very surprised that they didn't swap Insect into the mid lane.
Yeah, I was actually really shocked.
Because, I mean, Korn had his static give it a good clip. He could have just started split pushing, but instead stayed in his mid lane. Again, we talk about King. The depth, as far as the team goes strategically, might be one of the things they're lacking at this point as a team. And I feel like given that they don't lane swap very much, they're comfortable in standard lanes, but could struggle to adapt to someone like Doinby, who is a very versatile player.
I definitely think that's a very fair speculation to make of King. They haven't shown a lot of competitive styles or strategies.
But they've shown strong team fighting, at least in Game 1, and they've got a good team fighting comp this time. They made the Game 1 comp work, which looked a little crazy, and they do have to battle through quite a lot of CC as Name does not want anything to do with this. And rightfully going for last whisper second with a pickaxe in his inventory.
Really curious. It seems like a disconnect between TNT and Doinby. Obviously, one of them is Korean, one of them is Chinese.
Korn actually gets locked up. He's going to dive in on top of him. Insect gets exhausted. Damage not quite there. Insect getting low. Will just live there. No, TNT still able to take him out. But Korn takes out Swift. Name's kiting back. But Doinby's just too tanky, I think. Korn lives for a little while longer, but TNT goes untouched so far. Name getting flash CC'd up there by Doinby, still trying to run himself away. But 3 members of King are already dead. A good stand aside from Name, going to be answered by a nice kill from TNT.
Doinby is unstoppable right now in these team fights. Name doing everything he can to kite back and allow his team enough time to tear through the tankiness that Xiaogu have already built up. But Doinby flashing forward onto the AD carry, making sure that he gets that staggering blow, leads them to the team fight as well as the mid-tier tower.
And Huey couldn't do anything in that fight. You saw him there just at the Krugs. You just fight started. He was like, yeah, I don't really like what's happening, as you'll see.
And again, look at this. Doinby's the guy who starts the fight. And the reason why I was saying that there's a bit of a disconnect is because the On the Hunt came out so earlier. Doinby's been looking for a team fight this entire time. So here we go. King gets shoved down into this tiny little choke point. Look at the Venn diagram of the Riptide as well as the Vengeful Maelstrom. There's the flash forward. Name can't do anything. He already dodged the death sentence, but from here, you're done.
Yeah. Dredge line lands. Doinby collects the kill. Actually, it's TNT. He says, thank you very much for the setup, Doinby. And that's what he's been doing. Sending things up nicely. He's got a Warden's Mail. Building in for a random Zero. Zero's forced to flash.
Just running straight at people. He wants to fight 24/7.
Yeah, Doinby has one mode now. And still kept up in CS as well. So King is struggling to make a dent into this Nautilus. Is 3-1 the advantage in towers. Upper Dragon as well, and 15-7 in kills. Converts for about 6k in current gold lead there for Xiaogu. And King just need to hold on, buy some time, and get their items, because if they get them, they can outpace this. But right now, Doinby, like you said, he's unstoppable.
And Xiaogu are doing such a great job speeding up the pace of this game. They start to rotate down toward the red buff, but more importantly, that last standing outer turret is what they want.
And I feel like Huey's just not been able to have the impact on the game that we saw him in the Gragas, and he was good late game there. His ultimates were good, and even though his gank pressure's been a little wanting in the series, he needs to make stuff happen in the late game, because King, right now, they're just sort of relegated to farming the waves, getting those items, and hoping to pick a fight when it matters.
It is all about the stall now for King, like you said. Farming up, making sure they're itemized, stacking specifically for Rise, has his row completed as well as that tier available. So once those items are both powered up and online, we'll see if King are maybe able to find a better footing in these 5v5s.
Yeah. I mean, Rise still scaling, Korn building in for Blade of the Runic second. I like the choice against all the tanks here from Xiaogu, and Name knows exactly what he wants. This is a pretty common Draven build anyway, but Last Whisper is especially crucial in this game.
Just empowering those axes to make sure they hit as hard as possible. TNT being some... Oh, actually, wow. Okay, so speaking of kind of different builds, TNT looking for the Phantom Dancer as opposed to the Static Shiv on the Sivir.
I think he has to, because he knows that he needs to make up for the damage for his team. That is the one thing that Xiaogu maybe don't do enough of, especially towards the late game.
It's just super curious. I mean, when you can get back or get down into kind of the nitty-gritty math of Phantom Dancer. Hold on.
TNT, though, is going to pop his ulti and run it. Name gets crit a couple times with the exhaust is there from TCT. Damage is good. Name can't get away. He made it close, though.
Was in the animation for the ultimate right there to trade 1-for-1, but great CC from TCT. TCT.
Yeah.
Man, more? Why couldn't you just...
Why don't you just stick with more?
Why couldn't you just keep the... anyway. The math between Static Shiv and Phantom Dancer, obviously Phantom Dancer is going to be the more damage because you're paying for the crit difference, as well as kind of the unique passive of running through the creeps. But on Sivir specifically, because you're using On the Hunt, it empowers to get more Static Shiv procs up because you're moving faster. So I feel like... in a straight, no one's moving, obviously the Phantom Dancer is going to be better, but with Sivir specifically, having the On the Hunt, moving that much faster, being able to stack Static Shiv more potent.
Seems like a trade between like consistent damage and burst damage.
Yeah.
I think you're... Yeah, I mean, it makes sense from TNT what he's doing for both ways.
Yeah.
He also has a Warden's Mail. They're on sale, apparently, in Xiaogu's Nexus. They have 3 of them already.
I used to do this on Sivir back. Do you remember that build where people would take Warmogs and it gave you health on the amount of farm that you had?
And then you build Atmas?
Yeah, yep. Frozen Atmogs.
Yes.
And then you would have Banshee Veil on Sivir, and you would just farm for 45 minutes, and then you'd have Banshee Veil as well as Spell Shield, and you were just unkillable.
You're a bad person.
Was that season 2?
1 or 2. You're awful. Why would you do that to anyone?
TNT's got a Warden's Mail.
Sure, he does.
Draven's not doing anything to him. He's looking for that 1v1 duel.
Well, he's got the Last Whisper now, but I don't know if that's enough to cut through quite all of the armor that QG have stacked up. Just add insult to injury, by the way. V has also got a Frozen Heart, so Warden's Mail's everywhere for QG. 3 of the 5 members. I'm sure Swift is coming up next. Or, you know what? Probably TCT. He's got one coming in as well.
I wish they would just put their pink inside the pit. That's the second time in this series that happened in the first game for King that a Baron has been spotted out by a corner green ward. Remember to sweep, kids.
Yep. Use your sweepers.
Sweep responsibly.
Responsibly. You can see that ward just poking its head over near the Baron. Can't be spotted there by QG's pink ward. Look at the Scuttle Crab though, a bit more vision as Kings still need that time to stack up, and they've fallen pretty significantly behind in gold at this point in the game. 8,000 gold behind and counting, as QG are not stopping anytime soon.
They do have great wave clear though in the form of Rise. That said, it's not the safest wave clear because obviously Draven's not going to have the same AoE pushing potential that a Sivir will. And likewise, Yasuo can clear waves, but he needs to use his flow to get on top of them, so he can't do it from a safe distance.
Yeah, I mean, Windwall is not a bad tool in either a siege or a counter siege, but like you said, pretty long cooldown, about 22 seconds or so. We'll take some time. They'll do a decent job here clearing things out. Zero of all people is going to make it actually a little tricky to bust down these turrets, but QG are in absolutely no rush at this point in the game.
Yeah, right now they're trying to set up multiple pressure points, which is why you see V running down to that bottom wave to kind of pick up and clean that out. He should be creating a slow push into the opposite direction before he joins his team. And what I assume Xiaogu will be doing is once V creates a slow push, they'll pace that around the Baron and kind of wait for Insect to make a positional error.
Should have just enough time to do it as well, as Dragon's up in a minute 50, where they want to be back in the bottom half of the map. But King have not found their first dragon yet. QG are on track for 5 dragons as well, which is a nice way to make up for your all-tank composition damage.
This is entirely defeated. Xiaogu are losing so much pressure and momentum on the map simply because the Baron pit is warded. The game has been stalled out for 2 to 3 minutes because of a single ward.
And like we said, King, really at this point all they need is time, and they might need quite a bit of it, but Seraphs has transformed up for Insect. Blade of the Ruined King's done now for Korn. Name's had his 2 items for a while. He can keep farming up and move into his next big item. Like, things are happening here for King at least. And Zero's even got his Magi's ready to get some stacks there as well. So things are looking good for King if they can hold on, but still a massive deficit.
When did he pick that Magi's up? Was that his second rotation?
Probably.
I was going to say the young 25-minute Magi's.
Maybe. I mean, Zero had it last game and actually built up quite a lot of AP. I don't remember how many times he died.
Yeah, but I guarantee you didn't pick it up in 25 minutes.
No. Oh, no. Well, look at his build. His Sightstone, Moby Boots, Spell Thief's Edge. That's like a 15-minute Magi's.
There's no Guardian Angel in there. Where is Zero? What have you done with him? Here we go. We've got the push.
Hook misses. Name gets a spear though. Korn forced a wind wall. Can't really do much with that.
Teleport.
TCT gets kicked over, but Name's just trying to do damage. Gets exhausted though. Huey's trying to kite them off, but the depth charge is too much, and it's just too much CC. Huey now going to be the next one to go down as TNT takes him out. Korn going to be the next victim as Insect's late to the party. QG get 3 kills, and that's about all they'll need.
We talk about all of the armor that Xiaogu have on their side, and it's just impossible to get through that tank line as well as the CC. And we're just waiting for Insect to take off. He does have his Archangels online as well as the Rod of Ages. But Maokai, the Maokai ultimate on top of the stacking armor pretty much negates any sort of damage output that King are able to front.
Yep, and it's been no damage for King all game long, it feels like. As Insect trying something here. Maybe a Baron still might get a kill into TCT for his trouble. Flashes for it. Can't find it though. Just going to get CC'd up forever. Does dodge the hook, but Baron will go to Xiaogu. Insect will die. That'll be 4 kills and a Baron for Xiaogu, and just add insult to injury, make it 10,000 plus gold ahead as well.
It's just impossible to escape them with all of the frozen hearts as well as the chain CC of Nautilus and Maokai, and then you're outputting damage through Swift's Nidalee, you know, going the Runeglaive Hourglass Void. So you have your burst damage if those
TNT's
that was
finished
cheeky.
his Randuins. It's finished.
The kite. It makes so much sense. You have so many slow items, especially even on TNT Sever with the Randuin's Omen. And again, they don't have a super big burst team. If you hit a spear, you're going to chunk someone, but otherwise it's about whittling them down and chasing them down. So how do you do that? You slow everyone, and you just make yourself unkillable.
Yeah. QG going to get dragon number 3 as TNT and his Randuins right in towards King's currently empty red buff.
They're ruining solo queue for everyone right now.
Yes.
So many Randuin Severs.
I mean,
so many Nautilus mid.
If you take a step back, QG's drafting him like item builds this game are really smart.
No, I'm loving this.
Yeah. It's so awkward that like not only are King like just struggling against all of these frozen hearts, they're just gonna go in this time. Zero's dead. Huey gonna get chased down for the next kill as Domi is just rushing in there. They found Name, can't dodge any of this. He'll be the next kill there as Domi actually collects him. Insect's going to dive in. He gets a kill onto the support. Going to try and make it good, but can't get another one. And there's the ace for Xiaogu.
And again, we talked about how there's no MR, but you have the Maokai ultimate there to deny Rise. And King, we talked about, you know, if they get to late game, they have a ton of damage threats. But at this point, they're so far behind in gold that they can't keep up with the resistances. Everyone on Xiaogu are, you know, 2-3 items ahead of their counterparts.
I don't even know if late game King could have easily dealt with this given how tanky everyone is, but we're not going to find out today here. Xiaogu are going to take game number 2 in very stylish fashion. It's not just Doinby's hair that's good to look at, it's the item builds as well.
Doinby with a fantastic performance on that Nautilus mid. I have to go back. Obviously, across the board, we talked about this multiple times with Xiaogu. Anyone can carry from that team. It's part of the reason why they're tied for first place, especially as they split the series here. But Doinby, wow. Great performance on Victor despite the fact that they lost the first game. Really picking it up with Nautilus and proving that he's not a supportive style mid laner. He can take a support mid, but he has murder in his eyes.
Always. Murder in his adorable, adorable eyes. As Xiaogu, really creative game number 2 there. I'm not sure they had to pull out the Nautilus into the Yasuo, but you can tell after that game number 1, QG were like, you know what? Pretty sure we can bet you into Yasuo here, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, and you talked about, do you take away the Yasuo against King just because it's been played pretty much every single time? But Xiaogu, you're like, you know what? Let him have it.
Pretty sure we figured it out. And the answer was mid Nautilus. I'm sorry to solo queue players around the world. Your life is now ruined.
I know what I'm playing tonight.
Oh.
Because a different build, though. So, again, we talked about how top Nautilus goes for the reliance of the double Dorns, and it's more about empowering the Riptide, but empowering his Titan's Wrath, the shield, taking all of that armor up front, and then extending it through the course of the team fight, not only on the Nautilus, but even on Sivir. Pretty crazy stuff from Xiaogu. I bet it was them who played AP Maokai. I'm going to check on that.
It probably was, and QG take a really nice game there, but don't go too far away. When we return, it'll be a rematch of our grand final Sun Spring as LGD take on EDG.
child, you would wait and watch from far away. But you always knew that you'd be the one to work while they all play. Here we are, open away now.
And welcome back, everyone, to coverage of the LPL. My name is Julian Pastry Tamkar. Joining with me is Ryan Frusker and more. And that last game, as an avid Yasuo player, makes me not only very afraid, but very sad.
You're afraid of the
mid-Nautilus.
The mid-Nautilus coming through. So, did my fact-checking. It was Xiaogu in the LSPL that pulled out the mid-lane Maokai. It was not an AP Maokai. It was a tank mid-lane Maokai. So they've... The Jugger Tree. They've done this before. They strike again. This time around, it's Nautilus, and I would be shocked if Doinby didn't take home the MVP for his performance. Flawless.
Yeah, I have to think that, the aggression, the genius of the pick in general, how he played the lane, like, everything was there to bait Korn into another Yasuo pick and then just completely crush him. I'm surprised they didn't change matchups, actually, in the top lane. Like, there were options there with the Rise, maybe to swap things around, whether it's before game and give Korn the Rise, or in-game and swap sometime maybe around like the 10-15 minute mark. But King are definitely a team that look at when they play standard, get ahead, and can snowball big mid-game wins, usually with strong team fighting, but fell really far behind as it turned out with all the armor stacking, and it was just literally nothing they could do against Nautilus.
And likewise, it wouldn't have been a big deal to swap Yasuo or Rise into the shorter lane. So you have to think one of the big things about Rise is that he's, fairly immobile, and so he's very easy to gank, especially with a Maokai. We saw Swift applying a lot of pressure up there early, which is to be expected. You want to make sure that you can delay that Rise power spike. But putting him in the mid lane, Yasuo, on the curved, elongated lane, has the flow that he's much safer up there. Rise not as far to run back to safety, so kind of an interesting miscommunication, I guess, from King, or I guess a misplay as far as their initial strategy.
Again, it's just not like high-level, like super strategic plays, not King's strength, right? Like we saw in their team fights in Game 1, they managed to pull out crazy Game 1 win against Xiaogu there, but Xiaogu, ever the creative team, Doinby still showing even more versatility after what's already been a really good-looking split for him, and you can just see this game was incredibly one-sided.
Maokai, Nidalee, Nautilus, Sivir, and Thresh. Where is the damage there? Doesn't matter. Game spiraled so far out of control, and it's actually going to go to Swift.
Yeah, I mean, did a lot of work on Nidalee. Had a good Game 1, had a better Game 2, and was keeping Insect down in the top lane on that Rise, like you mentioned. So sad to not see it go to Doinby, but Swift, definitely a good performance there as well.
I mean, to be fair, Swift had such a huge impact early game, especially on this play when he gets the first blood. Now, you'll see him auto. He doesn't auto right here because he's expecting the red buff to kill him. But again, just the presence of mind to say, okay, I've already got this guy. He's dead. I can move on. I can kill this guy. Immediately runs top, makes more plays happen to that top side. So just all over the map and really setting the pace of this game.
Yeah, you saw that mid lane gank. Swift had 2 more after that were successful in the top lane, and that set his team up to succeed. Doinby was never going to struggle after that first little bit of pressure, getting his double cloth armors in, and Rise couldn't do much in the top lane with all that constant pressure from Swift. It was just a very well set up game, and by the time 15 minutes, 20 minutes rolled around, everyone had a Warden's Mail, and Yasuo Draven could do nothing but cry. Exactly,
and then you think, well, okay, your big magic damage is on Rise, who takes forever to ramp up and to get online, and it was just kind of too little too late. Xiaogu had already, understood where their timing windows of how they can take control of the game, pushing down the towers, rotating the Sivir effectively to make sure that they got this global gold bonus. So just really good foresight of you planning that one in draft phase, baiting into the Yasuo pick, and then executing the strategy flawless.
Yeah, really good stuff there. So a split series there between King and Xiaogu leaves them pretty much the same as far as the leaderboards go, but we have a last match coming up this evening, and it's a spicy one. It is the Titans clashing in LGD versus EDG. Now, when we say Titans, we can't actually call them Titans in terms of the standings, the leaderboards. I believe LGD are sitting down in 7th place, so just shy of being knocked out of their playoff run, whereas EDG, of course, sitting firmly on the top, although I think with Xiaogu playing today and EDG not, Xiaogu may actually be the first place team. They've been tied for a long time. That said, LGD have been ramping up in their performance. Had a great performance in the Demacia Cup.
most recently, and then their last few weeks of the LPL kind of rising back up. Should be noted that Imp has returned from Korea. His visa issues have been solved. That said, LGD's coach has left them.
That's, interesting change there. Imp, pretty good player, but we'll see how they do. Maybe we'll see if they're drafting or some of their selection is a bit off there. But how did EDG do in the Demacia Cup for screen? That was, of course, the reason we're off on a break.
I wonder who won the Demacia Cup. If you guys missed it, it was EDG. Now, again, we didn't have... Spoiler alert. LPL... Whoops. I could say something else. Games of Thrones spoilers alert. No.
Don't do that.
Don't do that.
Don't do that to our viewers. We like them.
LPL took a week off because we were in Beijing. Well, we weren't in Beijing, but they were in Beijing doing the Demacia Cup. The finals came down to EDG. Yep. They won another title to go in the trophy case.
Woo. Good work, clearly.
Woo!
It's what, 25 LAN wins? Something like that?
He's got a ridiculous...
It's a really stacked trophy case.
You know what's really fun, though? Speaking of trophy cases, so let's look at the all-time record from LGD versus EDG. Do you know what it is?
No.
It is 16-4. So EDG have beaten LGD 16 times. LGD have only beaten EDG 4 times in LPL. So this is just their LPL records. Including third-party tournaments, it's 20-6. So still not very favorable.
Is that games?
Yeah, it's 20. Okay. So EDG have beaten LGD 20 times historically, and LGD have only been able to do it 6 times. That said, that sounds pretty one-sided, yeah? LGD have one of the best records, if not the best record, against EDG.
Yeah, and that's just maybe a testament to how good this team is. I mean, EDG have been a force ever since they entered China about 2 years ago, I think, in 2013. Roster was very different back then, but this year's roster... Somehow they found a way to take the best team in China and make them better.
Yeah, and speaking of this year's roster, so, China finally gets their international tournament. They won IPL 5 with World Elite back in Season 2, and now they finally have the MSI under their belt with EDG. Immediately come back from MSI, and they change their roster. Of course, we've got a rotating roster between the mid lane, Pawn and Bamey, as well as we've seen some AD carry, new talent, and in the top lane between Koro and Amazing J. Now, Koro, I believe, isn't playing tonight. He is injured or sick. They made a public statement. I'm trying to remember. It's something, I think it's a back problem. Likewise, Pawn took some time off to Korea to also heal up his own back problem. I'm unsure if he'll be starting. We'll get that confirmed to you guys.
Recently, I believe.
Yeah.
Played in Demacia Cup.
But it should be Amazing J tonight as well as Pawn.
Yeah, so Koro, I mean, sad to see the star players from EDG injured, but certainly in the Demacia Cup, with at least Pawn back in the lineup, felt like the team looked... quite a bit stronger. And that's not discounting Bamey as a player. He is a strong mid laner, but for me it was the fact that Pawn was back and able to make more plays, be a versatile player, very, very good mid laner, of course, a defending world champion. But it felt like ClearLove felt so much more comfortable. That was the biggest change for me. It
opens up a lot more styles for ClearLove. So the thing about ClearLove is he'll never limit the team. There's never going to be a thing where you can point at it and say ClearLove can't play this style or he can't play this champion. He can play everything. You talk to his old teammates Masai, you talk to his new teammates on EDG, the most current iteration of the roster. They all say the same thing. No one works harder than ClearLove. But Bamey does limit ClearLove's style and how he can go about it because he's very much about the control mage. He plays competitively 2 champions, or at least that's what he's shown, and they're both Shurima. It's going to be Azir and Cassiopeia. All of them are going to be, kind of farm-up champions, and so ClearLove has to go into that farm-oriented because he doesn't have a gank path into that mid lane, whereas if Pawn's there, you have so much more kill pressure to work with on the map.
Yeah, and they roam together a lot as a duo there.
Yes.
So see a lot of ClearLove and Pawn gearing up in Tanner. Pawn loves to pack up and leave his lane, it feels like, and just abandon it, give it to someone else. Figure out where the farm's going later.
But on the other side, you're then facing off against GodV and TBQ. So if you're going to go down LGD's lineup and kind of point at the weakest member, on EDG right now it would probably be Amazing J. ClearLove himself has come out and said, we're not as comfortable with Amazing J. There's not that much synergy as far as team fighting. They look a little bit unbalanced, still trying to find their footing. On LGD, it's always going to be TBQ, unfortunately. He's had, I believe he's still undefeated on this current split for his Lee Sin performance. It's one of his signature champions. He's had a couple good games on Sejuani as well as Rek'Sai. But otherwise, LGD have had to tailor strategies of lane swapping to shore up and to hide TBQ to get him into that team fighting phase.
Yep, and you talked about GodV as well, sort of being the other part of that duo there for the team. And GodV is just an outstanding player. I've been playing AD carry recently, so might be a little rusty there. Was having fun in the Demacia Cup with Imp absent, making sure his visa was ready here, coming back into the LPL. But GodV is just such a good mid laner. Pawn's a great player, but GodV has just shown up so much this year.
They're actually a little bit similar in terms of their champion pool, if that makes sense, just because they're so massive.
Oh, they both play everything. Yeah,
yeah, exactly. But it's just because it's so few. Like, typically, you have a particular style or, a couple set champions. If you think about, like, Dade, that they play really well, whereas Godvi and Pawn, they just play everything. Although Godvi doesn't play Azir. He's never played an Azir game competitively. I thought that was really weird.
It is weird. I'm sure he does play Azir.
Yeah, I'm sure he could, but he's just never shown it. But the thing is how they play the lane phase is very different. Pawn is much more aggressive, much more in your face, kind of playing you on the back foot on the idea that if he does something unexpected, that it'll cause you to misplay and he'll punish you. Godvi's lane phase, a bit more reserved. He's about more controlling side lane vision, but his team fight is very well orchestrated and being creative about how he approaches team fights and finding angles into them.
Yeah, and it's sort of been, I guess, a trademark of EDG style, especially when they play with Pawn, even when they play with... Actually, no, when they play with Koro as well, and to a lesser extent Amazing J. Like, with Clearlove and Pawn teaming up so much as sort of a little duo, running around the map on the top half, especially with either Amazing J or Koro sort of moving around and sort of ganking together, leaving Deft and Mako to be very self-sufficient. Sometimes Mako even leaves the lane to join the rest of them and group up as a big 3 or 4 ball. The skirmish power that EDG have, especially coming from Pawn's ability, is so scary. And that's, for me, the biggest difference, is it's like they can both roam. Like, PYL's a good roamer as well. They can leave him to farm a sideline, just like EDG will do with Def sometimes. Sometimes they'll group together, they'll rotate, they'll take towers. But if you want to look at it very plainly at a super high level for these teams, EDG are
skirmish versus team fight.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
And that's like, EDG aren't bad team fighters, and LG are not bad skirmishers, but at a very plain level, that's a good way to look at, especially their mid laners.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you pointed out. And it's weird, too, because now I'm going to kind of extend on that thought, and it's going to sound contradictory, but no, I completely agree with Pace Your Time. EDG are fantastic at team fighting, and when it gets late game, they're one of the best team fighting teams in LPL. LGD are great at it as well. But I feel like LGD are the best team. Like, if EDG are the best team fighting team, even though we just kind of said, like, LGD are more oriented for 5v5 and LGD or EDG are more about 3v3 skirmishes, no one plays the map better than LGD. They are one of the most consistent, brilliant, high-level macro teams in the LPL. I think maybe Vici Gaming at, like, the top peak of their performance can contest.
Yeah, and, like, we talk about Vici and them having, that high level, the Mata, the Dandy, the really big grand strategy that those two players are known for, just always making sure the game goes well. And when Vici, win, they win because they outplay you on the map. LGD can do that as well, but they also have these players to back it up as well.
No, and I completely agree, and it's really on the back and the control of PYL as the captain, as the primary shot caller, taking a very Reaper-esque role, which is funny because Reaper's now working for EDG, assisting them on that side.
Well, we'll have to find out in a bit of a sec. We are going to take a quick break, but when we return, we'll have our match just here. Welcome back, guys, as we are here for LGD versus EDG, and we're straight in the lineups. We're going to start in the top lane very briefly as we go past Akon. Akon's been solid all year long.
Yeah, he's looked fantastic. Although I actually think Flame's kind of been rising up. We'll see if Flame plays in game 2 as he usually does. But let's talk about the jungle because there's TBQ.
Yeah, Lee Sin, and a lot more Lee Sin.
Undefeated for the split.
Yeah, looking good so far. But Godby, been the player that's really been mixing things up. Loves his Varus, at least early on in the year, the split, sorry. But he can play, like we said, just about anything. As Imp, he's back.
He's made his return. He's back from Korea, and I'm ready for the Imp. Godby getting off that 80 carry roll, rotating back into the mid lane.
I wonder if did he play Varus?
He played Ezreal.
Oh.
It was good. It was good. But there's the man of the hour, the most handsome player in the whole wide world. It's PYL.
Yep. Move over for Princess Flame. It's PYL that's taken that crown, and thankfully his handsome new face matches his play very well.
Yeah, Acorn's pretty handsome though.
Acorn is apparently the most handsome of the players. I believe he won some sort of fan vote in split number 1.
Just look at his smoldery gaze.
How does Flame feel to be the substitute of it, like,
Have you seen
this team and then not be the most handsome top laner?
What Flame's doing his best? I think he's doing his best Imp cosplay. Every time you see him, he's got like the Harry Potter glasses on, but he has like Imp's haircut. I see what you're doing, Flame.
I guess we'll probably see Flame in game 2, so we'll have to double check.
Okay, see, there's Imp. Just wait till you see Flame.
Okay, well, there is Imp.
Imp dyed his hair just like Dandy.
Cute.
Cute. It used to be blonde.
It did, actually.
And then it turned kind of a brown, and now he dyed it dark.
That's
the first time I've seen PYL without his little face mask.
That's true. He's been wearing his little mask after his surgery, but looking good. And again, his return to the lineup really heralded the strongest yes. Deft is back in the crowd.
Speaking of haircuts,
an awesome sign.
There's Deft.
There's lots of Defts. There's another one there on the right.
Is that Fire Lolly?
It might be.
It better be with the sunglasses. But here we go. It's EDG starting lineup. Should be noted, this is the MSI lineup.
Yeah, they are playing their full strength roster here against LGD, who, like you said, have looked good without Imp in the Demacia Cup. Now with Imp being back, EDG, they're going to be firing on all positions. That's Koro back in the top lane.
No more Amazing J. Koro. I don't want to say back from the dead, but back from
injury.
Back from holiday.
Yeah, was not having a good time. Was a bit injured, but looking good so far as Clear Love. He's just going from strength to strength, it feels like this year. Lots of Nunu in recent games, but even with a Nidalee game in there, Clear Love's just such a versatile player. And
his Gragas performance has really taken off, especially in tandem with this guy.
Yep, Pawn back there as well. Like we said, playing their full strength roster here today, at least for the first game. And Pawn will play just about anything. He's got Echo, he's got Twisted Fade. So move into Deft, who's got, one sneaky Ezreal game in there, but what can I say? Spring MVP. Guy's not bad at League of Legends.
Should be noted that with Mako, again, the full MSI lineup, EDG have only played this lineup 3 times since their victory at MSI.
Yeah, so again, been mixing it up a lot, been showing off injuries for some of the MSI players. Like Mako and Deft have been relatively consistent, but even Deft seen some recent substitutions. I assume for time and rest reasons rather than quality of play reasons.
EDG did state publicly that they've always had the intention of running a rotating roster. They just opened up their big facility. Should be noted that they have a very large roster. You saw the Korean boy band, if you will.
Did Pawn also get a haircut?
They all have haircuts.
They all have haircuts. Is all their hair the same color as well?
I've never seen Clear Love smile. I've seen him smile.
Does this count?
Yeah.
Well, we pointed out, we need this, back to solemn. I'm pretty sure their hair is all the same color now. They're going for the full TSM.
Synergy.
You match all the uniforms. They're matching haircuts as well.
What was I saying? All right, EDG just opened up their big facility. They have a ton of players. They're doing a training program now, so it's not surprising to see them kind of scout and foster up new talent.
Yeah, and it's great to see a team and a big club like EDG. There's a Miami Def sign there in the crowd. Surprised that's the only one. Yeah, it's good to see EDG, playing the new talent, but clearly LGD, who look very strong in recent events, taking them completely seriously. They're like, you know what? We want to continue our good record against you. Bring it on.
I cannot emphasize this enough. LGD historically do not place very high on the ladder for the regular season standings, but always come playoff time, always come world qualifiers. They're just a hair off of taking a title or taking a place at the World Championship.
Yep, got one game away in spring from taking the slot at MSI and beating EDG, but EDG have not lost a title this year, I believe, winning Spring for LPL. Both the Demacia Cups, I believe. Won the one in the first half of the year as well. MSI, and of course, the recent Demacia Cup victory as well. Certainly looking to take it again here come playoff time, but still a little while away off playoffs here. So we've gotten through a lot of the season, but not quite all of it. And this, with both teams playing their full rosters, Coach Aaron ready to go for the draft again. This should be quite a series.
I'm really curious.
I'm sad it's a best of 2. I wish it was longer.
I know, right? I wish it was a best of 5. I'm really curious who LGD is going to be standing or working behind them. Again, their coach recently quit the team or left the team. So, see if that makes an impact at all, especially since they're facing against Reaper and Aaron.
I feel like Reaper... There was a joke at some point about Reaper's drafts, because things were going a bit off the rails in all different directions for EDG at some point in this split.
Reaper joins the roster, and somehow we're just ending up with these.
Well, we'll see what happens in this draft, because at least Aaron is alongside Reaper here for this draft. LGD on the blue side, EDG over on the red. Aaron looking handsome there on the right. As Azir's the first ban from LGD. Take that one away from Pawn. And of course, another Kalista ban.
Kalista is a staple on purple side, but I cannot emphasize this enough. You cannot let Imp have that champion.
Nope, especially with PWL there as well. So Greg is going to be the ban away from Clearlove. I like that choice a lot from LGD, given his recent play. And a Rise ban there for EDG, just keeping the power picks off the board for now.
Likewise, TBQ isn't very comfortable on either Gragas or Echo jungle, so curious what he's going to go that direction.
Yeah, I mean, Pawn can play Echo as well. Have to think Clearlove's got play on the champion. As EDG just lease in, get him off. No,
TBQ not going to get that one.
Still undefeated. Can't play at this game.
Priority pick. Victor's still left up on the board. That said, Godv has a lot more success when he has a high mobility mid laner just because of how he impacts his team's vision. It's much safer to walk into Fog of War if you have, although looking at the Victor, if you have mobility versus someone who's immobile like his Varus run. And that sounds weird that your mid laner would impact your vision, but again, TBQ, one of the weaker points of LGD, really relies on Godv to help cover his flanks and protect his jungle.
Yep, and he's been strong, and he's going to take a strong pick off the board here. Victor will be the choice there for LGD, and as far as mid laners go, everyone's still banning Azir. I feel like their champion's still quite good, but Victor is just so good as Clearlove snaps himself off Rek'Sai.
And again, we are on 5.12, so the mid lane items have not been adjusted quite yet. No surprise to see the Rek'Sai taken away simply because there's not a lot of junglers left and available. I would assume that TBQ would fall back to Sejuani at this point.
Yeah, you think so as well. As Corki actually going to be the pick up there for EDG, taking a very early priority on that. But that man there, Deft, is not too bad at the old Corki.
I'm going to laugh really hard if Acorn gets to play Shyvana and then Flame has to play Rumble.
Maybe.
I think it's a Shyvana jungle.
Could be a preview patch to come. Yeah, Shyvana's been at least all over solo queue in the jungle, but we'll see what LGD want to do here with their picks. Shang would not surprise me at all. That's been one of the go-to top lane picks recently. We've seen a lot of it today. And don't forget, Ezreal's still available as well. Pawn was playing it in Demacia Cup.
Yep.
But it's not been that popular, at least in the latter half of
Yeah,
the
they really haven't touched Runeglaive. I think we've seen it on the Nidalee jungles, although Elise getting locked in for TBQ.
Yeah, I mean, there's 2 junglers banned in this pool. And Rek'Sai was taken away by EDG, so has to go to something else. Can't go to the Elise in, gonna go to Elise instead. And Akon's gonna go ahead and get Shen.
We talked about kind of some of the changes that Shen has seen on the most recent patch. Again, his taunt cooldown, I think, is the biggest one. There's less energy required, so you can get more rotations of your taunt through in these late game team fights. Likewise, his passive has been adjusted to make his lane phase a little bit more desirable.
Yeah, and Shen is a strong pick. He brings a lot to a team comp, split pushing potential, big ultimate, good team fighter there as well with the changes to his taunt. So all around pretty good guy. Well, that's Korosnar back there again, and a Braum there for Mako. Excited to see Mako on a champion like Braum that's seen, I guess, some quality of life changes recently. But I had one rule in the spring split of the LPL.
No.
Don't give Korosnar was the rule, and that's what he's got in this game.
Yep. He has an absurd win rate. I think the last time I checked it, which was a few weeks ago, it was something like 17-3. So when you listen to the Chinese casters actually do the LPL, the only words that you can point out is ban Nar. Ban Nar.
Well, it makes a lot of sense here as LGD scrambling to put together their last few picks. People are actually going to get Alistar here quite late. And they were considering Ezreal, but instead they'll go for the Sivir, which makes a lot of sense. LGD put together a fine comp here in Game 1.
I actually really like the fact that Braum was picked, though, as opposed to Alistar. I think Braum's actually a great matchup to Ali, because when Ali goes in on the AD carry or tries to set up for his big wombo combo with his WQ, Braum can just easily reposition himself onto his AD carry or help stall out the enemy AD carry. So I think that there's a lot of counterplay available.
Yeah, Braum, again, kind of got some, I guess, buffs in like the fact that his similar.
His Q.
Yeah, his Q is basically reverted to how it used to be. So just a much better sport to play, a little bit stronger in the early game, just all around always a good guy. But Pawn gets his pick of mid laners here, and he's already got a smite. Ezreal's locked in. That's going to be Runeglaive Ezreal once again.
And we're finally going to see the Runeglaive Ezreal.
Seen it once today,
I think Xiao who played it in the first game. Yeah.
But Pawn been playing a lot of this in the Demacia Cup, and he's always good, I feel like, in whatever champion he wants to pick, and he's got a very deep champion pool, but I like this a lot.
The aspect, though, that I really want to the aspect, though, that I really want to touch on is we talked about, kind of the difference between Baimi and Clearlove's relationship versus Pawn and Clearlove, and how when Pawn is on the starting roster for EDG, it allows Clearlove another gank option. If you're playing Runeglaive Ezreal with Smite, you've already forfeited your matchup.
Yep.
No matter what. Just because in you, the summoner spells alone, we see Godby on the other side taking the Ignite versus the Smite, you're not going to win that trade. Likewise, you're going to itemize into Trailblazer before you go into your Runeglaive just to keep up and to farm. So that completely cuts off any sort of option or pressure that Clearlove can force onto that mid lane.
Yeah, and instead just has to wait around. But if Pawn gets going, it's going to be real good there, and this will be a mid lane matchup to watch here. Godby on Victor versus the Ezreal. It's kind of honestly the two, on this patch especially, just the two best mid laners, or two of the most popular at least.
Yeah. I would say Cool, Godby, and Pawn are probably the top 3 mid laners in the LPL.
Oh, I meant champions. But yes, they're also very good players. So I agree there also.
Forget those guys.
Forget those guys. I don't care about the champions. They're all changing next patch anyway. Let's go, please.
Is it 513 yet?
No, it's not. Runeglaive Ezreal Winter is still here.
Let's get on the Rift. Please?
Please? Not just yet. You can calm down.
I'm excited.
You're far too excited. I mean, it's definitely a lot to be excited about in this game.
It is the clash of the Titans. The standings don't reflect that, but do not be fooled. Xiaogu's manager came out after their disappointing loss to LGD in the Demacia Cup and said, LGD, they're a strong team. You have to watch out for them.
Well, we'll see how much I have to watch out. Let's get on the Rift for game number 1. And welcome to a pause. There's an unfortunate start to our game here, but LG versus EDG will be underway soon.
League of Pauses.
League of Pauses.
Let's look at Imp.
Yeah, looking handsome. New haircut, new hair color. Looking very serious.
Looks like he took after my haircut initially, the bowl cut.
The bowl cut.
He's got it tilted to the side.
I'm going to have to revise my power rankings for hair, actually, in the LPL after today.
You have a power rankings for hair?
Oh, yeah.
Who's in number 1?
Is that a real question?
Doinby?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, okay.
Shove you.
I was going to say...
mainly like by team, but like we can do it by player as well. It's definitely Doinby. He's number 1. Cool was way down the bottom. That's where it started. Although I think Cool's risen a few ranks recently.
I think he's cut his hair fairly recently as well.
He's like at least like trimmed it back. It was an overgrown hedge for many weeks. I was really disappointed.
Let's talk about that Ezreal.
Yep.
So the discussion that we were having before, taking the Runeglaive Ezreal. So obviously Runeglaive is going to empower Ezreal because not only does it get his Sheen, it's very important to Ezreal's kit, getting that Sheen proc off of the Mystic Shot into the auto attack. But effectively it gives massive amount of poke, I think like 800 damage off of the Q because it's going to translate into magic damage. But more importantly, free wave clear that Ezreal just doesn't have.
No, and we're going to get into game Pawn. Doesn't quite get the poke down onto PYL, but they at least know he's in the area. No wards in that spot just yet. Here, LGD trying to get in and check for a couple of spots, but PYL going to finally put the ward down. They will get it.
Oh.
Def gets some gold, and PYL eats a chair.
That's game over. He's already got a CS.
Def, he's so good at getting CS leads.
He's got beyond perfect CS right now.
Yes. Yes, he does.
It's a fact.
It is a fact.
Let's talk about these team compositions. So the thing that we haven't pointed out yet is TBQ playing the Elise. Elise was changed on 5.12.
Yep.
Jungle buffed up a little bit, has more power there through her W and her little spider lean, so should be healthier. We'll see if he chooses to be an aggressive Elise or more of a defensive option, and what kind of build path he's really going to look at. So typically in the past, Elise prioritized magic penetration because her AP scaling isn't the best.
Yep. Magic penetration.
Magic penetration.
But yeah, I mean, lots of tanky builds there as well, kind of after those changes. So the other one as well, of course, on this patch is that...
Did he start W?
You get extra damage pawn.
That's cute.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, just so he can help trade against Victor with the laser, so obviously the W being able to shoot through the creeps as he punched Godvi in the face real quick right there.
Very cute there as Mako already having a walk. Clearlove is level 2. I think he just got his Gromp. They're invading onto the red that they warded. Godvi really can't do anything. Neither can Pawn, but that's just fine here for Roman Rek'Sai.
Yeah, they're trying to... Oh,
whoa,
wow.
knockup comes in there. TVQ already taking damage, and he's dead as Koro comes in as well to get the red buff.
So the idea is that LGD did the lane swap, and they were trying to take their buff as quickly as possible before EDG could react and then move on to the strong side of the map. But again, against a Rek'Sai has one of the fastest jungle clears available, as well as the Trimmer sense, to just walk into the enemy jungle and find the first blood.
And Godvi barely misses getting the chair there by Braum, as that Winter's Bite doesn't quite connect, but Mako at least shows a bit of love there to the mid lane. Might be coming back, actually, as Clearlove on Koro.
Acorn, why are you here?
Acorn. He's between two towers. He's not close enough to do any aggro. Level 1 Shen.
He's dead.
Hyper gonna proc. Koro's coming in. Taunt does land. That's good damage there. Clearlove is going to die. Acorn gets the trade.
Best case scenario right there. Fantastic likewise because he killed the red buff on Clearlove. We'll see if TBQ, there we go, pings the enemy red buff, so he should be running, sprinting as fast as he can over to that side of the jungle.
Yep, Clearlove going to go over there now as well, but like you said, Pawn not going to offer too much help there as Acorn might get redived here.
Way too dangerous.
Koro has not left the bottom lane, and Imp is not going super hardcore in that push in the top lane. So EDG punishing nicely here.
Here we go though, LGD getting their footing back. See if TBQ's able... No, he's going to pull out.
I think Clearlove has Smite.
Godvi is doing a good job as well, applying pressure onto Pawn to make sure that Pawn can't get over there and help him, but if Godvi doesn't rotate...
Yeah, this is a weird 1v1, but I think Clearlove has it right now. Did lose the repo.
Yeah, he's just stalling out. So again, Godvi's just locking down Pawn to make sure that Ezreal can't walk over there, and they're stalling out long enough for PYL to get over there and assist him, but... Koro is sprinting.
Koro's actually back. He's made his way back here at level 2. So an interesting 2v2. Smite back for both junglers there as well. Who's going to get it? Smite goes down, I think. No,
Clearlove got it.
Did get the buff back. And now TBQ has to get up, but Godvi's coming in. Imp also going to collapse. There's a Spiderling eats an auto attack. Good poke though from Pawn. Koro gets the hyper proc there from the boomerang. And TBQ level 2 has to keep running. Koro gets another speed up there, this time from PYL. 1v3 the Nuff, pushing them out as Mako's up here as well.
LGD attempting...
So is Deft. What is this?
Lane swap, it's fine.
Okay.
Lane swap, it's cool. LGD attempting to get their footing back and in control of the jungle after the first blood goes down for TBQ, but unfortunately just not able to outmaneuver EDG, doing a great job pulling their resources appropriately. And good smite from Clearlove.
Really, yeah, great smite from Clearlove. But good to see EDG taking it to LGD. We talked about it time and time again.
The macro movement.
LGD are one of the best teams, if not the best team in the LPL at playing a lane swap, and EDG are outplaying him in the lane swap early on.
Well, to be very fair, TBQ made a massive error in the initial trying to start from the bottom side of the jungle when he didn't have numbers advantage.
Mako just casually here in the mid lane. That's a pretty good amount of damage. Gonna look for the dive here. Godby does not have a defensive summoner! And Pawn flash Qs for the kill!
We talked about how there was no gank potential with a smite Ezreal, but if you bring 3 people, again, skirmishes.
Yeah, it's just Pawn, Mako, and Clearlove teaming up again.
And Mako really showed this in the Demacia Cup when he kind of debuted pulling out Braum again. So again, 5.12, Braum did get some changes to his Q. Now, Braum kind of suffers in the lane phase. He uses a lot of his effectiveness, but his initial level 1, especially on his roam potential, is so potent because of the concussive blows and that ranged slow into the stun, into the bonus magic damage, which pretty much just punished Godby there.
Yeah, you can see Victor nowhere really to go, and Victor is quite immobile as a champion just in general, so can be vulnerable to those sorts of ganks. EDG doing work here in the early game. Have about 700 gold in the league, which isn't massive, but they are playing LGD around their map, and that's LGD's game normally.
Yeah, but this is telegraphed effectively. This is exactly what EDG did in Demacia Cup when Mako picked up Braum. It was an initial early game roam where for the first, 6-7 minutes, he was just running around the map, ganking lanes.
And that's one of Mako's specialties. We talk about PYL being a good roamer. He's great when it comes to that, but PYL's been doing a lot less roaming, I feel like, in general, and Mako, he's always been a good roamer.
Well, the issue is that PYL's been around, but his jungler got first-blooded, and so he was already behind. So yeah, PYL's there for his team, trying to be present, as they're contesting the enemy red buff, but TPQ's already failed.
Yeah, Koro and Akon gonna meet once again. Koro gets his back cancelled as Akon gets a bit aggressive, but top lane is fairly even in CS. I like the double Doran's Blade though from Koro. Keeping it cute, nice and aggressive early on in the lane.
When you're never going to lose lane ever, double Doran's.
Yep, double Doran's here for Koro.
Speaking of not losing lane, so typically there's been a couple different variations of mid lane Runeglaive Ezreal. Looks like Pawn is going to prioritize the Sheen first because he had enough gold for it as opposed to the Trailblazer, so he is looking to put some fight up in this lane before he looks for his farm.
Like you already explained, Koro actually goes Mega Nars, PYL gets aggressive, so pretty ambitious kill to try and go for here for LGD, but like you said, Runeglaive Ezreal just takes a while to get going. You need your first few items, and Sheen is simply the best of all your bad choices as far as early itemization goes. It's the one thing item actually does something. We see this a lot with Smite laners.
Actually gives you battle stats.
Yeah, exactly, which is what Pawn wants, and got it nice and early thanks to make it a sweet gank.
Completely turned the dynamic of this mid lane, upside down. This isn't typically what we'd be expecting, especially because without the Runeglaive passive, Victor should have the push potential. But again, it all goes back to what do EDG excel at? It's these skirmishes when they have Pawn. And immediately you saw the three-man roam into the mid lane.
That damage is disgusting as well as Godby. Going to get forced out there by Pawn, who did have blue buff in and amongst that all as well, remember. So plenty of early leads. I think Clearlove just passed that one off early. Oh, swap back once again here in the bottom lane as PYL. Good double pulverize there. TBQ's down as well. Tower's getting low. LG are going to try and go for the all-in. Depth has to be careful. Stand United used there as well. PYL will die there. They'll get the trade, but the teleport's going to be too late. Koro can't join in.
Hero minion right there. Grabbed the repel from TBQ. So again, the big thing about Elise, oh my god, Pawn. The big thing about, and obviously he's going aggressive because he sees that all of LGD's resources are bottom. Big thing about Elise is she used to be super good at tower diving, obviously with the repel, being able to juggle aggro. Unfortunately, he missed his cocoon there on a creep and cost PYL his life.
Yep, Elise gets the trade there, but LGD get the kill, the tower, and the dragon. So, we're going to try and steal it.
No, that was cool.
Oh, we got it!
Oh my god!
Pawn managed to take the dragon away. Complete. A poor observer. Stunned by the brilliant play. Pawn's just got everything this game. Runeglaive's completed at 9.5 minutes. He's getting everything he wants on a carry champion, nonetheless. Like, we don't see Pawn play hard carry champions that often, but Runeglaive Ezreal on this patch is pretty hard as far as carry potential goes.
My favorite part about that was just Corky cruising down on the lane.
Hey man, riding in, trying to get some tower damage here as Deft and Mako want to make a bit of a difference, but can't get it done. Fade's though done for Deft here. They're going to try and answer for this turret.
I'm cool, I'm good. So Pawn taking the steal off of that dragon, that's obviously massive right there. Coming up huge already with this Ezreal. He's doing a good job. Watch every time that he throws the ultimate. FLICKR does this obviously as well. Any competent Ezreal player will. Tips for solo queue, you step back into Fog of War, you make sure that you're not throwing it on the creep wave because you don't want to give vision of the channelable ult.
Yep, you want to do max damage with it as well.
Exactly.
So Pawn, seasoned AP Ezreal player. I'm sure he's got about 200 games played at this point. That man spams champions, let me tell you. He's been playing a lot of the champ recently. Looking good so far here. Probably looking for Luden's Echo next. That was the one thing on this patch that's different to your current live. Is that build is still really silly.
And here we go, though. This is how Runeglaive Ezreal works. So obviously with the Trailblazer, he gets the AoE Smite. And again, walking into Fog of War, hiding around corners before throwing his ultimate. It gives Ezreal wave clear and AoE damage on his Mystic Shot. It's pretty absurd, as well as the Sheen proc.
Yeah, so you just get everything you need here. Q now's magic damage, everything's looking good, and Pawn looking okay there as Mako actually pops the ulti onto PYL. Also does have his ulti, is now going to use it as Cocoon. Will miss there for TBQ. Clearlove though going to get initiated on Imp. doing a decent amount of damage as Def around the side looking for a flank. TBQ propels down. He's found Mako, though. They're trying to chase out Clearlove, but they don't have quite enough damage. TBQ will finally get it, but Pawn's joined in as well. Godby also in the mix as Mako's gotten a little too low. Pawn trying to dash around a corner, but he's not quite safe enough, and Pawn, low on mana, needs his blue buff. Oh, that was so clever. He got mana back from the Runeglaive, but it wasn't enough. Actually, it might be as they go back in. PYL, they're going to get Stand United on top of him. Deft needs to keep cutting around. Still doing decent damage, but Acorn's going to lock him up. Korra can't teleport in. And that might be all she wrote. Deft still getting chased down. Godby going to flash in, and he'll get the kill.
Godby with the flash over the wall into the laser. Beautiful play from LGD. We talked about how EDG, they're the skirmishing team. They got it going early for them. What do LGD do? They group up as 5, invade the blue buff, and take the lead.
Yeah, and Pawn going to come back in now, clear out some of the waves, smite down the creeps and keep them out from under the tower. Koro trying to get the top tower now as well to equalize the goal, but right now LGD leading by about 1,000 gold. The Imp going to make it a little closer as Clearlove gets a kill, 1v1.
Hello, Mako? I just wanted assist, guys.
Nope, didn't get one. Clearlove got the kill there instead.
He almost sniped that.
He did. He was trying for it as Pawn gets blue buff. Oh, thank you, Jungler, for that, and go back on his merry way to lane. And with that kill, LGD only 600 gold ahead.
Okay, so let's kind of reestablish where are we at, what is going to be the most important objective. Tower advantage to LGD, Dragon advantage to EDG. The most important tower left up on the map for LGD is going to be that mid-tier tower, which is why you see PYL just casually strolling through looking for the pulverize.
Yeah, this is Alistar's real strength now. He's fine roaming in the early levels, but level 6 can just tower dive with impunity.
And more importantly, this is LGD's real strength. The shot caller, the captain of the team, PYL, micromanaging very much in a Reaper style. As soon as he's unlocked and allowed to get involved with the team, LGD make things happen.
Yeah, we'll see what PYL can make happen in this game as Pawn has to stick to mid lane for a little while longer. He's got his first big item, but needs to get to the Ludens or the Lichbane or the Death Cap, whatever he wants to go with next. But does still need some time to farm up, and so does Godby. But right now, mid lane is just sitting pretty, farming away. Godby
doing his best to try to block with these creep waves and avoid the massive AoE that the Runeglaive is supplying. That said, with the upgraded Hex Core, as well as some bonus AP from his Fiendish Codex and level 10, he's able to clear that wave in one fell laser.
So lots of wave clear walls in the mid lane. Probably expecting Taz to stay up for a while as Koro, Hex Drinker in the top lane actually. With a Ruby Crystal there as well. Expecting to get a bit scrappy maybe as Akon. He's just been farming up a Storm now. Behind actually on Koro by quite a lot, but already has that quick Sunfire cape.
And that's very important that he itemizes Sunfire first, just because it's not a very cost-efficient item for the stats that you get to itemize at late game. Typically you'd want more of like a Frozen Heart or a Randuin's, particularly for Shin in that case, because he's not going to get a ton off of the mana, obviously. But likewise, it empowers the split push potential from Shin.
Yep, so we'll see how much of the Akon can do in the game. As Deft has his Sheen and his Phaedra looking to go back and probably go for that Trinity Force, which I imagine will have the gold for soon, if not right now. Godby actually comes down into the bottom lane, though, might be looking for a roam, but instead covering it for Imp, who is
in the mid lane. Yep, so it's the classic swap. What's the most important tower? Obviously, you don't want to keep your mid laner and your AD carry in the same lane because you don't want them contesting for farm. You want to make sure that everyone gets the maximum efficiency of gold intake for this lane phase, which is why Imp has now taken over the mid lane because he wants the tower.
And he can't go top lane because that's an island, so let's swap bottom lane there quickly on instead as Koro looking to go back now. He is Mega now, so he'll be a little bit tired as the dragon comes back, but he'll be ready to go as Imp. Got himself an Infinity Edge already. Yeah,
and again, we talked about how Name, you know, in the previous set itemized into the individual pieces for flat AD simply because the dragon had already been taken and there was no 5v5 arena set up that you wouldn't need the battle stats of the crit that the Infinity Edge would prepare. But the reason why Imp looks for the Infinity Edge is, lo and behold, the dragon is up.
And another ulti there from Pawn's going to keep the wave dead as LGD are trying very hard to brute force down the mid lane turret, but AP Ezreal, kind of annoying. Runeglaive Ezreal, extra annoying to try and take the turret against.
More importantly though, LGD with Imp itemizing into the Infinity Edge, it tells me that they want to fight for this dragon.
Well, it's going to be a tricky fight here. Def's got his Trinity Force completed. Godby going to get his blue. Hasmer on. Nomicon is Akon
with the Sunfire.
The blue buff.
But again, the fact that Acorn, you know, attempting to pass over the blue, leashing it for him while TBQ cannot leave the bottom side of the map, you know, can't go over with Godby to assist him because they want to fight for this dragon. So their plan is set.
Well, EDG just want to fight by the looks of things. Everyone's grouped together. Kora's got a nice rage stack build as Imp. Just missing the shield there on the Prey Seeker, but not going to get himself killed just yet.
Lag.
Got a lag there for him, possibly.
Just lag.
EDG going to start this dragon up now.
Okay, here comes the ping. It's all going to be about the stand united and how On the Hunt is used and if Victor can get in position or they're just going to be late.
Dragon's already dead. They've got 2 smites. Don't forget as PYL goes in. Massive 3-man knocker, but Pawn just going to kite back. Maker with a good ulti as Koro's come around the side with the flank. TBQ's gotten the kill. Rek'Sai, though, is going to take out Victor, and now Koro going to gnaw them away, but he needs to buy more time. Flashes in for Imp. Def going to come in. We'll take him out. Akon gets the taunt, though, but TBQ getting chased down. PYL will die to Pawn. And right now, LGD getting run over in this team fight. Already 3 for 2. Akon gonna make it 4. EDG get everything they want.
And the biggest issue is the fact that Godvi went down way too early in that fight. Set up a nice Chaos Storm in the backline to zone Corki and Ezreal out for a little bit. But both those AD carries are so mobile, they were able to quickly get around the terrain and back into the fight.
And that's what happened. Koro picked a good spot for the flank, managed his rage exceptionally well, and didn't even need the teamfight Nara ultimate that time. Just had the disengage one.
And with that team fight, it'll not only mean the Dragon because LGD just didn't pull the trigger quickly enough, but also the mid-tier tower. EDG starting to take full control.
Yeah, you can see equal in towers now, but EDG have the important mid lane turret. 2 dragons up, and all of a sudden, about 2,000 gold up for EDG, who were behind starting this game. LGD had a gold lead at one point, but right now momentum and lead all in EDG's court.
We'll see if they're able to get a counter push going onto the mid lane. Should be fairly difficult, especially because never mind, Pawn doesn't have the ultimate available.
Nope, but he's got a Ludens. We're going to watch this again.
So, fantastic engage from PYL. That set a little bit late. A nice Chaos Storm, but Godby just gets obliterated here. Flashing forward, sets the Chaos Storm down. It does zone Pawn and Deft up to the back of the fight, but both of them are super mobile. You see Deft come over right at the wall, just punch him in the face, takes him out. And then likewise, Pawn is now on the back part of the fight, just cleaning up.
Yep, plenty of mobility there for the Ezreal. Pawn's able to make sure he gets all those away, and Akon finally going to get chased down. One last wallop.
Classic.
Oh, Deft! Gets caught out of the Valkyrie, pulverized and headbutted. 3v1 gets taunted, and Imp gets himself a nice free kill.
Now the question will be, can EDG get anything on the map? And the answer is no. So this is just going to be a free kill as well as a tower for LGD.
EDG going towards the top side, but cannot save this tower. Akon going to tank it up to make sure Imp's able to get it, and right now EDG don't respond fast enough, and that gold lead shrinks suddenly as Pawn is trimming the wave in the bottom side.
Trying to deny all of that CS as well as take the tower. It is fairly low, so we'll see if these creeps can take it down. Godby trying to get down there.
Yep, running. The out-of-breath Victor needs to buy maybe some
I feel like
that was fun.
It needs to be more like Darth Vader.
Yeah, yeah, I guess so. But nice heads-up ulti there from Pawn, able to get himself a tower, get that gold lead a bit more up for EDG, so going to sit back towards that 2k mark, and Luden's Echo is now completed, so Pawn, he is at the first big power point for AP Ezreal.
Are you ready for your LPL fun fact?
Yes.
One of the, I believe, the actual first Ezreal player to use his ultimate like that to trim waves.
Wei Xiao.
Yes, it was Wei Xiao.
It was Wei Xiao.
Fun fact.
Yeah. Smart guy, and that was AD.
Oh, even better, and now we're going to tie it into EDG.
Okay.
Wei Xiao, World Elite attribute the first use of the slow push in a competitive game to their coach, Aaron, who is now the coach of EDG.
Yep. Him and Cleve have worked together for quite a long time. Different teams.
Their entire careers?
Yes.
Yep.
As Pawn trims a bit more of a wave there in the top half, but Akon ready to meet the wave EDG pushed in. He'll be just fine. In fact, he's having a very happy time. Despite being behind CS Koro, he is just eating up farm as it comes towards him as Deft and Mako trying to create a bit more pressure in the bottom.
The next biggest objective on the map for EDG is actually going to be that top tier tower, but they're expending a lot of their gold, momentum, and resources into the bottom side of the map, especially with Dragon not being on the table quite yet. So I'm not going to call it a... No, yeah, I am. It's wasted gold. There's no reason to have, 5 wards down there. You have to think each one's costing 75 gold and you're not utilizing that area at all. They need to move this vision up to the top side of the map. Dragon will be spawning in, 2 minutes, but they had a good window where they could have looked for that last objective. Now they're kind of stunted.
Yeah, minute 35 actually for that Dragon, so coming up relatively soon, but EDG going to try and run LGD out of the top half as Pawn. Pretty ridiculous damage. PWL will pop the ulti. Clearlove going to try and stop him. Baron has spawned recently. PWL going to eat the ulti, but that Aster ultimate just lasted long enough.
He's just unkillable. That said, with so many resources, I'm trying to push into the mid lane. Clearlove says, nope, not today.
Def says, yep, thanks for the CS, I'll take it. And now with Sork choosing that Trinity Force plus the Ludens on the Ezreal, EDG are in prime position to take this next dragon.
And that's pretty much the core build of the Runeglaive Ezreal, is just the Ludens on the Runeglaive. You can go really any direction from here. I expect a Death Cap, possibly a Void Staff.
And maybe a Lich Bane down the line as well, but you're right. It only gets better for Runeglaive Ezreal.
I don't think he needs a Lich Bane with the Sheen from Runeglaive.
Oh, I don't know if that works actually. You'd be right. Never mind. My dreams all been shattered. It's too much twisted fate.
I mean, that said, though, I still stand firm on my call that EDG wasted a lot of their momentum and their lead in the kind of the past 3 minutes of, you know, playing to the bottom side of the map when it was really this objective that they wanted. Koro does end up picking it up, so good job, is now we're going to start to rotate our focus back towards that Dragon Pit that'll be spawning in 20 seconds, but kind of a fumble there.
Maybe. I mean, trusting Koro in... Given how good his lane was going, it's interesting.
It didn't punish them at all, but it stalled out the game. And when you have the lead, you want to push it and maximize your efficiency with it and not give the team any sort of breathing room.
Well, EDG now up 3,000 gold and primed to take their third dragon, so things looking good right now, but dragon just spawns. Shen can join in, Acorn's going back to base. Koro ready with his teleport and a good amount of rage. EDG going to start it up again, but Mako's getting chunked.
Yeah, has to be really careful. Koro is sitting in base. He does have the home guard available. He's looking for the flank teleport. The problem is that he doesn't have any rage. Here he comes. Yeah,
he just lost it waiting in base, but he'll come back down to zone them out and build up more of it. Throws out a boomerang. Dragon will go to EDG. Again, those double smites helping out as Koro almost hops over the Spiderlings, but gets TBQ. Imp's going to force to ulti there. The spell shield's going to save him from Ezreal. Koro dives back in, gets a 3-man ulti, and they'll just keep going in. Koro taking the tower, gets caught up by the gravity field, and he'll get popped back. The first kill actually goes to LGD.
Just massive AoE and control from Godvy's Victor right here. So Koro diving a little bit too deep, finds a nice Gnar ultimate, but doesn't find the chain CC on it, and his team just can't follow up.
That poke, though. I mean, we talked about Ezreal's poke being pretty good. Corki's is not bad either, and this is just a regular AD Corki, so you can see Godvy there has to reconsider his positioning a little.
But this is kind of the win condition for EDG's composition. They have to make sure that they lay down the poke before they look for those hard engage ultimates. So bit of a miscommunication between them and Koro's intentions.
Yeah, I mean, Koro, really nice Gnar ultimate, but no one could really follow up as Godvy caught a bit out of position. Does not get punished for it, though. And EDG will hold their mid tower. Deft will go bottom to collect some farm. And most importantly, they got that third clean dragon.
I thought for sure Def was going to look for the Valkyrie and try to make an outplay with this flash from the gravitational field, but doesn't risk it.
No, a little too risky. Instead, pops down to the bottom lane, gets his farm, and is well on his way to his second item, which looks to be Blade of the Room.
Godby trying to be really sneaky, hiding in the brush, waiting for Deft to approach. Doesn't have his Chaos Storm available, but all he needs to do is land a nice gravitational field.
Deft has all his summoners. I don't know if Godby really wants it. Instead, we'll just take the farm, which is a bit more appropriate. Akon going to take a bit of damage as well. Pawn's only getting stronger. Got cooldown boots with the Alacrity enchantment completed now as well. But you could really see that Godby actually went for a pretty quick, perfect Hex Core. Really paid off in that last fight with all the utility.
Trying to be very, exactly. Trying to be very cost efficient in his build, and likewise the big thing that the Hex Core is going to give you, like you said, is going to be the utility, because you have the evolution points to all of your abilities, specifically the gravitational field, which kind of turns it into a little bit of a pseudo shockwave. Obviously you're not doing damage, but it's going to pull everyone in.
Yeah, just a nice reposition on a pretty good stun and zone control ability. It's all good stuff there as EDG. Now playing to the top side of the map like you asked them to.
There we go. So the reason why you want to play to the top side of the map is because with the dragon down, you have a 6-minute window of opportunity where you can play to the top side. You're not sacrificing any sort of objective. Again, the next most important objective for EDG is going to be this mid-tier, second-tier tower. But what they're going to do is they're going to play pressure points between the two different waves, get them pushing deep ward and try to catch LGD out, which is what they're doing to TBQ.
Just all in TBQ.
If they kill him here, it's Baron.
That's a Q, but PYL's coming in. Imp's popped his ultimate. Koro's got a good rage build up. PYL, though, tanking damage. TBQ getting low. Koro dives in, looks for the Gnar, kind of gets it, but Akon, he's chasing out Def, but Pawn is dishing out disgusting damage. Chases out Godby, who flashes, but it's not quite enough. Q will miss. Laser is good, but it's not enough as the double kill comes in for Clearlove. And EDG, as that does get a kill, A 4-for-2 trade across the board.
The crazy skirmishes that are happening in the backline between Godv and Pawn, that was absurd. That said, what I was talking about is they're deep warding and they're waiting for LGD to make a mistake rotating in between their lanes. Likewise, they also have to be careful of the Baron. EDG were patient, they set a trap, they pick the jungler, and they get the Baron.
Acorn's here though, have to be careful. Good Valkyrie there from Deft, who's going to pop in some damage. Clear up, good smite as Koro is going to fight Acorn. Fairly tanky is the old Shen, but I don't know if he can get away from this. Is forced to flash over. Koro will miss the wallop, but Def just going to hunt him down. Clearlove running in. The boulder toss will hit, and Clearlove going to get another kill.
EDG in full control now opened this up close to a 7k gold lead at this point.
And we've seen what happens when EDG get their quick 25-minute Baron. The game usually ends within 5 to 10 minutes, and you know that this team's going to be looking to close it out quickly.
One of the most punishing teams of the Baron. That said, LGD, known for their wave clear, typically even trying to close against them is very difficult because they're very good at prepping, making sure that you don't just get a free push on them.
Really good side of it. TBQ dodges some poke, but Pawn now with the Void Staff, only gotten stronger here in this game. Baron buff helping out there as well. And that mid lane turret still a real thorn in LGD's side.
So I want to talk about that last team fight. Oh, perfect. Here we go. So you set up the trap. The thing that I want to talk about, though, is going to be this gravitational field. So Victor gets involved. He's going to set up the gravitational field in a perfect choke point. There you go. It actually catches Koro as he goes into his Meganar form. Does manage to lock up PYL. But look at the damage that Pawn is doing into the backline. This entire fight was saved on the back of Pawn. Not only was it a fantastic choke point that EDG were able to just kind of brute force to LGD, but it's because that Pawn was able to zone Victor off of that fight, so they lost all of that big AoE damage to follow up on the CC.
Yep, and now they're straight down mid lane taking a turret, make it 4-2 now as EDG's gold lead keeps growing and growing.
Take mid to tower, rotate to the bottom side.
Not the right spot to be standing in, gets jumped in. Clearlove's going to get his 8th kill of the game.
Deleted.
Yep, that was a deleted moment. I mean, it's funny, we didn't really talk about it, but Ezreal Corki, pretty good at taking out turrets, even though it is a AP Ezreal.
Obviously, the AP Ezreal's W is going to augment his team's attack speed to assist them in sieging. Likewise, the multiple Sheen procs, so the Trinity Force as well as the Runeglaive, chipping away at towers.
And all that poke helping out as well. Thank you for
that.
Shoot him! This is Clearlove going to go in, dive to the backline. Acorn going to get interrupted. Can't ulti away from it as Mako going to dive in as well. PYL about to die through his ultimate as TBQ's the next one to get chased out. Alistar will fall though. Clearlove, another kill in this game as Deft is casually in the enemy base. Pawn survives on a couple hundred health, and EDG going to get another tower.
Just so much destruction. We talked about how, you know, Xiaogu, the tied for first place team against EDG. Their manager said, you know, LGD, you have to be afraid. They're a very scary, very powerful team. EDG are just manhandling LGD right now around this map.
At least in game number 1, this gold lead has now grown to 10,000 plus. Flawless dragon control as well. All started off by a Pawn steal with the Ezreal ultimate. And this game looks almost unassailable for LGD. They're going to have to really work those side waves and batten down their hatches because EDG, they're coming to close out this game.
And this is the MO of EDG with their MSI starting roster lineup. We talked about how, you know, Pawn opens up the mid lane for ganks, even on something like an AP Ezreal with Smite. Doesn't even have an offensive summoner there to assist them. They still manage to get the early kill on Godv in the mid lane, which is already impressive. But even more important, their identity with Koro and just his flanking maneuvers in team fights, which is why Gnar is such a big champion for him, because obviously it empowers crazy CC and crazy engagement. So, I mean, they've only played, what, 4 games together as the MSI roster since their win. They still look like the same team.
They do. And Koro, I agree, has just had a great game here. And important to note that I pointed it out maybe once or twice, but barely noticed it given all the action on the map. He's been 40 CS ahead of Acorn for most of this game. 20 to 40 CS up.
How's that Sunfire treating you? Helping you farm?
Not well enough, unfortunately, for Acorn, who's never gotten split pushing going.
This is also brilliant, too. With the AP Ezreal in particular, you know, using your ultimate globally to trim those waves and to kind of control, especially against a team like LGD, who has such great side wave management because Acorn's there, likewise on top of having the Shin with the Sunfire, just kind of as like a soft counter, I guess, to them stylistically.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense for the way they like to play, is EDG going to continue roaming through and trying to break that base. That's the one thing that's been missing since that last Baron got taken. But this tower is not safe, LTD.
And they cannot make a mistake here. We talked about how Xiaogu made the initial mistake against King on this very same tower. If you die here, it's an inhib.
Yeah, and Koro rage filled up, looking to dive in. Grounded field down, but doesn't quite zone them away. And EDG has got a couple pot shots under the turret. We've seen Def rip through turrets time and time again all year long on EDG. And he's very skilled at just weaving in those empowered autos and taking out turrets.
Best case scenario for LGD here is that EDG just make a mistake and look for a dive. But that's, I mean, they're praying for the enemy team to make a mistake versus them making the ultimate correct play.
Yeah.
It's never a place that you want to be.
No. But it might be all the LGD have, as Acorn is actually doing a nice job trying to at least apply some pressure to another part of the map. Koro is actually called back. He hits his recall button, and that will force EDG off the siege in the top. Actually gets the turret as well. Acorn, nice little play there, just went ignored for a little too long.
That said, still 3 to 5 towers. Good play from LGD, again, understanding that we can't overcommit to this. We have to play the super safe, just clear the tower, wait for EDG to make a mistake, and that was best case scenario mistake for them.
Yep, I mean, also don't fight EDG.
Don't fight.
Given the current goal discrepancy, as Raptor will get taken by TBQ. Snipe attempted there from Def, but unsuccessful, as Pawn goes back and buys himself a death cap just to make sure that Poke's a little bit stronger when they siege the next turret.
And likewise, across from Pawn, you have the itemization from Godby coming out, taking that Void staff fairly early to make sure that he still has an impact into this mid game. So again, falling behind and having to change up his build path to make sure that he's relevant.
Yeah, we talked about Koro CS lead. Pawn's actually 70 CS.
Oh, that's sad.
APS's ultimate does a lot of damage. And Pawn showed it right there with a nice blue buff.
Likewise, he's level 18 comparatively to level 16.
If only he could smite from that far away. Actually, I guess he did. That's kind of what the ultimate was. As EDG is just going to go straight to Baron. LGD now have another buff to respond to as it's back up in 15 seconds.
You have to be careful that they're about to get flanked. This should be fairly obvious, but they have On the Hunt to reposition.
Oh my god. Pawn is doing far too much damage. Like, far too much. We said it. I mean, Ezreal's pretty good on live right now, but this is super charged AP Ringglaive Ezreal, and EDG are going to absolutely wreck this Baron.
Using the ultimate as not only damage to the only entrance into the Baron pit, but also as a vision tool to check where LGD were face checking to them.
I don't know about vision tool, I actually got Dobby to about 60% health. So it was not the worst bit of poke to deter them off the Baron as Koro. Massive flank, it's a 3-man ulti. Him completely caught out as Def gonna get that kill. PYL the next one to fall as Corki gets the double. Now Akon forced to flash out as TBQ and Godby are the next targets. TBQ takes a massive chunk of poke as Pawn is hunting people down. Godby trying to run away as TBQ's already died to Pawn. Kulev gets his 10th kill of the game, and EDG get 4 kills. And
LGD were at half health pretty much across the board because Pawn nailed 5 members with his ultimate. This is the team that won MSI.
Why is Koro? Yep. Teleporting to the mid wave because LGD know that the game's about to end and surrender game 1 to EDG.
In a dominant and controlling fashion from level 1, getting the first blood on TBQ, EDG never let up.
No. Planned it perfectly, read the lane swap, got the buff, punished the mistake, got
ganked the mid lane.
Ganked the mid lane. Pawn only needed 1 gank, but that 1 gank helped so much there. And all of a sudden, that AP Ezreal with the Ringglaive, it takes time to get better. Needed 1 gank to get accelerated, and that was all EDG really needed, it seemed like.
Came back with the Sheen, had the blue buff, just continued to abuse, and Pawn, you know, giving him the resources, making sure that he got the initial early ganks, got him through his lane phase, that team fight, forcing Godby out of there so early, turning that into a Baron for his team. Fantastic performance.
Yeah, and we haven't talked that much about like Victor counters, I feel like, because we haven't seen that much that much Victor recently, because he's only really picked up in the last month or so. But if you have a medium range mage and you have a mage that's hyper long range like Ringglaive Ezreal, I feel like it's a pretty good matchup for you once you get your items.
I mean, I don't want to call it a counter. I definitely think that there is, like you said, you know, you can play around it kind of like a Zir into Victor. It's just, it's so oppressive and control. But again, it's just, you have the options available. But it shouldn't have been there. You shouldn't be able to get an early lane advantage on Ezreal. You shouldn't be able to gank that as the jungler, because if it turns into a 2v2, but we talked about, where is LGD weak? It's in their jungle, and effectively, they got out-jungled from level 1.
Yep, EDG, really nice game number 1 there, but don't go too far away. Game number 2 will be just back, and we'll see if EDG can continue being just EDG. welcome back everyone to our last game of the evening here for our first day back with the LPL coverage. My name is Julian Page-Time Car. Joining me is Ryan Frosco and more, and Pawn has earned himself just a very well-earned MVP award.
No
that game.
surprises there. A great performance on that
on the Ezreal. Play after play after play.
This fade is so good. Yeah. Following the flash with the Q. Here we go. Boop. Walks away in style.
Nailed it. And it only got better there from Pawn. Stealing the dragon. Managed to, get the kill in lane after a nice bit of pressure from Mako, and then...
This team fight was really a big game changer. So he's going to E over the wall into the back line. And again, the massive thing is the fact that he forces Godv out of this fight so that Godv can't follow up on any of the CC that he laid down stalling up Koro.
Yeah, and then Imp's already caught our position, even though Koro got caught in the gravity field, which was about the funniest thing I've ever seen. EDG, just playing classic EDG. Double initiation threats from Clearlove and Koro. Flame, though, coming in, of course, as he's going to sub in for game number 2. And he has been winning quite a lot, has old Flame.
Yeah, he's been playing a lot of Rumble as well. His champion pool has changed up. We'll see what he decides to go for this time around.
Yeah, been a big fan of his knife. I like that he's playing Rise Hecarim as well, a bit more carries, but just a well-rounded player as Flame in the top lane has only gotten better as the year's gone on, I feel like.
Yeah, and I definitely think his synergy with LGD in particular, obviously Flame has always been, a top-tier elite player, but he's definitely found much more comfort in the LG roster, and I actually think within the last, 2 to 3 weeks that Flame has been performing better than Acorn in terms of collectively with LGD as a whole. Yeah,
and it's cool because Flame was just sort of the player that came in, but Acorn in spring was clearly just the superior choice for LGD as a team. But now it's very competitive, and Flame still plays a lot of games. He plays pretty much every other game for LGD, almost always subbing in for game number 2. Even here against EDG, I like the LGD are bringing Flame in for the big game.
No, and I completely agree. I mean, obviously, it's a pre-planned substitution, so don't think that because we don't want to give the illusion that because LGD are down a game that they've got to pull in Flame. He's rushing from the. Yeah. I was going to say the hospital because that actually happened with Pawn, but. No, but this is pre-planned. They do this all the time. Flame has, like you said, plenty of booth time with the team. The synergy has only been building. Acorn's technically been on the roster longest, so LGD publicly have stated in the past that they're much more comfortable playing with Acorn, that he's the reason that they start him in big matches because they've just had him on the roster longer. But as the meta is starting to trend and shift towards more kind of a carry-oriented style top laner, I actually think it makes Flame that much more valuable.
I agree. And it's not even that Flame is a carry-only top lane player. Yeah. I think that's unfair to say. He still plays the meta. He's clearly someone that values his team and winning and loves competition and plays very well in the matches. But he does bring a different style. You talked about Acorn. He's always cleaning up the side waves. He's teleporting in wonderfully. And Flame's, okay at those things, but when it comes to 1v1s, Flame still knows what it takes.
That is for sure, especially.
Death is back.
I love that alpaca.
That is the best sign I've ever seen.
Did I tell you?
He's got little wings.
I can't get over the fact that PYL, I can see his face now.
I'm surprised he's that happy after game number 1.
I almost didn't recognize him. It was the braces that gave it away.
Well, there is PYL. Couldn't quite get it done on his trademark Alistar. Mako always looks very serious. Yeah, let's talk about kind of what happened for LGD that game. We talked about how, frankly, TBQ got punished in the jungle, but normally LGD are very good about, shoring up TBQ's early game weaknesses, hiding them in a lane swap. But from level 1, the get-go, trying to sneak that early buff from the opposite side of the lane swap, especially against a Rek'Sai who has one of the fastest clear times, and then also in conjunction with a Braum, the invade potential is just so potent there. Just a massive error that from level 1 just put them on the back foot. EDG super punishing. And I wonder how much of that was completely planned from EDG, because they late watered the buff knowing that, okay, we need to get vision here. But I feel like Clearlove just did his grump and be like, wait, is it red buff? Go straight there. He didn't do his blue buff. He went straight from Grump to red. It's completely telegraphed as well from EDG. You have to expect this. Vision. Yeah, likewise, they did this in the Demacia Cup. Picking up Braum, his level 1 is so potent and powerful because of the Q. I mean, he doesn't have a lot of impact in lane phase, especially against a lot of the range supports and things like that. But, I mean, I don't know what
TBQ is thinking. You had to expect that.
Yeah, and we'll see what they can expect here in this game. EDG had a dominating game number 1, but LGD, what can they do to fight back here? Lee Sin going to get banned again by EDG as Gragas eats it as well. EDG really picking on TBQ, not just in game, but in the draft as well.
This is really curious from EDG's draft phase. I actually feel kind of the last 3 weeks, I'll say. Kind of, if you think about to like the Unlimited Potential set, the World Elite set, where EDG kind of were slumping effectively as far as their standings are concerned, or their expectations. Their draft phase really suffered. They didn't, target ban people. They let, Imp onto his Kalista the last time these two teams faced. But now, pulling no punches. PYL plays Alistar, boom, get him out of there. TBQ undefeated for the season on Lee Sin, not today.
Yep, not today. Doesn't even get a chance to play it. As they'll ban away Rise as well, away from Flame. He's looked good on the champion. Azir also banned, that's away from Pawn. So it's funny that Pawn felt like he never played Azir, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, he does play Azir. Actually, he's really good at this champion. Actually, this champion's really strong, and now nobody wants to give it to him.
Pawn does really well on champions with displacements, or not displacements, repositions.
Yep.
His best champion, actually, like in his stats, is his Kassadin. And so you think like Azir's got a gap closer, his Ezreal, you've got the E, so Fizz.
LeBlanc.
Yeah. I mean, if you think probably his most immobile champion that he's really well known for was his Jace, which still has the acceleration gate.
Yep. Hop to a minion as Rek'Sai gets banned, but EDG snap up Kalista. They kind of have to because they don't want to give it to Imp, but Flame, the Rumble main himself, Instalocks Rumble.
Now, of course, we say this facetiously because Acorn is the known Rumble player. That said, Flame has debuted a fantastic Rumble repetitively, which is why it's totally fine for Pastry to make that remark.
Clearly been learning from older Acorn, but Flame's Rumble, not a joke about how good it is. He actually has gotten quite
really
good at
good.
Rumble,
Yeah.
as Echo is the pick there as well for LG, and this is a big pick. It might be Godby's champion. Important to note that he could certainly play it. It's in his range of champions. There are very few champions that are not. But if TBQ plays this from the jungle, I want to see a massive game from him. Like an absolutely titanic game. As Clearlove's already locked in Evelyn.
And this is Clearlove's legacy champion.
Yes.
I'm not going to call it his signature champion. I'm going to call it his legacy champion.
I mean, obviously had that, stunning game in MSI in that game 5, but has played this champion for a long time as Mako going to seek to comfort here as well, going to snap up Thresh for himself.
The important thing to recognize when Clearlove ever picks up Evelyn, he doesn't have the best record. He has a far superior record on things like Nunu, for example, but he always plays Evelyn in important games. Again, the most obvious one and the most recent one was, of course, the MSI best of 5, 5th game against Faker's LeBlanc. He pulls out the Evelyn. But consistently, even at the World Championship, when it's an important game, when it matters, Clearlove goes to Evelyn.
And that's what he's got here in this game. Kalista up for Def, Mako here for Mako here with Thresh, sorry. EDG are not pulling any punches here in this game number 2. They already ran over LG in game number 1, but they want the 3 points here against a top team as Leona Graves is the LGD choice.
Now, I know Imp has his Twitch skin, but in the LPL, I think of him as the Graves player because he's been the most successful AD carry at it, and it's just absurd, especially with Godv picking up Varus for kind of a few weeks there. He took the role of doing the sustain damage, and then Imp kind of balanced out doing the burst damage with the likes of Graves.
Yep. And, I mean, it suits Godv. He's played a lot of it. No Azir, Victor, Orianna, these sort of champions. Yep. And the Varus, the more recent one that you mentioned. So I like it a lot. Imps Graves has been incredibly impressive. Not even just in summer, but in both splits of the LPL. All year long, he's looked strong. As EDG are trying to figure out what they want to take away here. Koro is a very strong Maokai player, so they are going to give it to him. It's a bit of a bad matchup for him, but Pawn's going to have Twisted Fate, might be trying to influence some of these lanes.
Likewise, I like the fact that because we still don't know if that Echo is going to be a flex pick, and they naturally know that they're going to try to give a counter pick, if possible, to Godv in the mid lane from purple side. By taking Twisted Fate, you can't counter Clearlove. Because if you think back to the Unlimited Potential game, the reason why UP was able to defeat EDG is because they used the TF as a counter pick to Clearlove's Evelyn, because obviously the stealth means nothing against the Destiny.
Yep, and Twisted Fate certainly has his fair share of counters, but it's just a good champion for EDG in the way they like to play, especially with, the teleport from Maokai and the pressure from Evelyn. So I like the lineup from EDG. Def going to have a lot of weight on his shoulders this game. You have to think with his Kalista, especially with Mako on Thresh. But the last pick is that Ezreal. Godv feels that the lane is farm heavy enough that he can take now of his turn at the Runglaive champion.
See if he finds a little bit more success. Now again, both of them will bring very strong wave clear. Yeah. And there's not a lot of threat also in the kind of the 1v1 individually against TF versus Ezreal, because I like to say that TF only takes, what, 3 abilities, or really just 2 abilities into the lane. One of them is going to be an ability that augments, you know, every, 4th auto attack with an empowered magic damage on it. But he takes his pick a card, he takes his wild card. Obviously, in a big, 1v1 duel, you're not going to be like, quick, let me press R and I'll...
Yeah, I mean, in general, the ultimates in this mid lane aren't that high impact, but we'll go through the matchups here. Korra on the Maokai versus Flames Rumble. Might be a lane swap situation here for EDG. Clearlove, though, back on the Evelynn versus TBQ on Echo.
TBQ, you're absolutely right. He needs to have a titanic performance. Now, Echo Jungle has a 75% win rate in China. See if the same goes for TBQ this time around.
Nice reverse matchup in the mid there as well. Twisted Fate versus Ezreal this time, though. Ezreal for Godby. And Deft on Imp's big champion, Kalista versus Graves. But Mako on Thresh versus the PYL Leona. Nice to see him getting aggressive.
I want to see this 2v2 so badly. These are both high kill pressure, high impact lanes. I mean, the burst damage that can come out of Graves proccing Leona ultimate versus the absolute skill cap that Thresh Kalista are going to bring out.
Well, we'll see what lanes we do, guys. We're going to get onto the rift for our final game of the night. And welcome back for our final game of the night. EDG up a game versus LGD. They're already up by 1 point against Xiaogu. They've taken the lead back again. But can they extend it? That's EDG's question. It's a big invade. Gold card onto Imp, though. The damage is good at level 1 from Depth. And Imp's just dead as Koro gonna chase down PYL. Gets the Arcane Smash for a knockout. Maybe not enough to take it up. Pawn, he's gonna select another gold card, but can't chase in. But that invade went pear-shaped swiftly for LGD.
And I have a feeling the reason that they ran into each other was simply because EDG would invade from that side anyway to set lane swap wards or to check who was going into what lane. So, I mean, LGD, obviously they were looking for a fight. Otherwise, they would have just walked in from the bottom side of the map and placed their own lane swap wards. But just Imp leading the way, face checking into a brush.
You know, Graves relatively tanky early on with his passive.
It's that passive.
Not tanky enough there. And Pawn takes his W, gets a stun down, and is able to start the game nicely for his team. As of all people, it's actually Clearlove that once again gets a kill. He had 10 kills last game.
That's
9 away from that today.
Very scary, though, for the jungler to get that early of a first blood. Obviously, it's going to propel her itemization and get that jungle item very quickly.
Clearlove and Koro actually teaming up for the red buff here, but EDG, if they were looking for the lane swap, when they did put Kalista in the top lane, they're going to get standard lanes instead. I don't know if it's what EDG want, but I know it's what you want, Frosty.
Well, okay, so the reason why I wanted it is just because the kill pressure from Kalista Thresh at level 2 is absurd with the Rend proc. It's just crazy amount of damage. Likewise, Graves, Leona. Anytime Graves can proc the buckshot on the Leona Sunlight is also insane amounts of damage, so I just want the kill and I want the outplay. Obviously, there's a lot of potential for Thresh to flay the Zenith Blade.
Just took PYL's bit of damage coming in, soul marked auto, and PYL takes a huge chunk of health.
Just being very punishing right now. And complete control of the lane, which happens when Imp decides to face check.
Yeah, got a slight experience lead from that assist as well, so things not going well for LGD despite the lane that they probably wanted here. But Flame is going to have his 1v1 then, and that might be something nice to look for.
Likewise, it should be noted that Godby did spot out which side of the jungle Clearlove started with his ward onto the Wraith camp. Now, against an Evelynn, you want to ward her camps because she comes out of stealth to do them. So you can quickly kind of discern where she's going to be on the map. And TBQ is doing a good job kind of mirroring Clearlove's pathing, so should they look towards this top side, TBQ will be in position to assist.
Sentinel actually looking for the red buff, I believe, but isn't going to spot TBQ doing that particular buff. The jungler is going to just have some farm early on here in this match, but Teft and Mako massively stacking up the wave here, completely denying as much as they can, and Imp will finally get some CS.
18-5 so far. Triple his CS numbers. That said, he's got a very big wave on the side.
That should change soon, but you can see the early face check from Imp and all the control from Deft and Mako. This is the thing that I was really impressed by at the start of the year, was how much better and then how good of a laner Deft became, especially with Mako. Like, we talk about Deft You know, he's fine on solo. He was always a good team fighter. We talk about Mako being a strong roamer, but 2v2, I don't know if there's a scarier duo lane in the LPL.
No, I agree. I mean, Death had a reputation in Korea that he just, you know, would randomly die in lane phase, and now since he's come to China, he dives.
Yeah, he randomly kills people in lane. I remember poor Vasily dying to an Ezreal. Split number 1 is Mako fishing for a hook.
A lot of that is, though, on Mako's presence, particularly in the lane, as we see the Destiny initially being used. Nope, just a teleport. Never mind.
Upon his teleport?
Yep.
Missed that one in the draft.
Well, you have to think he doesn't need to bring a defensive or an offensive summoner because, again, he's facing across the smite. But hold on.
PYL going to get locked up. Dev gets exhausted. Damage is good. TBQ's going to join in, but Dev will flash out. Clearlove is safe, but Imp's flashing forward. He wants the kill so badly. The Ram's going to come for just enough damage, and now Clearlove's going to clean house. A double kill for Evelyn Clearlove. There are 3 kills for EDG, and Clearlove has all of them. And this is going to be Runeglaive, Evelyn, don't forget.
Yep, this is going to be massive damage carry, Evelyn. If you think all the way back down to Clearlove when he used to play Zed jungle, and they would just stall out games long enough. Because Clearlove, I mean, his identity has typically been a herbivore style. He can play the carnivore, but he's mostly well known for just his farming ability.
Oh, Flame, though, looking for a 1v1. Gonna bring it back. Koro struggling in the matchup, keeping up in CS, but Flame's damage has to be respected.
To be very fair to Koro, this matchup was discovered very well in favor. Hold on.
Oh, gank there from TBQ and PYL. Pawn locked up. Taste of his own medicine from game 1 as TBQ collects the kill.
Just the oppressive reach that Echo has on the mid lane with the parallel convergence, being able to throw that from that side brush.
Yeah, and Leona's range not bad either. Means that Pawn was probably never getting away from that. Just days of CC. This Koro will collect what farm he can. Trying to keep up in the matchup is tricky, but not impossible. Other than that, it's just been a bit of farming across the board. EDG, though, with the early kills, do still have a 1,000 gold lead.
The thing, though, is that it's all in the jungle.
Yeah, Clearlove, Luke. Now going to try and make a difference. Corey gets the lock-up Flame. He's silenced her after the overheat. Can't flash just yet. Very well timed as TBQ joins back in. Good ult there from Godby, but it's not enough damage.
A bit of a mechanical misstep from Flame right there. He initially burned his flash as Koro was in the animation for his Twisted Advance. So the Twisted Advance carried through and followed the flash. If he had waited for the CC to chain against him and then flashed over, probably still would have died, but would have been much closer.
Yeah. Well, Clearlove's going to collect another assist for himself. Koro actually going to get a leg up in the lane. I like where Clearlove's putting his pressure into that bottom lane. They're trying to help Koro through that tough time. You can see Godby's gone back as well, but it's no early Sheen, unfortunately for him. 1 assist means that he has to go for that Trailblazer.
Koro looking now. I was going to say his teleport's not up, but he pinged top lane and he was sitting in base. He was just waiting for an item. I'm curious if they're not actually going to swap back and look for superior dragon control. So really just trying to, or prioritizing Kallista's farm now, unlike other AD carries.
Oh my god, Mako flash forward, the Destiny's down as well. Imp knows he's dead at this point, then lock up PYL. First kill comes through, Hook lands in. PYL with a good Zenith blade to disengage, but he gets played out and Pawn gets the second.
I was going to say prioritizing the farm for Kallista to find that 2-item power spike, but instead the Destiny is burned top. And it is an easy 2 kills for EDG.
LGD, though, do ping the dragon, so have options now to maybe go down there, but Mako, Pawn's already back. Sorry, he actually has his teleport coming up relatively soon as well. And all Imp can do is take his Avarice Blade and go back begrudgingly to his top lane.
No play for LGD to make on the map. That's
level 6. Ulti down into Flame. Koro coming in. The Runeglaive damage is fairly strong. Throws down the smite for a slow. Koro looking to dive. Goes in. Good ultimate from Flame. But it's not enough as Clearlove tanked perfectly. Although Koro just gonna live.
That was best case scenario for Flame, trying to play that as well as he could. So the reason why Flame was pathing to the side of the tower is because he was trying to put himself in a choke point and use the terrain of the tower and the wall to set a perfect equalizer, which is why he was almost able to trade 1-for-1 in that 1v2. So good attempt from Flame, fantastic pressure from Clearlove.
Yeah, instead Clearlove gets involved in his 5th kill of the game. As Pawn's getting ganked again here. TBQ pops down the convergence. Pawn able to walk out of it though. Does have a quick Sheen here for Pawn, so going for the very aggressive quick Lich Bang.
And a lot of pushing potential with that Lich Bane. Obviously, it opens up with the blue card Tower Shred, but still, EDG prioritizing to, again, keep Kalista and Mako into the top side of the map as opposed to swapping them back. That would have been a perfect opportunity to do it as well.
Good ult there from Godby, trying to take the blue buff, just short of stealing that one as Pawn's able to pick it up. But Runeglaive has been completed for Ezreal, so things should get better.
This is a mistake. EDG should have swapped back right here, especially because they have a TP discrepancy between Koro and Flame. Maokai should be in the top lane, and they should be playing around the Dragon objective with the TP advantage.
Instead, they're going to get punished as TBQ ganks, teleports down there, but Deft is already dead. Clearlove's up here as well, though. Chrono Break does massive damage to Clearlove as he's forced back. Koro, though, going to get involved as the double play, and the Destinies come through for Pawn. He actually teleported in as Imps looking for the other kill, but Clearlove takes him out. But it's just one kill, might be a tower as well. EDG commit hard top lane.
Yeah, what was a macro error does turn out to be okay because they burn the teleport to the top side, managed to pick up the kills on LGD, effectively overcommitting to a team fight. That said, possibly going to trade mid-tier tower for top-tier tower.
I like, again, I like when anyone ever gets Runeglaive procs off minions as mid-Ezreal because you get a bit of mana back. Godby using the enemy raptors there nice and cutely, and Pawn actually makes it back in time to defend his mid lane turret as EDG claim the first turret of the game in top.
I would hope so with his Destiny teleport. Summoner spells.
Now ganking actually as well. Flame gonna feel the problems here as Pawn's come down. He's actually taking quite a bit of damage, needs to dodge out of the way, pulls the gold card at the last second as Deft gets himself a second kill.
And again, Flame comes so close to trading 1-for-1 in a 1v2. We talked about how Acorn is the really well-known Rumble player, but just look at the equalizer, setting him against the wall, using the choke point on the previous dive, and then the overheat resource management, making sure that he's overheating with his flamethrower to do as much damage as possible. Flame is a fantastic Rumble player.
Flame is a good Rumble, all jokes aside, but LGD have more problems than just Flame, unfortunately. It's equal in towers, even in Dragons at 0 currently. No one's looked at the objective just yet, but Deft trying to make that a 2-4 lead for EDG in the tower department, and they're already up 3,000 gold.
And finally, we have the swap back, which means that after this tower goes down, EDG have full Dragon control, especially with the Kalista and with this Evelynn at 4-0-2, a significant level advantage over TBQ. It should be a free objective.
Clearlove has the Runeglaive. Already Deft's able to take the tower. Koro is forcing Imp away, but LGD is setting up a dive. Koro pops
Diving
his ulti,
Maokai.
goes in onto PYL, have to be careful. TBQ's in as well, good flash out, misses the ulti. Clearlove gets the dragon, Koro's cutting around, dodges the ulti from Ezreal as well. He's still not dead as if he's taking up the tower. Chrono Break's not enough, and Flame barely gets the kill.
That took 4 members of LGD Koro. Fantastic fancy footwork there to flash the solar flare. Leona ult, clearing the creep waves initially before the dive started with his ultimate, the Vengeful Maelstrom, which is why he popped that immediately as opposed to saving it for the dive, making sure that immediately LGD would have to start tanking tower shots.
Godby comes back into the mid lane to protect it, but EDG rotated in there, flash forward, massive hook lands onto Godby, and Mako gets himself a kill.
As well as the mid-tier tower, EDG, LGD are not, I mean, they've been on the rise as far as their recent LPL weeks, and against this EDG starting roster, they're getting thrashed.
Did you see that?
They're getting thrashed, Pastry.
I don't know if you can outplay that. That was perfectly coordinated.
That was perfectly timed with the creep dying to the flash hook.
I would like to remind everyone listening that Pawn and Mako are actually do not speak the same first language.
That is Korean and Chinese, and they're communicating in English.
Yeah, and that's more than enough for that gank.
With
there.
one of the highest skill cap duos in the game, Kalista Thresh. Think about all of the mechanics of what you can do with those two champions together with the Fate's Call and Lantern work alone.
They haven't needed it yet. Mako's just been roaming again here as Godby will get himself a blue buff. Pawn, though, getting closer and closer to that Lich Bane. And EDG can look for another tower. They need the mid tower, but as soon as they break that outer line, Twisted Fate, who's already having a run of this map with cooldown upgraded home guard boots before his first major items completed.
As well as the CDR with the Wisp.
Yep. Gonna have an even better run of this game.
Pretty much he's an ult bot with a Sheen proc.
And that's all you need, to be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, we talked about Pawn's style being very roam heavy, very utility focused. Kind of see why, as Godby barely lives that hook.
Turret has been destroyed.
Terra in the mid goes down though. EDG, full control stills are invading red side jungle.
Mako, the rookie of the year. Again, think about this year started with Mouse. Mako wasn't even the starting support. I mean, we think about the EDG intro that you watch on this channel. Yeah. It's Mouse sitting in the chair. It's not Mako. He was handpicked by FCZF to join this squad. Aaron has said that Mako will be Mata-esque, that he takes responsibility in ED shot calling. All of the ward placements and vision is entirely controlled by Mako.
Well, he happens to also play make like the old FCZF. Mako is a all-star support through and through. I don't think I've ever seen him play a bad game of League of Legends. He's played this whole year, every single game. In fact,
him and ClearLove.
Yeah, they're the only two members to play every single game this year.
And, you know, I was having this conversation with Spawn and Rusty, you know, why we weren't really concerned when EDG started slumping, because with their rotating roster, you know, it's a lot of question marks, you know, why are you rotating the roster that just did MSI? Shouldn't you be building the synergy? And those are valuable arguments, but we were like, it's fine. EDG will be fine. If you think about who was the most competent team in the world at playing like League of Legends at its highest, I would say it was Samsung White.
Yep.
I mean, obviously they didn't have the longest run, but the team broke up after they won the Season 4 World Championship. Who were the best players on Samsung White? Dandy and Mata. The jungler and the support role made up the best team in the world. And EDG, I think their best players, or their strongest core players, are their jungler and their support.
It's really hard. Talking about EDG, because everyone's pretty good at League of Legends.
They're amazing. Like, obviously, that's why they're a top-tier team, but I'll never be concerned for EDG's results as long as Mako and ClearLove start.
I agree. And now EDG in complete control once again. Oh, about 5,000 gold up for LGD right now. Looking for a second dragon coming up in a minute 50. I mean, Godby's scaling. Imp is behind, but getting some gold. And Flame will always be relevant, especially early on, concerning his early dragon fights.
Flame's been playing great for his scoreline. That does not reflect how well he has attempted.
But ClearLove's insanely far ahead. Runeblade going for tanky. Pawn has a Lichbane. Deft almost has 2 items. He's got a Bloodthirster and half of his rune is Hurricane.
Power Spike of Callista.
And Korra's pretty good as well. Got some nice early tank items. Doesn't really need much more. And is actually going to go back and get some more. Greedy man.
Dragon spawning in 1 minute 15 seconds. That will be the next point of contention, which is why you see EDG invading over into this side of the map, placing deep wards.
Korra also realized he has more time before Dragon comes back up. He does have his teleport as well, so he's actually going to wait and buy an item. I have to assume he's got Righteous Glory very close to finish, but Korra's going to go back and finish a major item here, and LGD are going to have close to 0 chance of contesting this Dragon.
Yeah, and likewise, Koro, like you said, has the Home Guard boots available as well, so his 2 major resistance items, the Spectre's Cowl as well as the Glacial Shroud, so he's ready for the big 5v5. He's got his armor, he's got his MR, and he's got his flanking potential.
Power of Maokai. Always good early on. Pretty much, you get almost a 1-item power spike, I feel like, with Maokai. You know, you get your early tank items, you get your Righteous Glory.
Because you get free stats on his ult.
It's not bad. Which coincidentally also makes him good in the late game.
Imagine how that works.
Well, Gromp gonna get stolen, I think. He couldn't get it. I think TBQ managed to smite it away.
It's kind of an interesting Lantern interaction. I couldn't tell if it was the Fate's Call or the, or not the Fate's Call, but the tether between Callista or Thresh, but it looked like Mako set a Lantern, Deft took it, but while he was in mid-Lantern take that he threw an auto attack on Callista and wasn't able to travel over the wall.
Yeah, really interesting. But instead we get Scuttle Crab now. Deft able to take that away. Easy duo dragon there as ulti gonna go down just to check for some vision. Couldn't quite steal it, unfortunately, and second dragon goes to EDG.
Again, LGD, they can't contest this at all, so just trying to farm up their waves, ward up their jungle, and stop the bleeding right now.
So if LGD stop the bleeding, where do you think their first point of power is in this game? Because they're clearly behind right now.
Itemization and power spike. Hold on, Destiny.
Going in, TBQ, Chrono breaks out, gets done, Hook barely misses, and Def gonna get kill number 3.
Well, it's on their 2 primary carries, Imp and Ezreal. Imp and Godby. So Godby, like we said, the core of Ezreal is really going to be that Luden's Echo onto the Runeglaive. Because again, 5.12 hasn't been changed yet to 5.13.
Nope. Oh, Koro diving in, clear the ultis as well. Flame pops his equalizer, but he's still taking too much damage. Does flash out. Clearlove gets ulted, and he'll die. Flame finally rewarded with a kill.
Flashing out before the Maokai ultimate can proc. So good job, and Godby finally hit something with his ultimate.
Yeah, able to get a Flamer kill there. Again, well-deserved, given how many ganks have been directed at Flame's face this game. There have been quite a few. Godby going to clear the Wolf Camp, get a Spirit out of it. He does have a Smite, remember, so adds a bit of utility, but EDG don't care. They're just going to run straight into the blue buff and take it.
But we talked about how TBQ, you know, taking this Echo into the jungle, how he needed to step up and have a stronger presence and stronger game than last time. And, you know, 2-1 and 2 participating in the majority of his team's kills, 4 out of the 5. I still feel it's not quite the impact that we need, especially when you compare it to Clearlove, who's been running rampant across this map.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost anything you can do, I can do better thing, I feel like. Yeah, TVQ did try and lock down the mid, and he did get some nice ganks early on to try and keep Pawn's Twisted Fate down, but it's so hard to outmaneuver this team when they have a Destiny and double teleports and Evelyn running around invisible through your jungle. Like,
just so much pressure that's invisible, effectively.
Yeah. And it all started with him face checking a brush and dying.
Again, LGD making a massive error in their early levels, level 1, and getting punished for it against a team of the caliber of EDG. You can't ever put them, or you can't ever give them a step up.
Yeah, they played well enough when behind. He played very well when ahead here as EDG. Only 4,000 gold up. LG are actually doing a decent job stemming the bleeding as Baron has spawned. But EDG seem to be waiting between dragons. Never mind, Clearlove dives straight in onto it. Mako nails him with a hook. TBQ's going to dive in. PYL actually locks up Clearlove. A good equalizer's down, but Pawn jumps in and assassinates him. Death ignoring TBQ in the backlines. PYL going to be the next one to fall. Godby can barely join in. Pawn now comes through. Pops his Destiny to clean it up. And Godby hanging out in the mid lane watching his team die.
Godby is the sole survivor and completely whiffed the ultimate there from Graves, and then Koro came up from behind in a nice flank home guard teleport and just slapped him down.
And look, that's not Godby's fault. Like, he just wasn't around. EDG again collapsed perfectly to get themselves 4 clean kills, and like EDG are wont to do, they will convert into a quick Baron. Godby, you better make this ult count. He's already used it. That's not the steal.
Way too early.
Doesn't have vision. All he can do is reach out with his feelings, and instead EDG are going to claim a Baron.
Okay. From here, the next most important objective for EDG is going to be that second tier, mid-tier tower, as well as the bottom tier tower, because obviously if you're able to get the mid inhibitor, obviously that's going to give you the most passive control over the map. And then you want the bottom inhibitor, because if the Baron comes back up, you want to play with the different pressure points across map. So curious how EDG are going to prep and set up around that. We do see that Koro is prepping the bottom wave. Doesn't have the teleport available, but likewise, they want to make a pick, siege this mid-tier tower, and then rotate bottom to a wave that Koro has waiting.
See what EDG elect to do, but Koro certainly seems to be starting that up. Pawn, they're going to take his blue buff. He's going to need to see large rods, so building probably a Death Cap or maybe a Zonius, depending on how he's feeling or what he wants to do in this team. Def, though, has got his Ruinous Hurricane and the QSS completed already, so he is past the 2-item power spike. He's just going full power mode right now.
Yep, and EDG are doing a bit of a reversal here, so they're going to go ahead and grab this bottom tier tower, and in the mid lane, Clearlove has prepped the mid wave, so they can quickly now rotate to mid.
He's nice and tanky. Got his Rune Glaive for some early damage, but not overcommitting there. It's not the Trinity Force we've seen a couple times from Clearlove. Instead, TBQ is going to eat a hook, and EDG going to keep applying pressure as Pawn, with his ultimate's actually going to go top to clear that out.
It's actually one of the few times that Mako hasn't gone Moby into Ruby Sightstone. You see that he does this commonly, he doesn't ever upgrade his shield, his Targans, he just has it for the lane phase procs, but typically he goes Mobies into Ruby and it's just about, you know, staying in the rift or, yeah, staying in the field as long as possible and just kind of moving with his team and setting up flank wards.
Instead, going for a quick Mikhails here to make sure Deft is okay, but between a QSS and Mikhails and the rest of EDG collapsing, LG going to have a tough time just killing Clearlove at this point, let alone Deft and his Callista as 6 towers about to fall. Pawn working on this next one. Did go for the Zonyas, so expect even more Pawn tier dives.
But now where do they go from here? So a quick, easy 3 outer towers.
That was adorable. Lanterns out Pawn and the tower goes down. That was great.
That was cute.
Pawn deck stack there as well. Might be looking for a pick, but EDG is going to walk back to this third dragon. LGD is so far behind. In fact, they're already 10,000 gold behind.
It's not a good place to be.
No, it's not. I'm not saying it's over for us, Kieran, but it is looking good for EDG to take the 2-0.
It's been a while since they've gotten a 2-0.
Yeah. Surprisingly, like, again.
And Xiaogu were thinking, today is our day.
Yep. Finally. They were ahead.
They had a
Before game one.
They had a 20-minute window where they were finally on top. They all took a picture backstage.
But EDG currently tied to the standings, looking to make that. He's going to extend that lead here over Xiaogu finally.
I find it funny that the EDG are making their mark after, because they've been experimenting the rotating roster. Obviously, they've had some injury problems. 1-1-1-1-1 for all of these weeks. You know, you had a couple dropped games with WE as well as Unlimited Potential, and now against LGD, they're like, nope.
Yep. I mean,
train stops here.
Both teams are fielding their full roster here.
Yep.
Nice to see the team showing respect and playing power with power, but EDG definitely got the better of them in game one and have an absolutely ridiculous lead in game number 2. And again, LGD can make comebacks here. They are a good team fighting team. They are good late game, but they've been run around the Rift, I feel like all series long, but especially in this game with Pawn's Twisted Fate.
And it's just so unexpected to see LGD get outmaneuvered.
Oh my god, Imps getting crushed as Pawn pops his zombies. The rest of his team comes in. Pawn flashes out instead of taking the lance, and Koro might be tanking a little too much damage as TBQ is looking for something. Equalizer goes down. Godby gonna pop his ulti, but it doesn't quite connect. PYL gets picked out there by Mako, who's still tanking in the front lines. Pawn around the back finds him there for the kill, and EDG that is too far ahead. TBQ is dead as well. Godby's the only one left as a triple kill comes in for Def. Godby gonna get chased down here. Heal there for Def, gets the slow from the render. Max range chases him down for the ace, and EDG
hits the rend, gets the slow, uses the Q to catch back up with the red buff, and pops Ezreal right there. And LG were actually, that was the best case scenario for them as far as a team fight. They were in a perfect equalizer position. It actually did a bunch of damage when Flame finally put it on the ground, but you said it during the team fight. They're just too far behind.
Yeah, and I mean, a hard hole to crawl back out of as LGD now lose their middle inhibitor as well. Pawn looking for something.
Gold card.
Yeah, it's Gromp.
He wants the wave.
He does want the wave. It's pretty delicious. Gonna go and get it here. About to hit a Rabadon as well. In case his damage wasn't enough. Yeah, but cuts the wave down. Clears it up. Loaded dice, helping out with some extra gold. Almost level 16. Pawn's Twisted Fate is unlike any other, and it's just wonderful to watch. He's like assassinating people.
I just feel like Clear Love's having flashbacks right now.
Yes. Did play with Messiah for a very long time.
Pawn's Twisted Fate is very different from Messiah's, though.
Yes. Not quite as... Messiah was not quite as YOLO.
I feel like Pawn is always going to prioritize skirmish. Not that he can't team fight. Pawn has a great team fight, but his skirmish potential and his ability to draw pressure around the map is just exquisite. Yeah. Whereas Messiah is was very heavily focused on like his 5v5 engagements and terrain usage.
Setting up ganks with Clear Love.
Yeah.
And she saw me at the time. That was a long time back. Even FCZF, who again played very similarly to Mako, so I like that we've got the Twisted Fate Thresh action here for EDG and their modern day incarnation. But that was the thing I really noticed about Pawn last year actually when he won World Championship. It was just his dueling and skirmish potential, his understanding of cooldowns and like intricacies of team fights and positioning, and his general game awareness in any fight was always great to watch. And I feel like that's one of the reasons he's translated so well into China.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's important to note lane phase isn't a time frame for EDG, it's a tool.
Yep.
They go to the lanes for a very specific reason. I have a theory that a lot of teams, you know, if you take away, you see a lot of games kind of stall out in the mid game just because teams are trying to figure out, you know, how do we siege the second tier rotation of towers. Like lane phase is very structured for teams. Where do we go? We go into the lanes. But why are you in the lanes? It's the easiest source of gold on the map. But EDG, they'll quickly open up and start roaming around doing these crazy 3-man ganks because it's just a tool. They know where they can get the most gold as efficiently and effectively as possible.
And they also put their pressure in the right places. Like they ganked for mid lane because that was the problem for Pawn in game one. Because he, you know, had a playing Ezreal. Like Jamie doesn't do anything in lane early on, really.
And then they gank for top lane because they have the teleport Destiny, so they know that not only did they have the TP advantage on the bottom side of the map, but they had they could get all 5 members up there, whereas best case scenario, LGD are getting 3.
The other lane they gank was bottom lane, because that's a problem matchup for Koro. Like, and Mako especially.
He got the wolf.
Oh, nice. Always puts the pressure in the right spot. That wolf almost canceled that back there.
That moment when you Israel ult for the big wolf, that's where LGD are.
Wolf, Govi needs the gold. Can't really blame him here in this game. As EDG, by the way, they have Baron again.
By the way.
Sorry. Distracted by a history lesson there as Jeff gets a couple nice pot shots there onto the tower. Thresh keeping him safe in the siege. Cleared up there as well. Koro pushing bottom. Pawn doing what he wants. Ready to join at a moment's notice with just his Destiny. Teleport
applying
not quite back yet.
Baron in all 3 lanes.
Sounds good. Super minions down the mid here as well. Pretty scary stuff. It's going to eat some harass. I know that LGD need to find some way to stop this siege, but I don't know if there is one.
And again, LGD find themselves in a position where you're effectively praying for the other team to misplay versus making your own superior play.
EDG make very few, if any, mistakes in games of League of Legends. Bottom tower falls as Pawn and his Lich Bane and that Death Cap are able to break it. EDG just going to break them in all 3 places in the base, completely shatter them here in this game.
Now they
have to go. Death QSS is out, gets eaten by the ultimate. Now Pawn going to come in, clear up tanking damage. Pawn's going to get massacred as he pops the Zhonya's and Koro going to fend them off now. TBQ getting low. Pawn stuns Imp. Imp will get the kill, but that's maybe all LGD get in this game is EDG. 4 for 1. Deft is leaping across the map to complete the ace. And EDG in dominant fashion take out LGD.
LGD saw the window for the team fight. They knew they knew that they had the advantage. That was the one chance that they had. They go all in on the numbers advantage. Unfortunately, it's just too far gone.
No, LGD made the right play there at that point in the game. But
best play they could have made.
EDG did so much in that series here. Back to form, you feel like, playing their old finals opponent from spring and just massacring them in the 2-0. EDG finally open up a real lead in the standings.
I mean, again, since MSI, they've played their full roster, what, 3 times, 4 times? In this last set, they've effectively doubled that.
Yeah. And I can kind of see why. Important game, LG are a great team. Don't let the standings or the result of that game fool you. EDG brought full strength this match, knowing the caliber of opponent they played. And they said, you know what? We want to send a message. Playoffs aren't quite here, but they're on the way. We played you in the finals last time. Here, enjoy our rematch.
That was a world title team that we just saw. Looked, like you said, back in form.
Yeah, just insane stuff. And with that, let's check in with the ladder today as well and see where these teams have ended up. As you can see, EDG 2 points ahead finally of QG here. As QG will take second at 25 with M3 yet to play this weekend, I believe, still sitting at 3rd.
Big concern point, though, is the fact that LGD are now tied for 7th for Vici Gaming, as well as there's also a tie for 3rd place. Now, remember, the top 8 teams make it into the playoffs. Now, LGD historically have been known to kind of fumble around in the LPL playoffs before they reseed themselves, the LPL season before they reseat themselves in the LPL playoffs, but they are coming dangerously close to dropping out.
And again, there aren't that many weeks left. We're well and truly more than halfway through the season, as here's your 4 teams currently out of playoff contention, but I believe 17 points is tied for 7th right now, 7th and 8th effectively. UP, all these teams really, with maybe the exception of King of World Elite, are actually not that far away from them. The top of the standings are starting to open up now, but the middle and especially the bottom of the top 8 getting real dangerous. And we are running out of weeks to play. There is, believe it or not, a finite amount of weeks in the LPL. I know it doesn't feel like that.
This is the closest split that the LPL has ever had. It's just absurd.
Yeah, and EDG just like, you know what? I don't really like that it's this close. Let's just take a couple points here against LGD of all teams.
It was a fantastic performance.
It was. I mean, things heating up here. It's nice that the LPL's back. The break was kind of sad, but I feel like the teams feel very revitalized here. Nice to see EDG playing with their full roster again as well.
Always refreshing to see.
Well, strong stuff there and a great day of LPL, but make sure to join us tomorrow as we go through with more LPL action. But for myself, Frost, Skurin, Atlas, Rusty, and Spawn, and our entire live production crew, we'll see you tomorrow.